Welcome to my channel.
Hmm.
To Major by song.
Max
Welcome
put
to
me
my
on the
channel.
watch list.
Nightbot.
Interesting.
Welcome to my channel. Maria
No.
Anderson.
No.
Welcome to my channel. Stream Elements. Welcome to my channel. Batwomen. Welcome to my channel. Small Streamers Discord. Welcome to my channel. RVXZE. Welcome to my channel. Ella. Welcome to my channel. Norwegian Girl. Welcome to my channel. Wife and Loof. Welcome to my channel.
My brother.
To play.
What the hell?
Boom. Let me tell you a story told in my homeland about two men in eternal conflict. One loves to amuse, to play with desire. The other
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Factorio Tai no art offers please lies and fee release.
loves to annihilate. Oh, do they argue? They are ready to die, both in this fight. Are you? Oh, please. Step right up. Don't be shy. Thanks for watching. May my transgressions be forgiven.
Amen. Interesting.
Hello friends, this is Odds as ordered by the Supreme Council, and today we're going to talk about the Spirit add-ons. You might remember that some time ago I made several videos talking about a bug that made her add-ons better than they should be. And in a recent patch they corrected this bug, good job behavior, but they also introduced a new problem. And it has to do with the Cherry Blossom. This was already a very strong add-on that allowed you to detect people around you while you're phasing, you hear their heartbeat. This was a very powerful add-on that the developers tried to nerf it, presumably, by making it have a shorter range.
Welcome to my channel.
The truth is, with the shorter range, you're now more accurate at actually pinpointing exactly where the survivor is, and there's far less room for them to spin you or juke you in some manner. This add-on is generally so much better now. I tried this on bots, and you can see the look on my face when I realized just how shockingly easy it was to use. When I tried it against real players, the first person that I chase immediately DC'd out of frustration. And today I took up this idea again and played a few matches. And you're just gonna see just how stupid simple it is to play this killer with this add-on. I missed the bug that made us start the game staring at the spirit's butt. That's quite iconic. I guess they fixed it after some time. Alright, here we go. Everything looking good. Yeah, we're fine. Good map for spirit, I think. Someone could be spawning on the same side, but more likely than not, they're on the other, so... Oh, hold up. I forgot I'm using ultimate weapon. Yeah, open a locker. And now... someone will scream, probably. There you go. Let me just get a sense of where she's from. Oh, this is a free hit? This is the free hit? Okay. Medkit's mine now. There you go. Hear the heartbeat. Swing immediately. Maybe you need to do some small corrections, but for the most part, it's just literally as simple as that. I'm gonna use my power from ability. Only about half of it, since we're gonna need it soon again, and we don't have any recovery add-ons. Hello, toolbox Claudette. How's it going? Where the hell did you go? Oh, I thought you were in the locker. That was very smooth of you. Alright, let's see. I didn't even see her. I don't even have to see her, do I? Alright, cool. Okay, moving on. So far, you know, I honestly kind of wanted to be wrong, but so far it does really seem like this is just a straight upgrade to what it was before. Alright, now these two ladies. Uh-oh. What? Okay. I mean, honestly, that was just... I'm pretty sure she just, like, maneuvered behind me, like, repeatedly. Like, she just, like, hid behind me while I was turning. That's just very unlucky, I think. Hello, ladies. Hello. Ooh. Really? I was so sure she'd go for the window. Well, that's my bad. We got 4 stacks of Q now, though. Good luck on playing me anywhere. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Got stuck. And... I could use them a bit more liberally than I normally do. I don't need to. I don't need to. There she goes. Do I need to use power? No. Do I need to use Q stack? No. Go for Claudette? Sure. Could have stunned me maybe if she was a bit luckier, sure, but she didn't do it. I just realized a second ago, but yeah, this also works on people on the ground. That's so good for me right now. That's so perfect. If I wanted to tunnel Meg, it would be literally like taking candy from a child. Way too easy, but we're gonna not do that. Just in the interest of keeping this game alive a bit longer. Well, they're trying really hard, but we're gonna pretend she doesn't exist. Okay, Q is good, but it's not that good. One of the problems with this add-on, by the way, in case I didn't make that obvious, or in case you didn't already know, is that it defeats...
to my channel.
The fact that it exists alone defeats one of the best counterplays that you can have with Spirit, which is to stand still. If you stand still, even if you crouch and you're injured, the sound that you make is very, very minimal. I mean, to be fair here, I could see the grass, so that wasn't so hard. But yeah, if you stand still like that Michaela did, it's very difficult to hear the survivor. You need to have a really high volume or a really good perception to pick up on that. So every now and then, you know, you could run, and then have a moment when you crouch and you stand still and you make essentially no sound. That will be a hit thanks to Q. You get the pallet too. So that's really, really good. It's something you can mix up. So you can actually turn the speed of the killer against them by making them go well past you. But with this add-on, that whole thing just goes away. You have Iron Whale, you have Off the Record. None of it matters. Ooh. was clean, actually. Oh, she had life as well? We could have done that. Alright, after this, by the way, I will kill someone. We've already hooked everybody after I get this girl in a second. Feels good to do that. Yeah, let's probably open a locker and find either the Meg, who's still injured, or the Claudette, and then we kill them, and it's GG for them, probably. They have a bone up there, that's nice. But yeah, with this add-on, you just cannot do that. Like, you have no idea that this killer has this add-on. There's literally no way for you to know that this killer has this add-on, other than maybe look at their gameplay and try to, like, guess and figure it out. As far as I know, there's no counterplay to Killer Instinct. Killer Instinct is unavoidable. There's no perk, no calm spirit, no distortion, no off the record, no nothing that will allow you to dodge this effect. It's undodgeable, 100%. I think that's a hit as well. Not so sure, actually. Wow, that's fighting animation. Fair enough, I walk into it. That's a teabag of not toxicity. That's a teabag of please God chase me because everyone else in my team is dead. And I'm going to maybe not do that. So let's call that. Isn't she? Whereabouts though? She screamed this way. Oh, hi! That's pretty weak of you. Okay. I'll take you. I guess you wouldn't have lasted that much longer if you just run, huh? So a shame though, your team was doing well. But yeah, one single add-on just changes the way you have to play against this killer. You can never try to use standing still sounds just because this add-on might be in play. So, not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of an add-on that has no telltale and no counter either, right? That doesn't seem right. So maybe what this add-on needs instead of a tweak is just a full rework. Or maybe it can have some kind of effect where the survivors at least know that it's in play. I'm thinking, for example, of the Trapper. So the Trapper has an iridescent add-on called the Bloody Coil, and it's a really messed up add-on because every time you disarm a trap, you get injured. Now, in the past, whenever you disarm a trap with this Bloody Coil, the progress will be red. So survivors actually had a way to tell that you had this add-on. Most of the times, if they disarm a trap, it wasn't 100%, but most of the times, if they disarm a trap and it was red, you could know that it was there. Nice job. But they removed that. Now, if you disarm a trap, that's MFT, I think. She looked fast. Jesus. I could tell she wasn't on the same side of the pallet as me because no heartbeat. So that was easy. But yeah, nowadays, if you disarm a trap, that you don't really know if it's gonna injure you or not. You don't have the warning that, oh my god, it's red bars, so I know. So that sucks. That sucks. Even though they technically nerfed the add-on, they buffed it because now it's harder to know if it's there. So yeah, maybe they should do something similar with Spirit, where if this add-on exists, at least survivors have some kind of way to know that it's there. But I know many people don't like it when I suggest nerfs like this. They maybe don't see the bigger picture. Maybe they think, oh, but survivors have this other thing that's really strong. But sometimes it's not so much about strength. It's about making it so that you don't have to do unnecessary and unfair guesswork. It's also not fun for killers to guess whether a survivor is 100 or 103 movement speed, right? Like, people don't like MFT made for this, for that reason. Well, it's the same for this. Like, it's really not fun to play and know that what you do, what you've learned, all your experience is meaningless. You know, it all depends on whether the killer has this add-on or this other add-on, and you have to guess completely. You have no way of knowing, absolutely, at all. All right, well, we've given them enough chances. We are maxed out on our crew stacks. Oh yeah, this girl's probably MFT Hope, maybe? Yeah, she looks faster than me. Wow. Oh, hey, there you go. GG's. You might think this was a close game, but honestly, they had a couple people that don't hook super early. if we had tunneled a bit more aggressively, I think this was a stomp. The first chases were just insane. And not only were they insane in terms of being very short, shit did indeed have MFT hope. They were also insane in terms of how easy they were to play. But you know, maybe you're like, oh, these guys are not that good, or this map was too good. Let's play another match, see if this repeats itself. Hey, the bug is back. Let's go, Spirit Butt. All right, so I played with a similar build, slightly different add-ons without modded data ring, because I thought, okay, maybe the speed is carrying me, and the result was basically the same. We still kicked ass. The chases still felt really easy. We're gonna make this a little bit harder for us right now. Perfect. We're only running a bit of info on the Shadowborn and only the add-on itself. Let's see how hard we can do it. Again, that was like much faster than I could have reacted to if it was just audio, but... Is she outside of the pallet? Let's go. Pick up fast before she can crawl in. Otherwise, it might be a rescue. Yeah, good. Can I make them miss a -10? No luck. That's okay. Let's kick this. Don't see anyone else in the distance. How can you be so greedy? Okay, well, there's no one in the distance because they're literally all here. Looks like they tripled on this gen. That must have been so close to 99. If this guy goes down now... Okay, my idea, chat, again, chat, is to... There you go. Okay, never mind. Things are going far too quickly. This is good, though. We can probably get Dwight. Oh, did I say Dwight? I meant Nicholas. I mean, we could probably get Dwight, too. Let's be honest. But, yeah, this should be good. If we lose that gen, it's fine. For 2 hooks and everybody injured, that's pretty crazy, actually. -10%, -10%. Nope. They didn't miss a skill check. I see someone really far. Let's go for them. Use part of our power. If you don't have recovery, you don't want to use it all, probably. Let's do... This is enough. And we should see them soon. Maybe healing. Hello. Make them drop the pallet so it's harder for them. And let's go. Ooh, okay. I kind of hit an obstacle. But yeah, the moment they drop the pallet, like, I just need to like do a little circle around it. I don't even need to really think too much. Let's go. Ada healed. On Jen, inevitably. Do I use my entire power? No, save a bit, save a bit. Save a bit. They're probably healing under this. No, where did they go? Oh, blood, yeah, yeah, 2 people, I think. Yeah, 1 shock, 1 here. Okay, I think I got you. I didn't even, whatever. I don't doing the chasing for me. Alright, so Ada probably went for the rescue. Dwight is in the shack, probably heading to that gen. And if we really, really wanted to, we could tunnel Meg right now, and that would be really, really mean. Wait, hold up, they're doing a gen together? What's going on? Are they just giving up? Well, let's find out. Yeah, they're just giving up. Fair enough. Fair enough. I understand. Spirit is too strong with this. With this insane build with the best slowdown perks in the game. Bye bye, Meg. You can tell. When they just sit on gens like that, they're like, okay, we're so far behind, or I feel so far behind that I don't even want to bother. I'm just gonna do gens. Wow, they disappeared. And this guy would be on his 3rd hook as well, so we can try to go get him. Where's he going? Alright, not gonna lie, this has taken me a long time. I took a minute to down him, and then when I did, there's like, look at that entire side of the map. That entire corner has no hooks. I got rid of... Did they use any offering to remove them? No. I got rid of 1 hook for killing Meg. And there's literally nothing, that entire corner. And I thought he would stay there for a while, but yeah. I also think he might have Iron Will. He was pretty quiet, that guy, actually. Ada's also really quiet, but Ada's naturally quiet, so I kind of would expect it. No idea. You know what? Where have we seen Dwight? He's been around Shack, he retreated back to Shack. Where would you go if you were waiting to get the hatch? I'd go to Shack.
Welcome
so,
to my channel.
Yeah.
HVDES.
Oh, fun fact, this add-on
Welcome
used to
to my
find
channel.
survivors in lockers. I wonder if that's still the case. Oh, hi. You're in Shack. Well, no need to. Yeah, I don't know if it still works. I mean, he did a good job pre-dropping that, to be honest. He's making a run for the hatch, maybe, but I think I'm gonna get you. Ooh, nice job, actually. Maybe he gets the hatch here. What do you think? I think he beats me. Yeah. Ooh, that window was really useful. You might get this after all. Huh? Pre-dropping everything? Actually not a bad idea. And GG's though. You know what? That was actually a really solid chase he gave me just now. Let's see if we can find the hatch for him. There you go, bud. GG's, well played. Good chases. Alright. Conclusion. The spirit, honestly, add-ons aside, she's still really strong. She still has the issue where even presumably good survivors, and I think this was a good survivor, yeah, they had 2 iron wheels on both. Wow, well done. It's like they knew. Why more or less tunnel people? Huh? Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess he doesn't understand that his teammate, you know, just gave up and he thinks that I tunneled a Meg or something who was doing a gen in front of me, but unfortunately, there's always going to be a divide between one side or the other. They're never going to see your experience. You're never quite going to see their experience. And sometimes it's a bit pointless to complain or cry about it when you have no idea what the other side did. Hopefully you keep that in mind when you play the game yourself. Have fun out there, and yeah,
Zeke.
Spirit's still a bit silly.
Welcome to my channel.
Hello friends, this is
really question her too much because she kind of I don't know, she's nice but a little autistic too.
Where did the money come from? A rich, neat girl named Mongo who made $70,000 off of crypto. On the one hand, I'm thrilled that not everybody has access to money, when this is what this sick freak did with her cash, as opposed to literally anything else. However, I also have to appreciate the James Bond villain endeavor she undertook to finance trolling on an industrial scale. Reiko also gave an estimate of how much of the trap posting his server was responsible for.
Okay, and to give people perspective, what percentage would you say of the trap threats were yours?
I would say probably 15 to 20%.
As for the images of people with his name written on them, he confirmed they were real and that he wanted them to do so. But according to him, it was entirely voluntary.
Yeah, he's basically just asking why there are loads of traps with like your name written on them and like other people's names and things.
That's not like a malicious thing though. It's not like I'm forcing or blackmailing them to write their names. Like, I mean, I really like thighs, and like I've gotten people to or traps to write my name on their thighs. It's not like a blackmail thing or like a threat thing. It's just, I've gotten them to do that. Like a lot of them are willing to do it for whatever reason.
He went on to give a rundown of his various servers and their functions.
We had a RGTOW. I'm not going to really give the full server history on that, but
just give us a quick rundown.
It's just like it was pretty much for a while the main owner was Haruka. It was just like it was mostly, it was just like a regular R9K until like the trap posting started, and then like we got leaked and we decided to make the trap shilling Discord. We refer to as Operation Traptopia.
Was that one more serious than the trap posting in RGTOW?
Yeah, that was like more secure and more serious, just because at that point we didn't want to really like get leaked anymore, draw any attention, because obviously that not a very good idea. And then the harem Discord was something completely separate from both of those that I had for a long time myself. That it was just mostly like female and like trap friends in the server. And, like it was kind of dead, honestly. It was just like fucking around. We would play games and it really wasn't that special. There was no blackmailing or like manipulating. Most of the people in there were like my age or older, no teenagers.
He claims that the youngest person on the server was 17, but that it was okay since he was 19.
I mean, I wouldn't really call that pedophilia, considering there was, like I said, it was like a sexual server, and he never made any sexual posts. He was just a friend. Like, it's not like there's a fucking age gap between us. It's not like I'm like 30 years old hanging out with like 17-year-old. Like, it's like I'm only 19.
Reiko also gave his version of the Yozam situation. According to him, Yozam was a 15-year-old, and the not very legal things he referred to as having posted were CP. Reiko supposedly only wanted to dox him to contact his mother and get him off the internet. However, that's relatively easy to debunk from the Discord logs, which don't show him being concerned at all for Yozam's well-being, just vengeful over the swatting attempt. Reiko, of course, denied blackmailing anyone or doing anything criminal, but he still stated what he did was maybe kind of wrong.
I mean, I believe for the most part, like, I did wrong, like, I'll admit that, and, like, that's mainly because, like, I don't know, I came back to battle, like, a bunch of other people in the ass, just, like, random people. Like, I think that, my intentions may have been extreme, but it really for the best overall. I mean, I did my intention to work for the best, obviously it did not work out very good at all, it just made the board even worse. But I mean, I don't know. I just wanted the board to be better at the end, really.
Just a little oopsie, right? All in all, it came off as pretty convincing. He denied some stuff, but he also confessed to other counts. And it seems like a believable story, that he was indeed a shill, but people fabricated the worst stuff about him to take him down. Or maybe not. The following screenshots from Reiko's server leaked. Reiko, bullshit level 100 right now. Hee hee. Renee, lol, yeah, they're buying it. Reiko was lying through his teeth for the entire duration of the interview. When the people in the server found out someone had leaked Reiko's confession, they started freaking out, saying, Reiko, he leaked you saying that you lied about everything. Once Reiko found out, his reaction was what you'd expect. Okay, well, I'm legit screwed. Like, this actually really screwed me. He linked a thread on R9K about how the blackmailing was real and said, these leaks legit killed it. Like, it's completely lost. To some, this affirmed that he had indeed been blackmailing people the whole time, and he was having a mental breakdown, realizing now that his lying had been exposed. I'll be homeless, I have no family. If I get swatted, unironically, I think I'm going to pretend to reach for a gun. There was no proof of blackmailing at that point other than him saying that he lied, which could have pertained to any of the numerous claims he made in the interview. To many Anons, this reaction is what ended up sealing his fate and entirely exposing him. However, another attempt was made at a cover-up by Reiko's associates in an article by the Daily Dot. They admitted to doing trap shilling, of course, but the blackmailing was the real issue at hand. One person from the server confirmed the accusations, while another denied them. They also claimed, as Reiko had, that the people with Reiko's name written on their bodies were just Reiko's friends. However, at this point, it didn't matter how convincing a cover-up you could put together. People were already wise to Reiko and his associates' antics, and weren't open to reconsideration. There are plenty of different angles to take on this situation. This whole story is dubious from the get-go because it's documented almost exclusively through Discord messages and Reddit threads. These could easily be falsified by anyone with a moderate aptitude in Photoshop. It's still unlikely that everything that went down was fake, but that fact certainly casts doubt on nearly every aspect of the incident overall. One possibility is that all of the allegations were true. Reiko was blackmailing people into transitioning by threatening to dox them and share whatever images he had already obtained of them. Evidence in this corner are those who claimed he did so, as well as his own admission that he 100% lied in the interview, and his freakout when he thought people had confirmed the blackmailing allegations. Another option is that Reiko wasn't blackmailing anyone. Other people started that rumor. For example, people who were sick of the trap threads and created a conspiracy to shut the whole trend down. However, why would he say he lied in the interview? Still, another possibility is that Reiko himself was the one to start the rumor to make himself look like an anime villain. Although, how much 4D chess can we expect of a robot that's so dysfunctional? He spent the good part of a year trying to make random strangers on the internet cross-dress. Maybe he could have wanted to create a drama or controversy to get himself recorded in the annals of internet history. Perhaps he was the one who made the post starting the rumor, the one who posted the pics of people with his name written on them, and maybe he even faked his confession to having lied to implicate himself and in some way saw all of that as beneficial. He would have to be off his rocker for the last option to be the case, but hey, no one can know for sure. The last leaked message from the servers I could find was from August, after everything went down. And with this in mind, I think we have our answer. I need to get those thigh pics. I only have 5. I need to expand. Well, 5 where they wrote my name on them. I need mentally ill, insecure traps to harass so I can boost my ego. Discord servers and 4chan boards are home to depraved enough activities on their own, but somehow get orders of magnitude worse when they join forces. Feeding 4chan users, especially from one of the more notorious boards like R9K, into a Discord server is just asking to create a cesspit of troubled individuals who are up to no good. That, or a group of mentally ill outcasts who can easily be manipulated and exploited since they have no support system, friends, or family to check in on them. In fact, one of the first steps cults take to prepare their victims is to isolate them from their loved ones and society as a whole. Lucky for the psychopaths of the world, there's a large demographic of people online who are already isolated, with no effort on their part. On that note, let's just pray we won't see any more crossover episodes of these two platforms in the near future, because, while intriguing, they're also highly disturbing. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
I've heard it 1,000 times before, and it's just not that funny anymore.
Seeing something you loved as a child change is never fun, like going to the shops and seeing chocolate bars getting smaller, or returning to your childhood bedroom and noticing your parents have installed a heavy-duty hook in the ceiling and a selection of riding crops hang on the wall, despite the fact they don't own a horse. Sometimes those memories should just stay memories lest you be scarred by what they have now become, like how hundreds of you have asked me to play Sherwood Dungeon without realizing it's now an auto-battler mobile game. Thankfully, I never played this game as a kid, so I'm not ruining any of my old memories, I'm just making terrible new ones. Sherwood Dungeon was a free browser MMORPG originally made in Shockwave, which means in the gaming world it now qualifies for an OAP discount. It was then booted to Flash and hosted entirely online. But when Flash shut down, Sherwood Dungeon went on to become download only, and this brought a host of incredible new features, including damage numbers and a mini-map. And after 2 solid days of playing and I would say completing Sherwood Dungeon, I can indeed confirm it does have damage numbers and a mini-map. So join me as we dive into the endless dungeon, cheese the final boss, and then glitch out the UI so badly we have to restart the game several times. Welcome, I'm Josh Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a show where I play every MMO I can find in a journey to find the worst. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff, ring the bell for all the future notifications, and as usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More information on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Quick warning, this video contains a lot of spiders because the game has about 10 models and 3 of them are spiders. Sherwood Dungeon, an MMO a lot of people played back in the day because it was held online and didn't need a download, so you could play it in schools or public computers. Releasing in 2002, it was competing with RuneScape, but Sherwood Dungeon has action combat. Well, it kind of has action combat. We'll see the combat later. Now, Sherwood is an actual place. It's a forest in Nottingham in England, home to the legend of Robin Hood. You probably know Robin Hood from one of 3 films, the one with Alan Rickman, the funny one with the dancing, or the one responsible for all the furries. Robin Hood is also public domain, so anyone can just make a film about him. Seriously, give it a go. Russell Crowe did, Taron Egerton did, and you may as well try, you can't do worse than theirs. The Robin Hood theme continues as the game was created by Maid Marian Entertainment, who is a character in the story. This company also made Club Marian, which is an online hangout game which looks like this. Please don't make me play this. So we download the game, launch it, and log in. Or we don't log in. You see, you don't need an account to play Sherwood Dungeon. You can play as a guest. While playing as a guest, progress is saved to the local machine, not to your account, which means if you're using your own home computer, this works fine. But if you're playing on a public computer, anyone else who uses that computer will also be able to log into effectively your guest account. The game client itself also doesn't remember much between play sessions, like resizing, and there is only one resolution, so if you have a higher res monitor, you'll just need to click and drag the window every time you play. You also cannot remap any of the keys, or zoom the camera in and out, or rearrange the UI in any real way, and several of the option checkboxes have awful click boundaries. This is what you're working with. Get used to it. If you log in as a guest, you'll get a tips box pop up listing the controls. It's tank movement, by the way. Turn left and right, no strafing. Spacebar jumps, number 1 attacks, 2 blocks, 3 is your special power, and 4 through 9 all do various special moves. Now, you might remember the game looking more like this. That's the classic UI mode. You can still access that, but it's a bit obtuse to get to. We'll see this later. When you log into the game, there's no tutorial, just a fantasy world, and directly in front of you, some spiders. So let's go and fight one. Behold, combat. Now, combat is all this game really has, so I already know this is going to be a long 2 days if this is what we've got to work with, so let's just break everything down. Combat in Sherwood Dungeon is, on some level, timing-based. It's basically Dark Souls if Dark Souls spent all of its primary school life eating glue. You click on an enemy, walk up to them, then hold 1 to keep constantly attacking. Each basic attack animation has a wind-up, an impact, and then a cooldown. Provided the enemy isn't blocking at the exact moment of the impact, you will hit them. There's no rolling or dodging, and every melee weapon has the same range and roughly the same speed. Let's call the whole animation of prep, impact, and recovery a cycle.
To my channel.
A basic attack cycle and the block cycle are roughly the same length. When you block, you've got the wind-up of raising your arm or your offhand weapon, the active block frames of being covered, and then the recovery. If the enemy impact happens at the time of the active block frames, 2 things will happen. First, you'll avoid all the damage of the attack, and second, you'll get this little block icon appear above your head. This means your next attack will do double damage. So it's like a really slow parry and riposte system. Just bear in mind that certain enemies can also block and then do double damage back. The issue you'll face is because the attack cycle and the block cycle are roughly the same length, you actually need to begin your block before the enemy starts an attack animation. So it's not really a case of watch the enemy and respond and you'll be able to block every attack. You simply can't. It's more a case of predict what they're about to do. This means you either commit to constantly attacking or commit to constantly blocking until a random block is successful and then following that up with a double damage attack. They're the only real viable tactics. But hey, special attacks. You can equip amulets which are bound to the number 3 key, and using an amulet uses mana and sends out an elemental AoE burst, fire, ice, darkness or poison. Oh yeah, the game has different elemental damages on weapons which we'll see later, but nowhere ever did it matter because I didn't find anything with an elemental weakness or an elemental resistance, so I don't know why they're here. So basic attack, basic block, and amulet AoE. But you've then got the power moves which unlock as you level up, like kicks, quick hits, or a whirlwind spin. Now, important note, using a power move will animation cancel and interrupt both your regular attack or regular block, but all power moves do the same damage. They roll a random damage number between 150% and 200% of your standard attack damage. The only difference is slightly different speeds. This isn't really enough to matter in standard PvE. In PvP, the idea is outplay your opponent with power moves, then bait them into a block and then switch up timings so they don't block. But the reality of PvP is higher number wins gank your opponent while they're fighting something else. This list of buttons also has a slot for health potions, but you won't need them because if you need to use one, you're already losing too much to bother staying in the fight. This means all PvE combat is essentially stand there and do basic attacks until you feel like blocking or use a power move, but really the most effective thing is just get better gear. On the character screen, which is accessed by clicking on your portrait, you can change your team, which cycles through colors on your tabard. This is for PvP. Anyone not on your team can attack you anywhere in the world, but you can change your team at any time. You can also change your armor color, which is purely just visual, and then your helmet or headgear color. You've also got 6 overall styles of avatar to pick from man to man in armor to skeleton, and the skeleton's armor change is just the same color palette but switched into the negative. You've also got a power rating which counts your character, the most powerful hero or beast you own, and then all of the other heroes and beasts you own. You get these from the cash shop, so yes, you can just buy power, but as we'll see later, there is absolutely no point in doing this at all. It's meant to affect quick teleports, but as we'll see later, it doesn't. On your inventory screen, you've got your equipped items. However, to see the total value of these equipped items, you'll need to go back to the overview screen, so a little bit of awkward switching there. Clicking on stuff gives you the stats, but there's no way to compare anything to what you're currently wearing now or see changes if you were to equip something. And if you click and hold on your spinning avatar, you can rotate them, but if while still holding the mouse and spinning, the cursor passes over an equipped item slot, you'll stop spinning the avatar and instead auto-grab onto the equipped item. So there's lots of little bugs and glitches they just haven't seen. Like this one. If you click and hold an item icon, drag it to the top right close window X and then quickly click on it while still dragging the item, when you reopen the window, moving your cursor over any empty inventory slot or an inventory item of the same type of that previous item will change the icon to whatever the item was that you dragged. This doesn't duplicate the item, it just makes it look like it does. It also prevents you from picking up or moving anything else and persists until you force close the entire game and start again. Now, the game looks pretty mobile because it is, but you can still access the classic layout as a registered account. All you need to do is open the launcher, then click Account Options, then choose Play as Guest, then choose Sherwood Classic, then wait a moment because this usually crashes, so try it a few times, then click Members Login, then re-enter your details. The classic version, despite being awkward to access, is the same game, same servers, same everything, just a different UI. So why don't you just have a toggle switch in the game to change between UI designs? Anyway, starting in Classic does offer a tutorial which also glitches because I'm playing with the inventory when an automated section starts, which has now stuck a shield icon permanently to my cursor. For most of this video, I'll be using the mobile interface because the Classic one seems to crash a lot more and the mobile is what they want the game to actually look like. This is where they think the future of the game is. Have a chat to Morgan and get a quest. Kill 4 venom crawlers. Now, when an enemy dies, it'll drop a chest. Stand by it to see the loot, which completely replaces your minimap to the top right. You click the items you want and then the loot box goes away. Look game, you were so proud of your new minimap you actually included it in the updated notes. You don't need to remove the minimap when the loot box pops up. A lot of unused screen space. Use that instead. Now, enemies in the overworld will drop items, gold, or diamonds, which are both normal currencies used in shops. Also runes and scrolls, which we'll see later. With 4 killed, we're sent to the windmill to talk to a wise woman. The area map has icons, but no cursor over tooltips or info, so it's like you started designing a functional map, then kinda gave up. When you level up, you also get this cool spin animation. Interestingly, while this level up window is open on screen, enemies will stop attacking you. But that doesn't happen for any other window. Enemies also have various pursuit ranges, from "you have stepped backwards, therefore I will give up" to "I will chase you across the entire map." The maps themselves, though, are very small. Sherwood Dungeon is essentially 14 small locations joined together via teleportation portals, each location being a big square, and essentially a reskin of previous locations. The enemies act the same, the quests are all kill X quests, all shopkeepers have an inventory based on you, not based on the map they're on. I also noticed while looking at the screenshots of Club Marion that they use exactly the same locations and maps as Sherwood Dungeon. This company made several maps and then reskinned them into various games. That's one step beyond palette swapping, that's just game swapping. The wise woman tells us to collect 8 rubies from these scrappers, small human enemies. Then we learn that it may be our destiny to seek the legendary Dragon Claw Scepter and defeat the tyrannical dragon Bane. You know, for being called Sherwood Dungeon, there are surprisingly few references to Robin Hood or Sherwood Forest. Maybe I've just forgotten the bit where Robin of Locksley and Friar Tuck teamed up to hunt down the magical scepter, then go body a dragon. But you know what? That's actually a really good movie idea. And we already know Robin Hood is public domain. Somebody do it. Make a movie where Robin Hood fights a dragon. Hey, look, there's water. Let's see where Sherwood Dungeon sits on the MMO water gameplay scale, which ranges from Guild Wars 2 to New World. Ah, right, no physics or animations. This is clearly in the New World section. I've been killing scrappers for rubies. I think about taking another quest, but no, you can only have one active quest at a time. And while there are quest chains, they are few and far between, and the chain length maxes out at 7 quests, which you can do in about 3 hours. The map also doesn't highlight quest givers or receivers, and your journal doesn't record anything because you don't have a journal. Also, if you log out while you're on a quest, it gets forgotten and you need to start again. Hand the quest in and get told my next task is at Haunted Palms, so I get instantly teleported there. You actually have a teleport menu listing all the areas, castle, beach, swamp, even a giant chessboard, all the standard fantasy locales. But you'll see some of these are grayed out. You can't quick tele to higher areas until you are a higher level or have a higher power rating. But as we'll see later, you still can. I go and explore and I realize something. Despite having a jump, the game never uses it for anything. Everything vertical from steps to small walls has an invisible wall around it, and above it there are no dangerous floors or hazards, no scenery, there are no jumping puzzles, no reason to jump in combat. So I do some more diving and I realize the game has no vertical mechanics at all. The few times I do find an edge or a ledge, you can't fall off. You don't fall, you just instantly appear on the floor. And if there's an enemy directly below you, you will lock on and start attacking them while stood above, but you won't hit them. So the game does measure vertical distance, it just has no in-air animation. You are constantly always on the floor. And that's when I realized that the jump in this game isn't a jump. Look at this, jumping while moving up or down stairs or ramps. You will remain a locked distance from the floor for the entire duration of the jump, irrelevant of going up or down, which shouldn't happen. If you jump while going down a ramp or down some steps, you should remain in the air longer. If you jump while going up, you should reach the ground quicker. And then I realized the jump is just a visual animation. Your character model isn't actually leaving the floor at all. If they were, the motion in the air would be smooth, not pulled down in relation to the floor, like jumping off this step instantly jerking you to the floor. This means when you press spacebar, all you're doing is playing an animation of what a jump should look like, but your character is remaining technically on the floor. Shop NPCs are another bundle of joy, and by now there are so many small bugs I'm wondering if Bethesda made this. While on a shop screen, you cannot see what you are currently wearing, so you cannot directly compare new items to equipped items without constantly switching between equipped and shop. But the worst bug is this. Open the shop, then click sell your stuff. Simple so far. You'll see your own inventory. Click on an item, then click sell. And now you're given a confirmation screen. You can choose yes, no, or close window. Clicking yes just finishes the sale, as you'd expect. But I thought it was a bit silly that you've got both no and close window. I'd assume these both do the same thing. Seems redundant to have both. But I'm both right and wrong. Clicking no and clicking close window both do the same thing. But that thing is nothing. Clicking no to a sale and clicking the X don't close the window. Once you've opened this window, you actually can't close it. The only way to get rid of it is clicking yes. So if you accidentally misclick to sell an item, when you're given the confirmation window, if you want to click no, you have to close the entire game. But it gets stranger. If you click and hold the no button, then move your cursor over the yes while still holding it, then release, it will count as a yes. Because the game seems to care where your cursor is when the click is released, not where it was when it was clicked. Now, some shops sell scrolls. These are powerful items which must be summoned. Scrolls have slots for runes, and other shops sell runes. Collect the runes you need, open the scroll, add the relevant runes, and you can then summon the item permanently to your inventory. Scrolls can be found in shops, on enemies, or when you reach level 100 at the elite scroll seller, which, let's be real, you're not going to do. Now, if you die in the overworld, and you will, you'll respawn at a resurrection circle, this ring of stones. Every map has one of these. It's where you appear when you teleport to the map. Death doesn't damage anything, so feel free to die as often as you want. If an enemy is pursuing you, run into the stone circle and they will stop. You are safe here. Well, kind of. There's a bug that we'll abuse later. Now, whenever you log in, you'll be asked if you want to buy a mount or a beast pet or a hero. Mounts are rideable. Beast pets and heroes, I think you just kind of have. Sometimes they fight along with you, but I never saw anyone else with them. Oh, did I say buy? I meant rent. You can rent a mount or a pet for several months, and then you lose them, because Robin Hood loved nothing more than taking from the rich, giving to the poor, and time-limited gacha. If an NPC has a quest, it will always be kill X, and they'll show you the item reward you will get for doing the quest, but the item icon will not have a tooltip, so you will not know its stats until after you've done the quest. Well, the modern UI is like that. The classic UI actually tells you everything fine, because the classic UI was made for PCs, not mobiles, and is a far better RPG UI overall. But the modern look is what they want now. We're told to speak to Lady Marion to enter the dungeon, and this is supposedly the real core of the game, the actual Sherwood dungeon itself. Lady Marion tells you go and kill X enemies, you accept, and then you get teleported to the dungeon. The dungeon, in theory, has endless floors, so imagine Diablo but bad, which shouldn't be hard. It's a randomly generated maze filled with treasure and slowly spawning enemies. The dungeon floor you're sent to will match your level. The deeper down you go, the aesthetic will change from castle to cave, but mechanically everything is the same, because there are no mechanics, no switches, doors or puzzles. It's basically the Windows maze screensaver with a scuffed Dark Souls combat system. Enemies in the dungeon are also very polite and will wait in turn to attack you one at a time, and when you are done, don't bother climbing the stairs to leave, because you'll have to climb back through every single floor. Just use the teleport menu to return to the overland and run back to the castle for your reward. You get experience for handing in quests, but it never mentions how much. You can also dual wield weapons, but you need to manually click and drag a weapon to your shield slot. You can still block as if you had a shield, and dual wielding adds the weapons together to increase both your minimum and maximum hits, so there's no reason to not do this. Along with teleporting from the menu, you've also got some swirly gates which connect all the maps together. Now, the home map has a portal to every other map. The only issue is they have no labels. There is no way to know where they go. You just have to try them all and then remember. Once you're actually on any other map, there's only ever one portal which you can find, and that will always take you to the next harder map. The landscapes themselves range from generic to slightly surreal, grounded in fantasy tropes still, but arranged haphazardly like Easter Island heads along a beach. And running through all the maps is a very short journey. They're all square and all surrounded by water. No map has anything specific apart from the Maidenwood Castle map, which has a blacksmith. This dude will upgrade your equipment to your current level, because whenever you get an item, it is for whatever level you currently are. Upgrading your item costs diamonds, which is a currency that enemies drop. And then running around some more, and hey, a cool ship, which isn't even on the map. We're just way off the edge of the world here. This doesn't even exist. I wonder if this ship goes anywhere. Apparently not, but you can run along the edge and...
Welcome to my channel.
Oh, look, if you fall off the ship, which you will, or if you run too far into any of the oceans on any of the maps, you'll just be instantly teleported back to that map's spawn point. Now, the main issue about getting to this blacksmith is you can only quick teleport to these higher maps when you are a higher level, or have a higher power rating, which is encouraging you to buy things from the shop. But there is a trick. You can just type /teleport and then a number from 0 to 14 to instantly be sent to that map. No level or power requirements needed. 0 is the dungeon. You can also use /level and then a number to go to that dungeon floor immediately. So this quick teleport list, the restrictions are meaningless. They don't stop you doing anything. You can teleport around freely from the get-go. Now, when I say the dungeon is essentially endless because player levels are endless, the amount of experience needed for the next level grows exponentially. So while you can reach level 2997, for the love of God, don't. So what do we actually do in Sherwood Dungeon? What's the story? Well, the main quest line is the prophecy of Bane the Evil Dragon. That begins at the Wise Woman, so we're already on it. Let's just carry on. Remember how you use runes to fill in scrolls to get weapons? Well, the point of this quest line is to collect 6 unique runes from quests to fill in the Dragon Claw Scepter scroll to summon the scepter, then use the scepter to kill Bane. Like this quest, Mayor Bones needs us to kill 10 Shadow Warriors. This can be challenging because PvP outside of the starting map is always on, and I struggle to kill one of these things, so I guess I need to grind for some levels first. Oh, another issue. The game has multiple layers of click-through. For example, when you have a window on the screen, that window and everything beyond it is still active. For example, if you're in the dungeon, you can click on the stairs and it will ask you if you'd like to travel up a layer. But then you can also open the teleportation menu and it will ask you if you want to teleport. But if you click where the stairs are, even while the teleportation menu is open, it will ask you if you want to take the stairs instead. It still registers clicks on everything on the screen. No window has priority. But by now, I have found a leveling tactic. Spiders cannot block. They only ever attack every single time at a predictable rate, which means it's easy to predict their attacks, block, and get double damage on the next one. So I keep talking to Marion and cancelling her chat until she gives me a spider dungeon task, and then just go and do that. I also find all the runes I need to get a Chaos Forged longsword from completing a scroll, so I grab that, and it turns out the wolves can't block either, so same tactic. And after doing this for about an hour, I need a leveling guide because this is slow, and amazingly, there are just no guides online for this. People seem to have given up creating content. I do, however, find a leveling video from July 2012 called Best Way to Level Up in Sherwood Dungeon, and my god, this video delivered. Look at this. They filmed the desktop, and oh god, even that start menu is a blast from the past. TeamSpeak, Yahoo, IMVU, log me in Hamachi. And they even start the video in the traditional time-honored way by opening Notepad and typing out what we're gonna be doing. You know we're about to get serious. The method I'm given is, go to Lost Lagoon, talk to Lady Morgan until you get a Sea Dragon quest, because Sea Dragons give massive amounts of experience. That's it. That's the entire guide. And the insane thing is, this method legitimately still works. The map, the NPC, enemy placement, all the same. I put guides out and they're outdated in 6 months. This is 11 years old, still works. Only issue is sea dragons are pretty tough to kill and I die a lot. Thankfully, the enemy health does not refill between fights, so you can just throw yourself at the same enemy again and again until you win, which is the Robin Hood way. But now another annoying design choice. Experience does not carry through to the next level, so let's say you're 20 experience away from a level and you get 2,000 experience for killing an enemy. You'll hit the level, but then the excess 1,980 experience, that's just lost. Okay, these sea dragons are fine, but they're intense. I need a lazy approach, an AFK approach. Well, thankfully this is a mobile game now, so we can do that. Just open the menu up and choose Auto Defend. This means whenever you're in combat, your character will just randomly use abilities from their hotbar. Then, go and stand in a dungeon, and you will always be auto-attacked. So now you can just wait. You can actually AFK like this for as long as you want. The only issue is, sometimes the enemies will spawn behind walls or behind each other, and apparently they are blind because they'll just stop attacking you. And the pathfinding, even if they could get to you, is so dire, they won't. And a limited amount of enemies can be spawned, so if everything gets gridlocked, you have to move. But don't worry, there's even more exploits. There's more exploits than Prince John found on Nottingham taxes. That was a very specific Robin Hood joke. Anyway, grab yourself a bow. There's only one bow in the game, so enjoy it. Then buy some arrows and now go and stand in the central circle of any map. Remember that enemies will not follow you into this respawn circle. Even if you attack them and then run into the circle, they'll just stop. Well, if you equip a bow and shoot an enemy while you're already in the circle, then the enemy will run in and attack you. And if you have auto-retaliate on, you'll fight back, but then you'll die and respawn in the circle, and the enemy will auto-attack you again, and you'll do a little bit of damage every life, and you'll just carry on fighting. So you can just shoot a high-level enemy and then wait until it's dead. Lots of experience, very little work. Now, some enemies are immune to damage from almost every weapon, but nothing is immune to the AoE effect of your amulet. And dying resets the cooldown on the amulet ability, so just keep doing that. Just be careful with the arrows because there are a couple of issues. Arrows are always sold in stacks of 20. You cannot break a stack down or combine smaller stacks together to create a bigger stack. And arrows are the one item that cannot be sold back to a shop. at all. So after a combination of bow loring and AFK dungeon grinding, I get back to the main quest. Interestingly, if you talk to an NPC further along in this quest, you can just choose force to make them give you their part of the quest, even if you're not at it yet. But I'm going to be honourable and thorough and do the whole thing. Kill a load of basilisks for the moonstone, and oh, I should probably talk about the music. Yeah, there isn't any. The two bits you get are the main menu music and the login music, and the main menu bit just stops halfway through. Have a listen. I've not edited this, it just gives up. I hope you enjoyed that music, it's all you're going to get. Complete the quest, get the rune off to the Lost Lagoon, kill 5 liches. Why are they wearing Jordans? You're a skeleton. Feet bones do not look like that. By now, my inventory and rune bag are both filling up, encouraging me to spend real world money to buy emeralds to buy more, but we'll look at the cash shop later. Next up, kill 2 dragons, and I'm noticing something. Quest enemies do not have specific locations they are found in, they just spawn wherever you are. So if you're doing the stand in the respawn circle bow trick, quest enemies will always just constantly spawn in a big circle around you, meaning yes, it's cheesy, but every single quest is basically the same process. Just shoot something and then kill it. Oh hey, more bugs. If your quest sends you to an NPC, you'll get a little arrow on your minimap showing you which direction to head. You'll notice it up there. However, notice that the arrow is pointing to the edge of the minimap. Now I read this as the NPC is far away in that direction, but that's not correct. The NPC is there, but the minimap arrow doesn't know what to do if you're so close to the NPC they actually appear on the minimap. The arrow can only ever be at the edge. Kill 10 Valkyries and then I need to summon Agony, a boss spider. And according to the wiki, this is the hardest enemy in the game. Tougher even than the final dragon Bane. More health, faster attacks. Right, this might be the run killer. This might be a problem because I cannot lure Agony. Instead, quite the opposite. Agony has to lure me because she cannot leave her summoning circle. But hang on, if she can't leave, can I run in, hit her, run out, wait for my health and stamina to recharge, then just run in and do it again? Or can I just stand outside the circle and shoot her with a bow? Turns out, yes, both these tactics are fine. The boss cannot leave the boss arena, but you can, and your health refills while the boss's does not, so you can win any fight with hit and run tactics. Agony down, all runes acquired, make the Dragon Claw Scepter. Now, before we summon Bane, we must kill some wyverns. The issue is they cannot be hurt by any weapon other than the Dragon Claw Scepter. So you can't do the bow lore trick because they won't take damage from the bow, but you can use the Agony tactic in reverse. Run out of the circle, hit them, run back in, and they won't follow you. Just lather, rinse, repeat until they're all dead. With the wyverns dead, we summon Bane the Evil Dragon, who, just like Agony the Spider, cannot leave this circle. But Bane does have a trick. He actually summons adds outside the circle to prevent us doing this exact hit and run tactic. But this doesn't work, because if you just stand on the circle, nothing will attack you. Bane cannot attack you because you're not in the circle, and the enemies outside can't attack you because you're not out of the circle. Turns out the circle is just a safety circle. So you can kill the final boss dragon very easily with hit and run tactics, retreating to the circle edge. Now, killing Bane gets you the Dark Blood Sword of Chaos, which the wiki says is the best sword in the game. So I kill Bane twice and get 2 of them and dual wield them. And then I read the stats, and they are rubbish, because whoever wrote this wiki doesn't understand maths. A level 22 Dark Blood Greatsword of Chaos has a damage range from 1 to 186. That's a pretty big range. Dual wielding them gives you an average hit from between 2 to 372. The middle number of this range is 186, meaning your average damage over time will be 186 damage per hit if dual wielding. The Dragon Claw Scepter, however, has a minimum hit of 71 and a maximum of 168, meaning yes, the maximum is 18 damage lower, but the minimum is 70 damage higher. So if you dual wield Dragon Claw Scepters, each attack will be hitting between 142 and 336. The value between these two values, the average, is 239, meaning the average hit with dual Dragon Claw Scepters is way higher than the average hit with dual Dark Blood Greatswords of Chaos. And that's not including the fact the scepter has additional magic damage based on your level, which the sword does not. Sorry to sound annoyed, but basically the best sword from the final boss is actually crap compared to the weapon you need to use to kill the final boss. Why did I get 2 of these? The range, by the way, is because weapon damage ranges change depending on what the weapon is. Great swords have the highest possible range. Then warhammers, daggers have the smallest, essentially hitting always the average. You're trading random chance for consistency. There's only one other quest which gives a rare weapon, and I can't do it because it involves killing some flags which spawn, and then attacking a flag spawns 2 assassins which will always chase you into the health circle, so I can't do this. I buy a scroll of Shadow Fey Vibro Blades, which means zigzaggy swords with cool changing colours, and then just keep bonking enemies to death with my orb on a stick. This is it. This is the game. I've shown you everything. It's an endless dungeon grinder to get better weapons to efficiently grind endlessly better. A final boss dragon which drops a mathematically terrible weapon, and 14 small identical maps with identical quests. I mean, there are 2 maps with boss arenas you can ask for a boss to be spawned in, but they don't drop anything better or worse than a random dungeon gives. I give the classic overlay one last go and discover that you can press W and S together to dance. This is the best animation the game has. While in classic mode, holding left click moves the camera independently of character facing, but holding right click turns the character as you run, kind of like most other MMORPGs. But holding right click, you turn slower than the cursor moves, meaning if you keep turning, eventually the cursor is going to drift off the screen and there are no sensitivity settings. Also, in classic mode, the whirlwind power attack only hits once, while in modern mode it hits twice, so it's objectively a worse system. Also, in classic mode, open your inventory, click and drag on an item, and the camera will always move slightly, just a little bit, in the direction you're dragging. No need for this. Now, the only thing left to look at is the cash shop. The beast chest is a loot box for random beasts, adding 2 months worth of that beast's retention timer. And if you happen to pull a beast you've already got, it increases their star power. What does that do? Don't know. Doesn't seem important. Never needed it. The hero chest is the same for heroes, which I think are pets, but again, didn't see anyone with one. But if you're not a fan of random gacha, you can just buy the beast, hero, or mount that you want for emeralds from the shop. Just take a moment to realise that most things are just models of enemies in the game, and they cost either 80 or 120 emeralds, and emeralds are sold in packs of 100, 250, or 700. Also important to notice the wings in the shop. You don't have a flying animation, the wings flap, and the character animation is just the character body tilted forward 45 degrees. You can also buy an experience doubler, which lasts for 12 months, or more inventory or rune bags. Buying these would, however, mean you have to play the game more, and that seems like a terrible deal. And that's literally everything in the shop. I'm not even mad, I'm just disappointed. This game is tiny. It's 21 years old. This game can drink. It released 2 years before World of Warcraft, and it has this much content. So after my 2 days of playing Sherwood Dungeon, I'm left thinking, where is the rest of the game? The combat system feels like the foundation of something that hasn't been fleshed out. The quest system is functional but incredibly basic. The UI overhaul from classic RPG to mobile clearly hasn't been quality controlled at all, and on PC is a worse experience. The shop is trying to be predatory but seems to forget that it has no prey, because everything in the shop is about improving a player's power level so they can access teleports to higher maps when you can do that already. And even when you do reach the highest map, it's mechanically identical to the lowest. You can see everything the game has to offer within 2 to 3 hours, and you'll be left wondering, why are you still here? You can watch Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and Men in Tights in the time it takes to see everything this game has, and you would have a better time if you did. If you played this game as a kid, and you have a good memory of it, leave that memory alone. Don't come back here. There's nothing for you. Sometimes those remnants and artifacts of the past should stay in the past, like the 1952 Story of Robin Hood film. Great if you watched it as a kid, but look a little closer as an adult and you'll notice the painted soundstage backdrop or the terrible costumes, and it will just ruin your memory of it.
Oh, hey, Colin! Nice to see you back from Canada. Are you ready for another wheel episode?
Is that what we're doing here today?
Let's get to it! All right, you are back again. It's nice to have you.
No, thanks.
Yeah. You're here for your 2-episode commitment. and we're ready to do the wheel.
All right.
All right. What have we got on here today?
We've got the romance tours to Russia, Ukraine, Latvia, and Belarus.
Ukraine.
This is AKA the human trafficking tape. Wait, let me try. Yeah, so if you want to get sold into sex slavery, then watch this tape, as seen on TV.
Okay.
In Russia.
Russian brides.
Probably
Russian
not the
brides.
best two places to go to
Yeah,
now.
Russia, Ukraine, maybe not. Maybe
Yeah.
not. All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video. And then we have flirting with magic.
Your secret to dating success. This is who Joe Bluth was based on, I guess, in Arrested Development.
Have we watched this before?
I don't know. I haven't.
Or am I thinking of, I think I'm thinking of seducing people with hypnosis. I think of that tape often.
Yeah, hopefully this will be less rapey.
All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video.
Let's move on. Oh, Mini Monkey Magical Music for educational purposes.
Well, this looks like crap.
This is some like fetish video or something, or I don't know. He looks like he just came from Burning Man.
All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video.
Corey Haim.
Corey Haim. Me, myself, and I.
An exclusive video diary.
All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video.
This is a free rental, children's 99 cents. Butt it out.
Is that some kind of racist character or just an ugly drawing?
I don't know. This character looks butt it out. This is a kid's video? Did Bryan Singer produce this?
Like I'm not sure if that's supposed to be like a cartoon Chinese man or just a cartoon somebody who's high.
I'm up in the air. I don't know.
That, you know what, that vaguely looks like something either Showbiz Pizza or Chuck E. Cheese-esque.
Yeah, that's right.
She looks like a Rockafire band reject. She auditioned and didn't make the part.
Or if like Showbiz Pizza Bear and like Chuck E. Cheese had a kid.
She started her own band with that dog and that robot.
Yeah, and that's like a cloud of weed smoke, I guess.
Probably.
I don't know. Butt it out. What does this one say? 14%.
14 and a half minutes.
Oh, I thought that was a song title.
All right, I now have a rooting interest. All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we've got mystery tape. It's like a, what is this?
Well, we don't. Oh, those are.
Are they dead robots?
It looks like a baby crossed with a garage door opener. All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video.
All right, well, I hope we land on this one.
All right.
This is Lorenzo's songbook. I guess that's Lorenzo. Does the dog write songs? Volume 1.
It looks like another crappy children's musical video, and Jesus Christ.
Do you think it's the same guy from Mini Monkey Magic-y Music-y?
It might know, because there's 8 billion of these people who did this. 8 billion people did stupid children's song videos when there were only 5 billion people on
These
this
furry
earth at
suits
the time.
are flying off the shelves in the 80s and 90s.
All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video. And now we have...
Right from the beginning.
From the beginning.
Looks like someone took a vacuum cleaner and a TV and then taped a typewriter to the top. And then we've got a nice keyboard, so you know it's a 60-pound thing you can carry around. You know, you want to write when you go out for a coffee. Take this thing along.
I mean, back in the day, that was what you had.
Yeah,
that's what you had.
You got to hook it up to your car battery to like get it running. You take your family for a picnic in the park.
You've just got this like 3-inch thick cord running out of the Starbucks.
You got to start like the gas generator up.
Yeah. All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video.
Ooh, Tommy Nitro's Karate Adventure, black belts.
Okay.
Is this a training video, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd say 80s, but it's a DVD, so not 80s. 80s was the karate craze.
It's probably like a VHS rip, though. Do you think that's Tommy Nitro?
Who's Tommy Nitro?
I don't know.
All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video.
What is this? Surfing for seniors. That sounds dangerous.
Oh, that sounds like a Mike pick. Mike, you throw this on here. Surfing for seniors. No.
Surfing's hard enough for young people.
I think it's internet surfing.
What?
No, I'm a little bit disappointed because that is a PC. And I was really hoping for like seniors on actual surfboards.
Yeah. That's what I'm. Oh, man.
Granny's bikini just flies off.
We've got a market. We can.
Why does that where your mind went to right away?
What?
Because I'm desperate for jokes. I'm just desperate.
Yeah.
For our channel.
Well, I'm kind of. Yeah, I'm disappointed. So maybe like they're looking up, maybe like they're Googling, you know, how to surf.
Oh, okay. So you think it's gonna be both? It's gonna be a combo.
This is just they don't want to. Yeah, they don't want to like show you the senior surfing. They're just looking up instructions, and then they're gonna find out, and then it's gonna end with them all surfing. It's like
you essentially use the computer to find the beach.
Yeah, it'll be like the end of Point Break, except with like a bunch of seniors crashing their bones against the coral, never to be seen again. This is what I'm hoping it is. So,
All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video. Come see what first aid can do. Oh, come see what first aid you can do. Okay, now this doesn't look that exciting at first glance.
Looks like he tried to like cut his wrists, and then this kid is like saving him. Oh, I was just trying to kill myself.
Okay, you won me
It
over.
looks like Craig Robinson.
It looks like Fred Armisen from way back here.
You mean
Yeah.
Tim Robinson?
Oh, sorry, Tim Robinson.
Craig Robinson is The Office, right?
Yeah. I don't see color.
All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video.
Yeah, how to save your friends.
Not pulling that out of context.
Like,
Just cut it into every video they turn to.
Welcome to my channel. Lurking.
Oh, hello. Good morning. Oh my god.
You better do that.
I'm gonna do it.
I love how like fed up she looks with the guy. Like he does this all the time.
I'm sure that's gonna
She's
be.
like, this is like the 7th time I've had to like save him from killing himself.
He's gonna be the accident-prone one. It's gonna be all wacky.
Oh God, I'm gonna start a hot bath.
And they're gonna have all
I
kinds
gotta
of.
get these razors out so I can cut my beard. Oh. Whatever.
Feel mercy.
On target.
Welcome to my
Handgun
channel.
accuracy. All right, well, I hope this is a children's suicide video.
Secrets of a champion to handgun accuracy from beginning to end. So end is murdering someone.
I blame Second Chance, but like the wheel has now become just like infested with like handgun
Love watching
videos.
this game, but never played
And
it.
Well, it's the United States. We're in America.
It's how can I explain? It's like a base building, and you get to fight like a giant space bugs, and try not to get overrun, and you have this like a massive like a research tree, and the amount of stuff you need to research later is like oh, okay. Allow the Nexus to activate a distortion drive to escape the local stellar cluster. Okay. What was this? Wormhole? Teleportation. Oh wow. Interdimensional space box. Lala. Jesus Christ. Okay. That took a lot of conveyor belts. Okay. So I'm trying to research the electrical furnaces so I can remove all these ancient you know, coal fueled ovens. Maybe forges would be a good expression. Let me see. I belong West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Take me home, this old road. Oh, okay. Night vision, personal battery, portable solar panel. All good. All good, but I don't want that. I want personal laser defense. So I can mow down the bugs fastest way possible. That will take some time.
Yeah, you know what?
I had to watch this before I came here.
It's like before they let you on the plane.
Yeah, it was on the pre-flight like morning with the safety instructions. They have like the oxygen masks. They screen this video. Handgun accuracy. We all get like a handgun when we leave the plane.
So no
In the event of an accident, please load your revolver.
Yeah, that's how you get the oxygen masks.
Load
to
your
hold down.
own revolver before you load your children's revolver.
Yeah, exactly. If the door doesn't open, you shoot it open. Yeah, so guaranteed to improve your shooting or your money back. So if you're a terrible shot, by the end of this video, you can get your money back.
All right, Colin, as our guest, give it a spin.
Yahoo!
Sex slavery. Okay.
Flirting with magic.
I'm sure I'm not gonna want to wash my hands after watching
Oh, gonna win win some hearts with magic.
Sorry. Watch the cigarette. Because all I need you to do is blow on the cigarette when I count to 3. Watch. 1, 2, 3, blow. Look. Gone.
Oh my god. So what else can you make disappear?
My virginity.
Well, I'm waiting.
Kind of like that, huh?
That's great. Gee, I hate to say it, but I'm impressed. That's pretty
Well,
good.
you should be.
That's good. I like it.
How about putting your phone number on there?
This is John DeHart.
You'll be real impressed by my band. You like Shakespeare?
Well, wow, flirting with magic, wow.
That was yeah, I wish I had a deck of cards right now.
Don't try that shit on me.
Make you fall in love with me.
It's too late.
Yeah, he would never get away with that in today's world, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, he'd be Me Too'd.
Right.
Magic-Too'd.
Magic-Too'd.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to spin it now.
Yeah.
Let's see what we get.
Let's see what horrific nightmare we land on. Hey! Garage door opener baby.
It's a bunch of gray babies with blue vests on lying in an empty white void.
So yeah.
Well, okay. It's a total mystery, everybody. A total mystery. Let's go watch this, whatever it is. Yes.
Buy a 10-pack, sure, why not?
Oh God.
Oh my lord.
Oh, fucking hell.
Feast.
I was when they started appearing, I was thinking like it would be really creepy if we saw them all being worked on at the same time.
It's the Greasy Strangler.
The Greasy Strangler.
Kevin Spacey's Thanksgiving.
If your ACTAR 911 infantry trainer looks like this, you are ready to proceed to the next section. If it looks like this...
Well, I certainly didn't know what to expect with that tape, and I still don't know what to expect with that tape. Let's spin the wheel again.
Yay!
Oh, surfing for seniors? Oh no, I can't.
Surfing for seniors.
I can't see. No, it's on the come and see guy. I mean, it's on surfing for seniors. Let's watch seniors learn how to surf the internet and then surf into their graves.
Senior surfing. Oh man.
Do you think they're just like surfing on their coffins just so they're ready for their wipeout and eventual death?
Let's hope they don't wipe out.
I can't believe it landed on surfing.
You know,
It's so
I cannot
lucky.
believe
It's
after
like-
this amazing day we've had that we landed legitimately on surfing for seniors.
Yeah, we were hoping for it. I mean, we're kind of getting up there in age, so maybe I could learn a thing or two about surfing on the ocean waves.
And if it's about the internet, I can't wait to learn about that. I've heard good things.
Huge fan of the Beach Boys. I'm just gonna go outside to my wooden paneled wagon, get my surfboard off, get a tank top on, get some zinc sunscreen. I'm very pale, so this is gonna be great. Can't wait.
A mouse is somewhat the same. You can't reach inside the screen to move things in your computer, but you can use the mouse.
What?
You don't have to explain how it works.
Yes, he does.
Just confuse them.
I think, yeah, this is probably more complicated than it needs
you
to
just
be.
move the thing around.
And the right. The mouse is made to fit in the palm of your hand.
Look at that cracks.
Oh.
It's just a bunch of dust.
Look at this desktop. It's horrifying.
Oh, fuck, you're fucking kidding me, really? Can you give me...
It's a twist off.
Oh.
Maybe it's
Oh,
not
there
a
it goes.
twist
Yeah,
off
it
and
is a
you're just
twist
really
off.
strong.
No,
like
it is a
rusted
twist
shut.
off. It was just particularly tight.
Oh.
I have to edit out this footage.
Oh. Well, that's a shame. That's a shame. I guess I've kind of taken the reins, so I don't know.
Nice, clean segue, go.
Yeah. I spun.
That was literally the exact opposite of a nice clean segue. You just said, yeah, we're gonna watch.
He doesn't edit. He doesn't know these things. He doesn't understand the fucking nightmare it is to patch this shit together. So it'll blow your brains out. You just.
Oddly enough, we didn't watch any of the suicide videos today.
No.
Okay. I Was that clean enough?
That was a clean edit there.
Then we
Thank
ruined
you.
it by flailing.
It's all right. We'll leave it in. And go.
Oh, yeah, that was awkward too. Oh no, oh no.
And go.
Yeah, okay, I got a video
First
about
video.
Magic Colin. Tell us about the video we watched.
You gotta say, remember when we spun the wheel and it landed on that?
Did I spin this one? No, I spun this one, but I'm not talking about any of this shit. You can do it.
Colin,
No,
you
I
spun the wheel
I thought I
first.
spun this one.
Did I? Oh, that's right. I didn't spin at all.
It's not always about you.
That's the Canadian luck that I brought down from north of the border. Landed on this one. Flirting with magic.
You didn't spin the wheel, bitch.
I'm having.
You were there.
I'm having a brain aneurysm right now.
I came
okay?
out and I spun this wheel the second time, and then Jay spun it the third time. You were just there
I
in
know.
the room.
When you've spun it so many times.
Listen,
it's like
Mitch McConnell,
you
what's
don't
going
even
on
know.
over there with your brain? Colin,
Yeah.
what did you land on?
Flirting with magic.
Because we know he didn't land on anything. The magic guy.
This guy.
You can never close the deal.
Yeah, I know.
So this is a video.
He's flirting with success.
You're flirting. Your secret to dating success.
Yes.
That's a lie right
This
there.
is all a lie. This whole thing is a sham. So it's like there's nothing, it's sort of based on the premise that there's nothing sexier to women than being approached by a magician at a nightclub, which is false.
It's a false conceit
Right
right
away.
off the bat.
Which everybody, literally everyone on the planet knows.
Yes.
Except for weird
Especially
dorks.
women.
Especially, well, they try to vary it up. They do have women do magic in it too.
Yeah,
That's true.
That was a good mix-up. We thought that was kind of like a gender swap. They were doing it, but then we realized it's like the people who were on the receiving end of these tricks were actually doing the tricks in other skits. So it's like this whole nightclub is just magicians.
Look, he took what he could get for this video.
That's right.
Whoever responded to the Craigslist ad
This
ended
is
up
true.
in it.
To be fair, it's called flirting with magic. It doesn't say
Yeah.
how to pick up ladies with magic, just flirting. So yeah, it could be either gender.
How to get fucked with magic.
You know what it is?
The only one that got fucked was us for watching it.
Dang.
What she doesn't know is I'm going to reach inside and remove the top bill, but I don't want her to see me pull it out because she may get a glimpse of the bottom bill, the 5. So what I do is I cover up both hands, my hand.
Hurry up.
Like that.
Got a nap to take.
He has to make sure he explains the trick properly.
I know.
The one guy that attempted this in 1989.
And now
This
for
is an
something
this is like
completely
an
different.
ordinary run-of-the-mill how to do magic video. There are hundreds of them. But he slapped on the flirting thing as a gimmick to stand out. There's nothing in here that really necessarily is specific to flirting.
He tries to make them related to like nightclub stuff
Like
a little bit.
You're just breaking the ice with people.
Yeah, like he does a thing with that we fast forwarded through where he's showing something you do with the ashtray. So it's like, yeah, that's something that would be in a nightclub.
It does have a very specific goal or theme, I should say. I don't know, but yes, you're right, exactly.
A little bit.
It's like
It was like Zelda's nightclub in Palm Springs or something
yeah.
like that. I guess it's where
it's
all the
not like-
magicians hang out.
Magic tricks could be super complicated, require like big props and stuff. It's all little things that you can sneak in your pervert coat, or that you could find readily available in a nightclub.
Yeah.
Like you could take
Book
that
of matches.
matchbook, but you have to go in the bathroom, and then you'd have to like burn one off, and then like fold it, and kind of like.
Some of the preparation on this
Yeah.
stuff. I'm just imagining like bouncers, like some guys coming into a club. You know, like whatever. It's like jacket opens up. He's got like 20 like matches all aligned. He's got like a pair of scissors. He's got some elastic thing that goes up in his hands.
Like the only alternative to all this planning is to have a winning personality. So that's just
Yeah.
off the table.
Yeah, for sure.
With Yelly Man.
If you have to rely on these sorts of tricks to engage with women in clubs.
This man has my posture. He needs all the help he can get.
He's got like the tech neck, but
It's
we
that
called
tech
it
neck.
the magic hunch or something.
No, it's the masturbation hunch.
Oh, sure.
Sorcerer neck. Or
He's
whatever.
beaten off in his grandma's den when she's out at the grocery store. And yeah.
But his grandma's in this video,
She
by the way.
is. She's in the other room trying to learn the internet. And he's,
No, the computer she's using in this, that's the one that he used to masturbate to all the actresses that he was trying to hire for the video.
Okay,
Send
wow.
me your headshot.
You got a lot of headcanon going on in this magic video. It's just like, yeah, it's clearly it's aimed towards men based on the cover, but the tricks are all so like in the real world application in your head. When you picture it, it's just so laughable. Like you were saying, someone was saying, like, well, the ripped up napkins just falls out.
Yeah.
Or he's got the one guy has business cards. I guess that's at a different
like
setting, not a bar setting.
For some reason, that's not at a bar.
Yeah, and it's like, oh yeah, this is coins.
All it takes is one thing to go wrong, and you're just embarrassed for life.
The string up your coat sleeve with the pen cap, and
he's like,
oh fuck, and it just shoots out.
He's like cutting the 5 out of like a $5 bill and stuff like that. So I'm laughing thinking of the preparation.
Yes.
And it's all I was thinking of was Taxi Driver, especially with like the elastic up his sleeve and stuff. You know, he's like standing in front of the mirror, like practicing this stuff. And it's like, what do you do?
The you talking to me scene. It's that guy was doing that in the mirror, just practicing all of his tricks.
This is like a character from like a Paul Schrader movie. Like he's going to be writing a diary about how he hates the world and he's going to kill everybody.
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Oh dear God, I hope you're going to talk to me.
Yeah. Okay. What, like, you know, when you go home as a woman, you know, whatever, somebody picks you up with magic, whatever, you're blown away by his magic. You know, I'm going to have sex with this person. Then you go home. What does this place look like? It's like you got scissors, you got, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He takes his coat off, and then you see all these elastics with like, you know, cigarettes attached to them, and matches and stuff. And you're thinking,
well, that's the second volume of this video. It's like, okay, you somehow convinced some very drunk woman to be impressed by your magic.
Yeah.
When they get back to your house, now what?
How to make a pregnancy disappear?
Well, when you think about it, it's like, Dave Blaine, he was part of the Pussy Posse.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
For good reason, you know?
Every magician in their mind, they think they're David Blaine. In reality, they're Rick Dork.
Well, the first trick, he goes up to a lady. That's the very first thing you see. It's a lady standing there with a cigarette, and he's like, you don't need a light. All cool, he's got his leather jacket on. She's like, sure. Just hanging out by herself in the club, standing there with a cigarette. It's like, I mean, ooh,
wow, a match.
And then it's, so it's the first one's super simple. It's just a match, like, and he bends over the striking part, and he wraps it with Scotch tape. So it's all prepped, and all you gotta do is just kind of pull out that match. And go futz around with the thing. But in reality, somebody watched that video, and went to a nightclub and got the match ready. Just like looking around, hoping that there was a lady by herself who is attractive, who happens to be a cigarette, and does not have her own source and just standing there waiting.
And you know, he's waiting for it. The second somebody pulls his cigarette, he's like, oh God, what? And she's just confused.
Knocks over some bottles. Yeah, this video is showing
He doesn't do it. He's supposed to slide up to the table.
All these like elastics like shoot out of his wrist. All the matches, all the matches go.
Handkerchiefs flying off his coat jacket.
Well, he's okay. So he's explaining tricks that on camera look possibly you could use this one, but in reality it's going to be a noisy nightclub. It's going to be crowded. You can't hear what anyone's saying. The worst place to do a magic show. Like, and then he's also giving the instructions in the worst place to give the instructions in front of a pool in Palm Springs where it's very windy and loud.
You
and
can
he's got a
see
microphone on, maybe, I don't know, or a boom mic, but he's like, ah, it's like a windstorm.
You can see his like real world frustration bleeds over into the video because multiple times it was really windy that day.
Yeah.
So it showed up, it was super windy, and he just had to deal with it.
They had names.
Hi, what's your name? Hi, Lori. Nice to meet you. I'm Michael. Beautiful windy day here, isn't it? Certainly is.
Bubbles, other. Looks like Laura.
I thought because early on it was a trick where he makes her, he's at the nightclub and he makes the one
Oh, yes.
shirt disappear.
That's right.
So I thought the video was going to be a lot more of like that type of stuff, but it's just that one bit, and then it's all like actual.
He's almost like too awkward and like geeky to be kind of skeezy.
Yeah.
You know? It's just
I
like,
thought it was launch humor, like visual gags.
he's making
Danny's
jokes like
falling down.
the elastic has to be 12 inches, and
Yeah.
he's like,
And then they giggle because they know.
Because they were paid.
The first thing to do is cut the elastic so it's approximately 12 inches. Then the next thing is to take the safety pin, attach it to the end, and tie a knot.
They know what he's talking about. He's talking about a ruler.
right, it's 12 inches, exactly.
Excuse me, I was wondering if you happen to have lost this pen.
No, it's not mine.
Are you sure?
The thing.
This pen right here?
No. Wow. How did you do that?
Well, magicians usually don't reveal their secrets.
I'm not here to make you reveal it?
Well, maybe. How about meeting me back here at 11 o'clock for a drink or so?
He said, why don't you meet me back here at 11 for a drink or so?
I heard that, yeah. Only time for one take.
Nothing more than that, so for a drink. Fuck it up.
But he's trying to like imagine. The funny, so in my head, I was like, it's a whole nightclub, just magicians. And yeah, they gender swap.
I'm in trouble.
Like get the guy. Stay. Have sex.
I go, okay.
I need to.
Then you do some awkward magic. Just, yeah.
All the men they cast are like hideously ugly. Like they got John DeHart.
We got John DeHart in the video.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to do one, that's fine. I'll watch.
Okay, this is my little.
That looks like what's her face from Glee with a mustache?
Oh yeah.
Jane Lynch.
Jane Lynch.
Yeah, Jane Lynch.
Or Jane Lynch with a mustache.
The man that looked like a goblin from a Peter Jackson film. The airport man. And it's like,
The airport man. The card.
The guy with the cards.
Oh, that
you're
guy.
gonna need
What does that mean?
your business card. Well, here, take 3 business cards, fold 2 of them in half, write your initials on part of one and 1 initial on a different one, and shuffle them, and I'll sign the back of the 3rd one and give them back.
What? Ooh, my panties are getting wet. First thing you need to do is take the pen and write your initials in the upper left-hand corner of your business card. And the top left-hand portion, one more business card. You only need 1 half. You need the left half with your name on it. Right half anymore. On top of the back. I get a 2 the second card.
I'm just waiting to get my license renewed.
Can you just leave me the fuck alone?
But you know, as long as you have 2 cards, you only need 1. Why don't you put your phone out?
The business card trick required cutting a business card in half. Wrap the rubber band around the middle of it so that it looks like a full card. In the event that you see a lady that you want to carry anymore, sitting by herself in some kind of a venue in life, and yes, and then use that opportunity.
And then you have to carry a pen around too.
Yeah,
It's like,
and,
right?
yeah, and have a pre-signed half of a business card. It's like nonsense.
Too much work.
Fold the piece of striker over the match like this. Take the safety pin, open it up.
A lot of the tricks kind of relied on smoking. It's not even allowed anymore in clubs, so it's like, these tricks don't even work anymore. You know, bring your own like ashtrays and stuff into clubs. You're like stuffing your coat full of.
Can you update it for like vape?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see you're out of batteries in your vape. Let me wave my next pen around the vape. Oh, my battery's fully charged on my vape 2000. It was all out. How did you recharge it? Well,
No, this same guy's going to nightclubs now, and he's trying to hit on like a 20-year-old, and he pulls out an ashtray, and they say, "What is that?"
Oh,
yeah,
dang.
that's true. Or he goes to Vegas. That's probably the only place you can do it.
Yes, yes.
Meredith is here, and as you can see, she is fully prepared. So kind of, if I was going to do this trick, I would do it to Lori.
Oh my God, there's comments on that from people who
Oh, read them,
who
please.
bought the tape.
We need to stretch every minute of mileage out of this fucking video that we can. So what do you got? What do you got?
Now, I don't know how they are writing the comments. It's like they've already seen the tape, but...
It's an advanced copy.
Okay, maybe. What a great way to meet chicks. Bob, single, 25.
So the tape didn't work if he's single.
Yeah, yeah. Your magic tricks blew me away. Kathy, single, 30-something.
30-something.
After my divorce, my social skills needed help. Your flirting course did the trick. Barry, incel, 45.
It doesn't say incel.
No, it says Barry divorced, 45.
Okay.
That is so sad.
I know.
I'm gonna show you a magic trick. You like magic, right? Okay.
Actually, I like whole bars, magician.
Yeah. Perfect magician.
Kind of like trick one another into sex.
Ooh, maybe we should make this tape.
Didn't make the tape disappear. Whoa! Oh my God, Rich! That's amazing.
Oh my God.
When you tried to do that like smoothly and
I know, it awkwardly bumped against me.
I'm just Rich Evans magician. That's awesome. Rich Evans magician.
I was gonna say a whole instructional video popped in my head.
Oh yeah! What's going on here? Divorce man, I need to fall back on magic.
You find this at like it's still modern day, but you watch this like magical powers, like the machine and Big. If I watch this, maybe this tape is so super knowledge about dating and magic.
Herring and
Great.
we have a free like, no smoking. And he just
the whole fucking montage, you set it up ahead of time.
You fail so much that you deserve the chloroform. You become a horrible
That's
monster.
the last resort. Comparison.
And then you try to hunt the guy down that made the tape. He's living in Palm Springs. He's like retired. He's like 85 years old.
What?
Very few of us
Dress up
here
like
in
Southern Belle.
Did it work? I went to Zelda's and it was a liquor store. Your whole life is like living this fantasy.
What are you?
Like with these like bikini babes around you, and, like magic. The reality is like, disgusting. Like modern day taxi.
So there's a way.
Starring Rich
They're
Evans.
they're the ones
As a failed
to protect
magician.
them. We see
Delusional.
One day,
nothing.
rain is
But run. I'm
You have a
looking. They say
fantasy
the key.
sequence where you go out to the pool at the
Oval.
resort in Palm
Oh, we
Springs,
told him he was great,
and
but he's
obviously
gone.
it's, like, people with
So.
mullets and like bikinis
Oh,
and whatever.
but there ain't no
But it's like this
ecstasy. No,
disgusting,
no,
like
trust me.
run-down hotel.
And it's found Orwell.
Wait.
Functioning anymore.
It keeps us
but everything's
alive,
like in
so
VHS.
nurses say
Glossy
go
and
from.
windy.
That's the fantasy vision,
Yes,
is the
yes,
VHS.
yes.
I wouldn't go down.
Filthy brown.
Yeah, there's like a dead squirrel. Like,
Yeah. You see how it appears in the tape with like windy Palm Springs.
guy with a mullet.
Looks like he's yelling at somebody. Yeah. Is he just gonna start beating one of those women in the background? The mirror's falling apart right behind us.
Should have done something. I should have done something.
And we're back. Our next video is the Actar 911 infantry baby. Why is it called infantry? Isn't that like infancy? Are these babies?
No, infantry. It's a pun on infant.
Yeah. That's just more proof that these tiny little babies are enemy soldiers that are out to take over the earth.
Thank you for inviting us into Our mission is to help you bring teaching our training to every citizen. Welcome to the official Actar 911 information. The following strategic information will be addressed. Assembly, teaching features,
This feels fake. This can't be real.
Mike, would you like to tell us about the baby video?
Oh, what's this?
Real Mercy.
I found it.
Welcome to my channel.
Or somebody's at the store. It's a bunch of babies, raised plastic babies with rubber chest plates on them. What do you call that? Compression? It's obviously a CPR gun used for infants, like practice, like doing chest compression.
What?
Unblocking the airway of a baby, but
someone at the company said, "Let's get creative."
Yes, or the advertising company they used to make this was like, oh god, I just picture like a bunch of like old like hippies. Like this is like what, the 90s? So someone who's
We need to
like
take them down!
Old guys with like nasty long gray hair. Wild idea.
Let's get surreal and
yeah,
weird.
and they're like, oh, okay, we'll just make it. Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
This is what happens when you let David Lynch direct an instructional video.
And last but not least, we have.
What are you doing to these things that you have to disinfect them? Oh my god!
The purpose is to teach a class of 10 or so people to do CPR infants. So you have to provide them all with plastic babies to do CPR.
How do you carry around all these things?
They must be manufactured, they must work, they must be transported, and when you see the case with all the babies in it, like you're creative. Yes, the head comes off the top and attaches in the grundle area to compress the baby down so it fits in like the fetal carrying box. And if you're just like a person who's like sort of creative, you see this, wow, these babies are created, they're like space aliens, they look like robots. So your mind starts going crazy, and it did not need that.
You'll find the love.
Why? Oh my god!
Watch carefully.
I think the question is not that it need it, but did it hinder it? Because you could, and maybe should, have done just a completely dry instructional video. And just one normal human being with a blank background, maybe on the table, and
dryly.
This is the Actron 9000. Use the big, or you do some crazy thing with space aliens. Yeah. I don't know. I understand what they were saying. They conveyed the information successfully. I think it's fine that it was crazy.
So yeah, because as a little note, this isn't a video to instruct CPR. This is a video to sell a dozen Actar babies to instructors.
That come in a tote bag.
Yeah, so you're not really supposed to be like actually learning. They're selling the product of CPR babies.
So easy to disinfect?
Sort of easy to clean. Quite a process, actually.
Place the dirty hands into a plastic bag. This prevents germs from spreading inside the carry case.
Yeah, well, they got people's mouths
The
spit
head
all
should be
over.
cleaned out of
I mean, sure. Oh, it's washing the heads.
Scrub the outer and inner surfaces using warm soap and water and rub. Rinse thoroughly in clean water. Approximately bleach to 1 gallon, 4 liters, of clean water for 10 minutes.
It is. He had like 2 or 3 buckets. He was like scrubbing them down with like a toilet brush.
But you get a bunch of people spittle on these things. You gotta keep them clean.
Yeah, they have those close-ups of the instructors. Mustache.
Well, the guy, you should mention that.
somebody think it made out with this baby. I better watch it.
The guy running these courses that we see in the video, well, the room that it's in is stark white. It's very like sterile and weird and surreal. And the table is like U-shaped. No. And you have like Dick Butkus at the head of the table explaining all this shit. He looks like John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah, you feel like you shouldn't be watching this.
Yeah. It won't fit.
Yeah, be like red flagged on something.
Yeah, it looks like a cult that's like feeding on infants, and then certain parts have a very bizarre sexual connotation to where someone said I feel like we're watching a porno.
What is it?
I don't feel. I feel like
you said that.
No, someone said we shouldn't be watching this. Especially the close-up.
Yeah,
Have you found?
The CPR sequence can be
That is elementary. It's like the arts. I'm sorry. I really.
So the whole premise of the video, it's like staged as if this. First of all, the baby came from outer space. It was created by aliens.
For so long.
And then aliens created this
Very
video
well.
to instruct humans because they refer to like the instructor as like a real live human being or something like that. Sure, it's a weird angle, and then so yeah, the babies are talking to us at one point. Their mouths are glowing
while
it's very
floating
strange.
through the air.
Yeah,
In their tote bag.
Yeah.
And they also drive a car, like an old 1920s car.
But just their heads?
They probably
This is the SpaceX.
Oh. I don't know what it has to do with anything.
What? What?
It's great to show up. It's like the guy's carrying to like show up at somebody's house. Like, your pizza's here.
It's feeding time.
Who ordered that thing?
Gather around the table. They do say something to do with hot babies.
Don't make the baby. Yeah, make sure the baby's not cold.
They say something in the video about not leaving them outside in the cold or something. Because it's plastic, so it'd be too hard to properly perform CPR on.
Yeah, they wouldn't compress because they'd be stiff.
Yeah.
You don't want stiff babies.
Yeah, you don't want stiff
stiff
babies.
babies.
You want nice, soft babies.
Yeah, when you tender, soft babies, when you're bringing them to your feeding party, you want to make sure that they're defrosted.
If you live in cold climates, allow your Actar 911 infantry to warm up to room temperature. Otherwise, they will be stiff and difficult to compress. Thank you for your attention. By attending this briefing and demonstrating
Nothing but darkness in there.
I'm being brainwashed right now.
What video did we watch where they did this? Was that
was
this? Yeah. Okay.
Please watch carefully. Raise your right hand, place your fingers on your carotid, and repeat after us.
That was like the oath.
Their cult,
salute
calling card. Yeah.
Do that, may the pulse be
Yeah,
with you.
yeah, you touch your pulse and then you go like this or something. Make the pulse be with you.
Yeah, they did this, like, which is...
You can come out with the slashing motion. That doesn't need to be there.
That's
More cult-like.
They're moving on.
Wow. Actar!
They have a weird occupation, but they have a sense of humor about it. Everyone else out there, all the movies, just seem to be weird. But your business is plastic babies and huge. It's just something you can joke around about.
And last but not least, he has the cutest little bunny in the business.
I mean, you do hear about people that, work in morgues. They have like a dark sense of humor.
Yeah.
So you work with plastic babies who have their heads soaked in the props. Like, you gotta have a sense of humor.
No, not so. It's attached.
That's true, yeah. You attach the head
To the baby things.
that's
what you do. That's how you do.
Plastic sandwich bags.
Filled with spittle from all the people that have used it. Oh.
Mustache.
I'm just here to learn how to make up with a baby.
What's the best way to take out his head?
You remember when they say when the class is over, don't just put all the babies back in the carrier, take all their heads off and put them in their own separate plastic bag to avoid cross-contamination.
You'll be able to put them in the dishwasher.
These are dishwasher safe babies.
They should be. Yeah. They want to have to get up like 2 buckets.
It's over.
Every time you do a demonstration.
3 buckets. See, 3. One was chlorine.
Oh God.
It was water, soap and water. Then
like a disinfectant in the middle one, maybe.
First one
3
was
parts
soap.
water, 1 part chlorine.
First one was soap and water. Second one was just clean water to rinse, and then the third one was like water with like 1% chlorine.
Okay.
Or something.
Bleach?
So, bleach, yeah.
Yeah.
Not chlorine, bleach, yeah. So the final step was like a little disinfection.
Baby's head in bleach.
Back to the body, the head goes, and then the.
Well,
oh
pack it
yeah,
away.
you gotta use transport mode.
Damn.
Transformer.
That's not it at all. Is it you again?
But if you get pulled, like, how would you
Whatever could-
explain this to police? You like, get pulled over, like, trapped. What do we got in the bag?
I thought it a kind of.
Got the makeout babies?
They're CPR babies. Oh, are you a medical student? No.
I saw it. I saw the baby.
Put your hands behind your back, you freak.
Very well.
Take them behind the cruiser.
Indeed.
Got a 10 pack of babies.
These are time to answer some questions or to review certain skills that may be difficult. Keeps your entire class
is
involved
hilarious.
and busy. More importantly, it gives you
I'm gonna say we've been doing this show for a long time. This is one of the weirdest things we've ever seen.
It's great though. That's the kind of like tape that you wish that you would come upon.
We must
You know,
stop them
every
before they
episode.
get away.
Yeah.
It's like
It's almost like they made it for this show.
Instructional videos gone wrong.
baby season.
.com. It's a weird, such a weird choice to get creative and selling this product. It's such an unfunny product. It's a serious product.
Yeah. Saving a baby from dying.
Yeah.
It's exactly the kind of tape we would make if we were asked to make. A CPR baby tape.
That would be promptly rejected by the company.
Set them aside.
Something else. Out of
Much like the Avatar babies themselves.
We're made of durable material.
God.
Surfing
on
do
the
it.
internet.
Do it, Rich. Do it.
All right. We're back, and we got our
We've returned from Akhtar.
final tape. And so you went, but really, I'm tempted just to ask Mike to do it twice.
This is the most disappointing video I've ever seen.
Some of those close-ups of the hands.
Yeah, we had some good laughs at the beginning. This is like teaching surfing the internet circa 1994 to a grandma with the best posture in the world. She looks like a foreman with a wig on. I didn't even think it was a living person. It's like a storm. It's like when they put like human arms on a dog or something. It's like
The Weemeyers or whatever those dogs were.
Did they do that?
It was
They do it the other way around. Wait, what did you say? Human arms on a dog? You said a dog.
you know what I mean?
Oh, when they like come up behind the dog.
Okay. That one Christmas video we did.
Yeah.
It's a storm mannequin with a old lady wig on. Sitting way upright, and then there's like some old lady lying on the floor. It worked the mouse because she kept like jumping over in the chair and looked really bothered.
She was saying it just kept going. Is she gonna turn around? It'll be like Mrs. Bates and Psycho. It's like,
Can you sit up, Grandma? Slumping over in the chair. So, storm mannequin, she doesn't say anything. We don't get to hear her list all of her medical problems. Complain about her COPD. So it's not
Or even
fun.
ask general questions about
Yes,
the internet.
that would have been
fun.
great too. Where we laugh at her. What? She doesn't know anything.
So you're mad this video was a fucking tease?
Yes.
treat the mouse button as if it were hot, sort of like the potato in the game.
Melting off. just billions of bacteria just waiting to eat that skin. Is it time yet? You sound like the actor in 9000.
Not yet.
And so it's a senior technology service or something. This lady, her name is Susan something. I'm sure, but I don't know. She looks like a Susan.
We like to make our classes and our instructional time with them fun and enjoyable. Much the same as you may have been intimidated when you first learned to drive a car, learn to use hardware or equipment even in your kitchen to cook or to bake with, or a new tool in your garage, okay, to use a new saw.
Why did you go to saw?
Very well.
Is that how you killed your husband? Her name is Carrie Theroux.
This material is based on the instruction and experience of Carrie Theriault.
Some of the different approaches we use when we work with seniors
No, I should have
is
done
to help them
something.
feel comfortable with their
I should have
computer.
done something.
EIRAULT has been teaching computer skills to seniors for many years.
They haven't learned anything. That would be such a frustrating job.
She opens the video and she's like, "Hi, I'm seniors are old and it's something internet something." And she's gone.
Welcome to my
and then
channel.
The whole video is narrated by like generic narration man.
Yeah.
Going through step by step how to open a browser, how to
Going into too much detail for some of this stuff for the elderly.
Explaining like what a mouse is and like how
Yeah,
mice
you start with
work.
the basics. We've seen dozens of these videos from the 90s. It's just like,
The keyboard
I
has
wanted more
letters.
old.
Yeah, this
It's
is where
good.
you
Patient.
that
No, I should have done something.
Let's get creative.
This is the worst case scenario of like what any instructional video
Didn't escape
It's
yet.
like dry facts. Very
she used to be
boring
like,
voice.
oh, she's
Oh,
hot
you
sweating.
can't make the internet grandma
saw it
video in the
there,
style
the
of the baby
to
video.
protect you.
Okay?
Can see.
They're already confused.
You're not.
Yeah, you don't want to bring space aliens into it.
Don't tell them a thing.
Make the situation
I don't know.
worse.
Well, I
When
found
is
that
he-
confusing.
It might make more sense to them than trying to explain different web browsers.
Yeah, like that's information that I don't even know. And it's like it's unnecessary. You don't need to know that stuff.
Keep it simple. Don't
Yeah.
tell them anything you don't have to, because it will just confuse them.
Yeah, you don't need to explain how a mouse works, like with a trackball and all this sort of stuff.
How do you do that?
You just don't.
Well, in that era, like, I'm surprised they didn't have the. Now it's time to pause your VCR and go over what we've just learned. Like step 1, turn the power on. You know, step 2, open the browser, and like where they repeat the information. It's just constant like information that nonstop.
Yeah.
And it's just like.
And it's a little more specific and technical than an elderly is going to remember or understand.
Yeah.
As someone who's tried to explain modern internet stuff to old people.
You do need recreations. You need like a young guy or girl who are like the grandkids. Like, hey, Grandma, I'm trying to send an email to my friend, Velvet.
Oh yeah, what was your name?
Velvet Welch or something?
Yeah,
Velvet Welch?
I want to invite Velvet Welch to lunch tomorrow. How do I do that? Oh, that's the grandma, actual grandma.
Watch. Turn off your computer and you call her on the telephone and your rotary telephone and you never touch your computer again because it's full of viruses.
No, Grandma needs to learn. She wants to learn about embroidery.
Yeah.
Embalming.
I thought she was looking up embalming. It turned out to be embroidery.
Either is valid.
It's the one is more useful to her at this point.
I think an old would respond better to a warmer touch in a video where you have the loving granddaughter or grandson kind of like, hey, Grandma, this is how you do it. Like, oh, really? Oh, yeah, the X closes it, huh? And then yes.
This one's more cold and distant.
The bottom of the desktop is a gray box called the taskbar.
1:54 p.m. I don't have much time.
I'll play solitaire.
Another purpose of the taskbar is to give us a pop-up menu.
By Undertaker in 4 hours.
I can't send you.
You have to keep it simple. Yours are giant technical things. There's all you click on something and you see like 8,000 different files. You only need to know what one of them does, but the problem is Grandma doesn't understand that. You just need to click on this, but she's going to want to know what all those other things. What kernel dot what? No, Grandma.
Don't need to know. Don't need
Just
to know.
click on AOL.exe. That's all you need to know.
Well, first of all, her desktop was a fucking nightmare. There's like icons everywhere. It's just a mess.
How does she have so many files if she doesn't know how to use the fucking computer?
Yeah,
Because she just clicks on things because she doesn't know how to do anything, and then she accidentally makes desktop shortcuts. That's what happens.
You have to.
I've been in this situation. I've dealt with this exact situation where you just end up with desktop shortcuts for other desktop shortcuts, and it's a nightmare.
And you stick them all in a folder that's called junk.
Yeah.
So you just like put it in a format that just like, you know, black and white. You have like text that comes up.
You get like a CGI Bob Hope to explain it.
But it looks like early CGI, like basic cones and squares.
It looks like after last season.
Yeah. I was thinking like, you know, Al Jolson will come up and it's like,
I understand racism.
I got it now.
No, brother.
That doesn't confuse me.
You write an old, like, yeah, get a jingle in there. From like, on the internet right now.
Kill the outsiders! I'll cut you to ribbons.
Serious, haven't you started eating your toes?
What do you think we're right now?
You scared me. You know what she's doing.
She's editing our video. We hired her as our editor.
Boy, everything has a voice.
She has amazing confidence.
It's the adult version of the Ector.
Eldor.
We have successfully completed an episode.
Technically, episodes 3, 4, 6, 8. That's the way.
There's plenty of times where I just don't think we're gonna pull it out this time. We're gonna crash, burn, but we made it. We made it. I think we're at the point of the night where we all have to unanimously pick Actar 911 infantry.
Ej, jo, bro.
We don't
have enough to go around.
Maszyny po praszyny.
Yeah, no, that's good.
No problem.
You know, the point of a video like this is to like get you interested in purchasing the product, and I've never ever been in my life more interested in purchasing a product.
What you're saying is you've never wanted to buy 10 babies before?
I didn't. It's something I didn't know I needed.
With their own carrying face.
Clean you? But how?
Our disgusting, spittle-filled heads is up and there. To prevent cross-contamination, you must wash us in a 3-step process. Yes, that's our heads, dummy.
Well, what do I do with that?
Take out the word gaffing first. Now put the head in the first bucket, which is soap and dry. Where's the toilet brush?
Okay.
Oh my
God! Oh my God, that's disgusting.
What are you laughing at?
You're spitting
You're getting water everywhere. You have 11 more heads to scrub.
Well, okay, I scrub it. Now what do I do with
Put
it?
them all in the one bucket. Second head water, just clean water. Then the third bucket is water and bleach.
Oh my God, I think I used the bleach bucket first.
Rearrange your buckets.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You've lost Sun in the bag.
I'm sorry. I got him. Oh shit.
It's easier to watch all of us at once. It goes quicker if you just do it all at once. You're making a mess of things.
I'm sorry, Akhtar, baby.
What are you, stupid?
You asked me to wash all of the heads.
You don't have to do it like this, okay? All the Akhtar babies in the bucket with the soap and water. Are you mentally?
Yes.
Oh.
Trespassers!
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
No.
Here they are!
Do I attach this to his crotch?
His little teeny tiny nubby penis. Could you touch me any longer, you pervert? You're some kind of sick fuck.
Oh God!
Put him in the water! Oh no! Prepare for execution. What?
Come on.
Can't just come in here and talk.
Over there! Get in! Turn it up.
Here they come!
You'll die soon enough!
Here we go.
Okay. Aí, umbrella.
Wow.
Holy cow! What the fuck is that?
Okay, this is it.
Da.
Da.
Ej.
Ako kupiš relešnika se dođe s njima se vodi. Ja sam pokupio ovih što su stari gore, već su dobro.
Šta hoćeš sa lešnicima?
U jedan džak idu.
Šta će mi to? this even worth trying?
Here they come.
te pogodim još jednom dok nisam pao. Are you fucking kidding me?
Can't believe someone broke Bobby's streak, guys. Gaming industry douchebag of the year. Bobby Kotick winning the fucking undisputed champion for, bro, a 10-year reign of terror. Actually, 11-year reign of terror. And now we have this guy. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw this, but there's actually a new Unity update. They just recently posted this. This was maybe like, what was it, maybe a few hours ago. Like, you know what I should probably do? I should probably go in Microsoft Paint and I should just copy-paste this and put it on a black box and then make it look like one of the gaming apologies of the year, you know? Because that's really what this reads like. So Unity just recently issued an apology. This came out maybe 5 hours ago or so, and we'll read what they had to say. We have heard you. We apologize for the confusion and angst the runtime fee policy we announced on Tuesday caused. We are listening, talking to our team members, community, customers, and partners, and we'll be making changes to the policy. Yeah, they're going to make it more now. We will share an update in a couple of days. Thank you for your honest and critical feedback. Y'all not going to get off this like some bullshit video game apology with weak-willed gamer nerds. People need to build a future with a gaming, I don't know, a design engine. And the trust is already broken. Let's see here. Say we're coming for MTX next. Twitter longer at this point? No, that's about it. Let's see what else I say. No one's going to build a castle on sand after your bullshit. I think that's just about it. Yeah. I think that's about it. So this is basically what I think. Tweet out, y'all not gonna get off this like some bullshit video game apology with weak-willed gamer nerds. People need to build a future with with a design engine, and the trust is already broken. No one going to build a castle on sand after your bullshit. True, if it's not a game engine especially, yeah, whatever, who gives a fuck. So, he has fired your CEO? I mean, it's just the truth though, right? I mean, because here's the reality. This is a company that sells a product to other companies. And like, whenever you say, like, it's one thing, like, Jedi Survivor comes out, and like, the PC version is busted. Cry me a fucking river, who cares? Like, what are we gonna do? We gonna really give a fuck about this? Who gives a fuck, man? Who cares? It's just a video game, like, boo-hoo, pussy. Yeah, exactly. But this is something that people have to plan for the next 5 years of their life. And you think that somebody is going to be okay with a tweet apology? Bro, there's nothing that you can say that's going to make people trust you again. The only thing they can do is if they replace half of their fucking executive leadership. And then maybe people might trust them. And probably they won't. Would you? Think about it like this. Think about it like this. You own a gaming company. You are developing a project in Unity. What do? You know what I would do? I would stick with Unity, and I would finish out the project in Unity, because I would assume that switching to another engine would cause so much discord in like my workers that it would stress them out, it would cause the project to take way longer, and it would just in general be a lot more trouble than it's worth. And then on the next project, I would leave. That's what I would do. Because every company has a responsibility. And there are unfortunately a lot of people in leadership positions that do not have this perspective, but there are fortunately many who do. Is that you have a responsibility as a leader of a team, a group, anything you have, to ensure success and to take steps that will best ensure the success of the people who have placed their trust in you voluntarily. And if you see that, and you see them doing this shit, are you not misusing people's trust if you stick on a sinking fucking ship? Jump ship now and save the money? The odds are they're going to walk back to policy. Like, I bet they're going to walk back to policy. For now. They will. They'll walk back to policy for now. So, just stop. Okay, that's fine. Yep, I don't think they will. I think they'll either walk it back or they'll do something that effectively makes it invalid. You can't trust them though? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they'll make a compromise or something like that. They'll walk it back like Netflix with password sharing and just implement it a couple months later. Well, the funny thing with Netflix and password sharing is that didn't Netflix announce record-breaking revenue after they got rid of password sharing? I'm pretty sure they did, right? Let me see if I can pull this up. Delivers a jolt of new subscriber growth. And there we go. Netflix adds nearly 6 million paid users. So the truth is, Netflix called people's bluff. Everybody said, oh, we're going to stop using Netflix. No, you won't, bitch. You are a fucking weak-willed consumer, fucking spender, eater, fucking animal. You are not going to stop giving us money. And you know it. And you know what? Netflix called their bluff, and they won. $6 million fucking dollars. Remember all the people that were posting and talking about how, oh, we're gonna leave Netflix. Netflix is, you know, like they used to be the best, but now, you know, I think I'm just gonna go to HBO Go. Nah, yeah, they quit for a week. Yeah, exactly. Sure, guys. And so anyway, did not happen. It's all for nothing. And anyway, but this is, again, I want to make sure that I explain what the difference between this and Unity is, or Netflix and Unity is. The difference is that Unity is selling a product to a business, whereas Netflix is selling a product to a consumer. A consumer is stupid. They are so fucking stupid, it's pathetic. They're dumb as fuck. Like, you could literally, back in the 90s, they used to have a thing where they turned ketchup, they put food coloring in ketchup, and everybody bought it. Oh, wow, blue ketchup? Everybody bought it. Consumers are fucking dumb. So you can release a piece of shit, borked-ass piece of garbage product, and you know what? Customers are going to make excuses for it. They're going to say, well, it's not all garbage. I don't totally hate it. There's a few good things about it. Because people are dumb, right? You look at Diablo 4, look at any of these other games, people always come up with Starfield, people always come up with an excuse of why buying something that's stupid is a good waste of their money. So anyway, what happens is with this is that this is a business-to-business relationship. And this is a transaction of potentially millions of dollars. So you're going to vet a transaction of millions of dollars, multi-year relationship, more than buying a video game for $70. That's what it is. So I am kind of surprised that Unity actually made this post. I am. I find this very surprising, because how do you think this is going to go over? Like, what's your best case scenario? Like, do you really think people are just going to be like, oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, the Elon Musk strat really backfired on them? Well, the problem, here's the thing, right, is that Twitter doesn't have any competitors. Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Threads are all dead. Nobody wants to go on there. Because Twitter has the one thing that people want. People. There are people on Twitter. And because there are people on Twitter, people go to Twitter. It's just how it is, right? That's it. And it also has porn, and it also lets people say basically whatever the fuck they want. Yes, obviously there are some extreme rules. You know, some rules against extreme things. But for the most part, anybody can say anything they want. And the truth is, That's where most people want to be. They want to be in the real world. They don't want to be in a some sort of weird, like Black Mirror episode of reality that's been constructed by nerds that live in San Francisco. People don't want to be part of that. They just want to go on the internet and talk to other real people and talk about whatever the fuck they want. That's it. And so guess what? Twitter is still successful. So Twitter can have fuck-ups, but again, another big difference with Twitter is that Twitter appeals, and they're consumer. People that consume Twitter are customers. They're not businesses in most regards. And in fact, whenever you look at the businesses that have been doing business with Twitter, right, like advertising, if we are to believe what Elon Musk says is true, which I believe it probably is, Twitter's advertising revenue is down over 50%. So Twitter is actually another good example of this actually being the case, where making bad decisions regularly doesn't affect the user base, it doesn't affect the actual people that are the customers, but it does affect your business relationships. Successful, I would argue the opposite. Well, Twitter is massively successful. Like, how is it not? I mean, to me, like, this is the way I look at, I don't want to have anybody telling me what I can and can't see on a website.
Don't let them escape!
I want to be able to make that decision myself. So I'm completely fine with how Twitter is. And if I don't like something, I can just block it. That's what I'm totally okay with. I don't think so. At the time, there's a lot of fake accounts on Twitter. I bet there probably always has been. How's their revenue? I thought they lost some advertisement. Yeah, but advertisers will always come back. Advertisers leave because they're afraid of getting, you know, like, having people shit on them, etc. But after a while, you know, people's interest in something like that kind of goes away, and people get used to something, even if it's something bad. So yeah, advertisers are massive pussies. Do you think he cares if he loses money? I think he cares, but it's not something that will probably, I don't know, like, I'm assuming that he probably does care, and it matters to him, but it's not something that will cause him to not do what he wants to do, if that makes sense. Like, it's important for him to make money, but it's more important for him to do what he wants, I think. But, like, I don't know, I've never talked to him, and, like, if I did, he wouldn't tell me the truth, really, you know? Like, I wouldn't if I was him. So anyway, yeah, this is what happened with YouTube. And I do think that this is probably going to be, this is going to damage Unity in the next 5 years. Because as I said, I think that a lot of small development studios are going to make the same decision that I am. Sorry, that I'm talking about, is that they will probably finish off the product and finish up the project that they're working on in Unity. And then after the whatever project they're working on in Unity, they will then start training and working towards using another engine. So that's what I think is going to happen. That's why I'm making a game. I wish, but no. I'm not making a game. And if I made a game, I probably would do it in Unreal, because I think that the graphics are just really cool, and I've seen a lot more stuff about it, and I know more people do things in Unreal. Right? But, gotcha game on Unreal. There it is, boys. There it is. Okay, so yeah, this is what happened with Unity. Big update. Still a big L, and I don't think that anything else is really going to change. Let's see here. I think that Unity is just going to keep losing people that already lost the trust, and in a business world that matters a lot more than
صرنا مجيئة. Da ću ti ja batim.
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, I went into this.
We're back for Caravan of Garbage. Last week we looked at something Judge Dreadful.
James is going to turn it around in the next sentence. He's got a pun play on words for dread that means good, right?
Yeah, I do. Here we go. This week we're looking at a better movie. Leave a like. Leave a like. We're of course talking about Dread 2012, or Dread 3D as it was known when it came out.
Was it?
That mustn't have helped. It was on all the posters. It's in like a lot of the official titling.
Huh. The idea that it was in 3D is not what killed it. It's that it's an R-rated action movie based on a comic book premise that nobody has any idea about.
Marketed weirdly.
Yeah.
Bad faith from the last one.
People thought it was a sequel to the last one. The people that knew about it at all. I mean, the Avengers had just come out, I think.
Yeah.
So there was still a comic book movie stigma attached of like, I don't know. I think Avengers are complete.
Yeah, right, okay. I mean, off the back of, the Dark Knight trilogy, the Avengers, a property like this, like lesser known, it is a risk, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like if this had have come out now, it probably would have made more than the $41 million it did make on its $45 million budget.
Oh dear.
Tragic.
Yeah.
I figured out why this movie is so good though. It has a screenplay by Alex Garland. And you might be like, Alex Garland from Ex Machina and Annihilation and the guy who wrote Sunshine. And I say, yes, the very same.
That's right.
And apparently, Carl Urban has mentioned, he's the one who actually directed this movie. Like the actual director. Now he was involved to some extent, but this is really considered Alex Garland's first directorial efforts.
Very interesting. Is that scandalous? How does a writer direct a film? Are they like, more description, say more description?
These words, say these words the way I've written them, or maybe put your own spin on it. That's directing, right?
I'm not a director. Place. You're not a director anymore.
So I think that's why this works so well. What else is fascinating about this is it's a bottle episode. You know what I mean?
It really is, yeah.
It's not end of the world, stakes are high. It's like drugs and we'll just stop these drugs.
Is that to cut costs?
Yes. There's a lot of cost-cutting things.
Well, I mean, that's the question here is, does this really feel like Dredd, Judge Dredd, like the comic book Judge Dredd? And I guess the second question is, does this need to be a Judge Dredd?
Yeah.
And look, aesthetically, it doesn't really feel that much like Judge Dredd.
No.
Like, it's certainly been pared down. It's not like, weird Gianni Versace glam of the last movie.
Big heels, big boots.
Right? A big codpiece.
Yes.
It's not the, super outlandish mega cities of, just
the
mayhem.
comics and that one street they built in that
Yes,
last
exactly.
one, yeah.
The mayhem and madness and everybody is some sort of bizarre neon clown, on the streets. It's more an exaggeration of just modern day.
Yes.
The modern day slums of the world.
Yeah.
Except expanded out to cover 800 million people.
And I think it might be the downfall of this movie a little bit, I guess, but at the same time I really like that aesthetic because they filmed in like Johannesburg and Cape Town. They filmed a bunch of regular streets because it's apparently very grid-like areas they filmed in. And then they throw in the big towers with CGI, a few highways, it's all very much real locations. So that really speaks to the look of this movie. But beyond that, if you look at Judge Dredd himself, they built him like a riot.
Yes.
And intentionally.
Yeah,
If you look at, he doesn't have like the crazy shoulder pads, you know what I mean, and the big gold chain and the eagle and all that.
I mean, there's an eagle, but it's not a.
Yeah. But even like the badge is probably the most outlandish thing on it.
Yeah.
I guess.
But to answer the other question, could you make this movie without Judge Dredd? You could.
But no one would see it more.
No one,
or
even
less.
More, or less. I don't know. But that's the thing. Like, I think this is a more subtle take on Dredd.
Yeah.
A great example would be how a particular actor says or screams, "I am the law."
Yeah, sure.
But this particular Judge Dredd, he more encompasses the spirit of Judge Dredd, I think.
Yeah.
Because in this, he's less of a man and he's more of a vibe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When we first see him, we just see him from like a distance, and like we see him from the perspective of his hand throwing his gun out of his holster.
Yep.
There's a lot of shots of him. It's just his mouth. You don't see, like, it's just.
I mean, if you can't focus on the eyes, what else you got? You know
Exactly
what I mean?
right. Yeah, we get two perspectives in this movie. We get rookie Judge Anderson, who at one point we see look out into the mega city from Peachtree Tower Block. They've just come out of a firefight. She's wrecked and ruined by this. She looks out in the city and she realizes everything's like the whole city is like this. The whole city is this awful nightmare.
Yeah.
But for Judge Dredd, from his perspective, this is literally just any other day.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, if you watch from the perspective of, like, he does this every single day. Like, every move he makes is just like, yeah, I'm going to do this tomorrow, and I'm totally fine with that. To the point where the tower is, like, locked down and dangerous gangs are out to destroy it. He's still like, okay, Edison, you're the rookie. Make a play.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
This is still a training exercise.
He's still in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's never a moment of panic. There's never really a moment of compromise. But I guess there is kind of more towards the end. But what I think also distinguishes him from Stallone Dredd is...
He's not the worst person.
He's not the worst. He's fair. Like, he'll stun a kid even if the kid is going to shoot him.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of leeway in him. He's fair and it feels earned, like his fairness.
Well, exactly, and that's hard to do even if you're not aware of the character of Judge Dredd. But in the in the first one, in the 1995 version, that version, and it's hard to do because again, Judge Dredd is supposed to be an iconic character and also a caricature. So how do you play that? And Stallone went with just an unbelievably unlikable character who will not bend for any extenuating circumstances whatsoever. And when that character, falls afoul of the justice system, you don't care.
And he can't comprehend it either, because he's
Right.
like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Everything's black and white. And this guy's like, there's grey area in this.
Exactly, right. As they approach the peach trees, like there's a homeless guy, and he's like, move along.
Yeah.
Where he could have given him, weeks in the ISO cubes kind of thing.
But also, that moment really speaks to the character, because when he comes back, even though he's got a million better things to do, he's like, I told you, you're coming in.
Right,
You know what I mean? He's that kind of guy. He's like, I'm fair, but fuck you. Like, that's the kind of attitude I get from this guy. I've got a question about him, though.
Yes.
I don't think he's famous the way that the comic book version or the Stallone one is.
Yeah.
I think he's famous among other cops, but most of the other people in the real world, they just think he's another judge.
I think that's true as well, and I think it's never, I don't think, outwardly stated, but I think this is meant to be quite early on in the career of Judge Dredd, because, again, in this, Judge Anderson is like the first judge cadet who exhibits any kind of psychic powers. In the comic books, the side judges are quite commonplace, like there's a whole division of them to, use their powers to fight crime, whereas she seems to be the first. So I think you're right, I think this is meant to be early days. Yeah, he's a legend amongst the world, he's just known amongst other cops as kind of...
For being a bit of a prick.
Yeah.
And you get that sense from when he comes up against some crooked judges. But there's never bad guys that are like, oh shit, it's Dredd!
Right.
You know? They're just like, it's just another cop we gotta shoot.
Exactly, we, the audience, learn to respect him because of his actions, not because of like a legendary aura that's been dropped on us by the director.
Yeah, exactly. So, the thing about this movie as well is it's like it's grim and it's bloody and it's awful, but it's also, it's a beautiful looking movie.
It really is,
I mean, outside of the slow-mo stuff, but also the slow-mo stuff. They filmed that at something like 4,000 frames per second. Don't quote me on that. It's probably a different amount of frameage. But even the...
1 frame per second. James, you were way off.
But even, watching somebody get shot through the face.
Yeah.
It's balletic and it's beautiful and it's colourful and it's vibrant. And a lot of that was done practically where they'd shoot someone with like an air cannon and get the ripples of their body.
Oh, wow.
And then they'd add like the CGI blood splatter or that they'd film in front of a green screen. And I think it makes you go, it's bloody, but it's not turn away like wincing, bones piercing skin and stuff like that.
You say that, but several men are skinned alive.
Yeah, though there are exceptions.
In real time, though,
yes.
yeah.
But do you know what I mean? Like even
Absolutely, yeah.
the death of Ma at the end when she hits the ground, you don't really see her like face split apart. It's just this beautiful display of like blood that kind
You want to talk about Mama?
I do, yeah.
Lena Headey, who's normally like... what I like about this is she's committed to being like a femme fatale, but not in that classic way of like beautiful, but with the deep dark secrets, and she's
using her feminine ways
to reach the top of the food chain. No, she's
killing people all the way up,
chopping people to bits to reach the top of the food chain. Yeah, like she's committed to the scars and the hair and the teeth.
And I'd imagine that's something if she wanted to, she could fix.
Yeah,
but it's like no, this is very much who I am.
And we don't get a huge amount of screen time with the character, but we do get enough of her origin to be like, oh, I get how she ended up.
She dug out Domhnall Gleeson's eyes. That's not cool, you say?
Not at all, but I understand. understand. She's had it pretty rough.
I think also the reason that you were like, was this in 3D or whatever, is because it's not filmed in the way that a terrible 3D movie is filmed.
Sure.
They used all the riggings and all that kind of thing to, so they don't have to post-convert it. But there's nothing like, look out, Dredd, there's a bullet flying towards you and the audience as well, look out!
Anderson, the only way you're going to be able to defeat these guys is with a ping pong paddle with a ball and string on it. Tap it, tap it, tap it, tap.
Yeah, so I think it was probably a waste of time. And I didn't see this in the cinemas because I was teaching up north at the time. Did you see this in the cinemas?
No, I was against movies at the time.
Wow. What were you doing?
No, I'm
books.
Yeah, books. Yeah, books.
But I don't know, I feel like if there was a sequel to this, which we will talk about, you kind of need to go some more telekinesis and weirder weapons.
Yeah.
And
Well, I guess, we can build up to that. Again, if this is early days and radiation is just causing some psychic abilities in some people, but as the dialogue maybe suggests, most people are getting horrible mutations. We will see that later on. But yeah.
But there's something that I know people want to know about you and what you think.
Oh, Meso's minigun minute?
Correct. We do it every week.
That's right.
We do it everything from Aladdin to Zoolander.
That's right.
You've got stipulations for miniguns, though. Do you want to lay them out?
Okay, well, the minigun, traditionally, it has to be...
Are they mini at all?
They're not mini at all. They're mini... It's a miniature version of the kind they hang on. That's why it's called minigun. It's kind of a joke. But they're not meant to be man-portable, but in a lot of instances they are. Like the classic one, Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Correct. Here's the thing. You have to have 6 barrels. Heavy machine gun, that's not a minigun. It's not how it works. 8 barrels, it's not even a real thing. Are you kidding me?
Whatever movie that is in, stop.
And 3, it has to be a real one. And
Yeah.
these ones, I think, fall down a little bit because they look like they're CGI.
But
Yes.
I mean they are.
Yes.
But they are cutting through people.
Oh my god, the action is spectacular.
It fits.
We haven't really even covered it. I mean, we're talking about the slow-mo stuff, but the action in this movie is spectacular. That scene particularly, just incredibly brutal. And speaking of Mama, just the idea of like...
She just cut through a level of people.
She doesn't care.
know.
Yeah, exactly. You can see the
To
glint.
kill one guy.
Yeah, you can see the glint of the muzzle flash in her eyes at one point, and I'm
Yeah.
like, oof.
She's loving it, mate.
She's absolutely loving it.
Yeah. See, I would give it a pass if it was James's minigun minute. It's not. I just want to clarify that with everybody.
Yeah.
Because it is this hyper-violent, stylized world. So I would have thought that maybe you would give it the same, but
No, it should have been real miniguns, and Carl Urban should have been willing to cop at least 3 or 4 slugs.
Sure.
In order for it to get my seal of approval.
Well, speaking of, Dredd does get shot in this. And I got the sense through this movie that him and his comrade, they could die.
Right.
He's not just like running through and he's fine and like, he shoots over his shoulder and like 4 guys fall down. Though that probably does happen in this movie. You feel like, Dredd, you need to be careful because there's a lot of danger going on here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He feels like he could die at any minute and then that's just the end of the movie, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they also, again, like you were saying, there's no shooting over the shoulder, but like they sort of behave like real cops. There's a scene right at the end where it's him and Anderson working their way up to Mama. They're working together, they're clearing the room together. It looks incredible.
It does look good.
And there's like a couple of great action sequences early on. We get the slow-mo one, but we also get a sequence where they're fighting through like the stun gas cloud. It's all green and neon.
Yeah.
And there's another one where they fight, through a flashbang explosion.
And that gas, I don't know whether it is, but it looks real. Because often when you see gas in a movie, say like Batman v Superman, you can see that it's not quite.
Oh.
I mean, maybe it isn't real. I don't know, but I got the sense that it was. If you worked on the movie Dredd, if you're the gas man,
yeah,
please write in. Let us know. What I also thought was really incredible about the way they made this movie, there's a sparing use of CGI shots. You know, when they're going like up the center of the complex, like they obviously didn't build that whole thing. They built one corner of one level and then they just redressed it. So they didn't even do the whole side. So every time they did it, they swap everything around and do it from a, make it
Sounds like they did take something out of 1995's Judge Dredd. Just that one street they kept moving around.
Now before I do trivia, pre-treatment trivia, which we do every week,
yeah.
You got any more things to add?
It's a grand old time. Like it's tough. I was gonna say it's tough to be funny about this movie. It's tough to be funny at the best of times, James. You know us.
Yeah.
But
Sure.
when a movie is just straight up enjoyable and there's no glaring production errors, it's hard to make fun of it. But when you know what? Not all of this is jokes, all right?
Not all of it is jokes. I'll also say that this came out around the same time as The Raid. And there was a lot of people saying that it's borrowed from The Raid, it's about storming up a building, whatever, and crime lords and etc. It just doesn't line up timeline-wise. You know what I mean? they're two kind of independent ideas which kind of developed independently.
No, I think this studio was like, the raid, huh? Well, quick, get a C-list superhero comic book license. Get it quick, build a building.
What have we got? Anyway, so Alex Garland actually wrote 3 treatments. This is 3 treatment trivia. We do this every week. We do it from every movie from Aladdin 2 to Zoolander 2. So these are some of the ideas he came up with. One was the Dark Judge's treatment, which features an encounter between Dredd and the rival judge by the name of Judge Death.
Yes.
What's he all about? Death. Probably his skull. He's got a skull face.
Yeah, he's
sometimes.
got a pretty skull face.
Cool, good on him. Yeah. The second treatment is related to the Dredd and Cursed Earth storyline.
Oh, yeah.
Did we talk about that last week?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
You don't have to go out of the Cursed Earth, all right? It's an option. You don't have to take it.
Okay, fair enough. And the third one was an adaptation of the pro-democracy terrorist attacking the judge's storyline. So there you go. But they went, all of these are too difficult to kind of get in scope-wise and budgetary, so let's keep this bottle episode. Let's just get Dredd getting some asthma inhalers.
Garland, this is primo stuff, but how about think of a corridor?
Think of a corridor. Think of a regular motorbike, if you could. Carl Urban is really on that motorbike. Didn't take his helmet off the whole time. We should mention that. It totally doesn't detract from this movie.
No. How do you like in some great chin acting? I mean, when that's all you got.
A lot of frowning. You know, like that sad blobfish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, great stuff. Really good. Hard to do, I'd imagine. So there's been talk of like, is this going to get a sequel? What else is going on in this universe? I can offer some updates here because I'd love to see more of this, but whether or not that happens, we'll see, won't we? There is a prequel motion comic which you can watch on YouTube. Here's a picture of it. What do you think? I know,
it's just like being there.
There's also a sequel comic called Dredd Underbelly. I actually just read that before the start of this. It's very similar. There's a new drug on the street, and it's even more dangerous than the previous drug. So I would have liked to have seen it kind of expand out more.
It's called Fast Forward.
That's right.
You take it, and then it's like 2 hours later, and you're on your couch.
And you're 40 years older.
I missed all my favourite TV shows. And I'm 40 years older.
Yeah. So I did like it. It's a good read, and it's a beautiful looking book. And it brings in a little bit of kind of the mutant element because there's a mutant refugee kind of storyline going on with it. But part of me was like, this is a comic. You can do literally anything.
Right,
like, you don't want to bring in something else.
Have you read some of the other Judge Dredd comics? Because they do a lot of weird stuff.
That being said, it's cool. And the other thing is, there's a Mega City 1 series which is... It's not happening. They haven't said it's not happening.
Terrific.
Yeah, so...
Here's the deal. I know that the guys who have the rights to it, Rebellion, are currently working on developing a TV show called Mega City 1. I have no doubt that will happen at some point in the future. Whether or not I'll be a part of it, I don't know. I'm so committed to doing The Boys.
But why would they? Why would they say it's not happening? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Carl Urban says he would definitely take the role. Of course he would.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
Carl Urban said, nah, not for me. This critically loved fan favourite. No, I wouldn't do it again for money and acclaim. Nope.
So, according to Carl Urban himself, the concept is to build this show around more rookie judges and the new younger judges, where Dredd himself would come in and out. So he stated that he would be interested in reprising his role for this show and the condition that Dredd's part be implemented in a meaningful way.
Interesting.
Kind of like Limitless, the series probably.
And he could do that from home, you know, now full green body stocking, except for the mouth.
Except for the mouth.
And then he films it in his house, in like the shower or something. Great, also great callback in this movie, you know, when right at the start of the movie he's like, are you ready? And he's like, you don't look ready. And at the end, he's like, are you ready? And she's like, yes. And he's like, yeah, you look ready.
You look great.
That was sick. That was sick,
was
bro.
sick, wasn't it?
Right? Yeah.
If you haven't seen Dredd, and even if you've watched this, I don't think it's going to detract from it. It's an absolute banger. This is my go-to if I'm editing and I just want something on in the background. Because it's a beautiful looking movie.
It's a beautiful looking movie, great action.
You get it.
Characters you can get. Olivia Thirlby, who played Judge Anderson, met her husband on the set.
Really?
Yeah. So it's worked out for
She
everybody.
should be in more things.
Except for the money people. It didn't work out for the money people at all.
I feel bad for you, but I do think, though, a series could definitely work from this now. I think there's maybe lower stakes in terms of monetary requirements. You can build up characters over a series of episodes. You get a cult following. You know, you can do it week to week, so people, you know, it gains that kind of buzz. You know what I mean?
Netflix will give you money for it.
Yeah, they're heavily in debt and they're giving everybody
Millions
money.
of dollars. It's astounding. How are they going to make that back? Judge Dredd series? Probably not.
Doesn't seem likely. Yeah, but definitely check it out if you haven't. But if you're like, well, what's next week, James? We've talked about the Dread movies. Have you run out of things for caravans of garbages? Yes.
Yeah, we have.
No, Mason, there's always things to talk about, good or bad. That's what this show is now. It's just whatever.
Mostly bad, though, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah. Well, he's looking towards next week.
Oh my god, that's a Star Wars thing.
It's a Star Wars thing, Mason, for The Mandalorian, so come back for that if you want. But if you'd like to see it early, you can actually go to bigsandwich.co. They all go up early all the time, along with the extended audio edition of these. Plus, we have other stuff on there.
We've got bonus podcasts, we've got movie commentaries.
There's so many things going on, isn't there? Too many great contents. So check it out if you want. Also, we have a podcast called The Weekly Planet where we talk movies and TV shows. That comes out every Monday morning if you want to swing by and check out the news of what's happening in entertainment, hot goss. That's right. Or just like, hey, then that's the show. You know, we do a lot of that.
That's true, yeah.
And then we track it for 3 years before it gets cancelled. That's right. Really exciting. All right, guys, see you next week.
Grab that Dread, everyone.
Whoa!
Buy his codpiece.
Oh, brother.
No, don't do that.
Codpiece?
No, it's just his pants, I think.
Wouldn't even need one, would he?
What's that mean?
He's just that kind of guy.
Bulletproof penis.
He's free balling it.
Oh my god, wow.
See you next week.
Bye.
This ain't good. This bullet's got your name on it. Kill the outsiders!
Run! Kill the trespassers! They'll kill us all! Kill us first! I'll cut your heart out straight.
You in my sight. You'll die for that.
Yes.
Come on.
Remember Fate, that quirky ARPG we covered some time ago? I mean, come on, it's only the adventure that's sweeping the nation. Dog, it has 4 million fans and it's growing. It's got Ben fucking Frank in it. Dog, and it's just an all-time classic. The sequel, on the other hand, well, it has dogs still, that much is true, but there's a few changes from the first game. For example, there are 3 dungeons now. There are no other differences. Truly, there's a lack of notable additions to discuss, where in fact reviewers of the game claimed it to be an expansion to the original, but let's see how the facts line up here. Okay, so you have to buy the game separately from the first. The game runs on its own. It doesn't involve anything from the first game. It's a unique, unrelated story, and the gameplay is identical. It's just a Half-Life expansion. Perfect. Let's run down the original game briefly, in case you didn't see my swear-filled nonsense ranting the first time. Fate is a very standard action role-playing game, and oftentimes feels like a fan tribute to the genre rather than a retail product you could buy. That being said, it's a charming game filled with off-the-wall and interesting itemization, lots of monster variety and replayability through various systems. It's simple, fun, and it doesn't try to revolutionize anything. Fate 2 is practically the exact same experience, so I'll do my best to come up with new word combinations to keep things entertaining. In a lot of ways, this game is brimful of but. Since Fate Undiscovered Realms is so similar to our first experience of this world together, it gives me a chance to right some of the wrongs with my previous approach. Everyone from the comments, from the street, from the fuckface facility has told me that I'm an asshole. Additionally, they told me that I needed to fish in Fate to make the game far easier. Now, I have to admit, you come over to my house with a choice of either Diablo 2 or Sega ass bash dickhead blow my balls fishing 2 for the Sega Dreamcast, real game by the way, and I'll say that you're a weird strange individual for asking me that question and to hurry up and bust out the Dreamcast, but if I'm actually playing Diablo 2, why the fuck would I be in the mood to fish? It's one of the weirdest things that keeps coming around, and I'm not sure why so many ARPG developers thought it was such a great idea. Like, yes, you can fish, great. I want to shoot fire at imps instead, and ordinarily this is optional. If you don't want to go around with a little rod and scoop some fish out of the lake, that's wonderful. You don't need to do it in order to succeed. On the other hand, Fate says, fuck you, hardest difficulty fishing tax, and guess what? I can see the hype. I understand now. There's no denying that you can get some ridiculous power spikes from just interacting with this system. Last time I just leapt into the dungeon on Legendary. This time Ben fucking Frank is back and he's pissed off. He's not gonna fail at this difficulty again. I'm taking all precautions. So I went to the fishing hole for a long time, longer than I ever would have done otherwise, and can you picture my surprise when you just start fetching out unique pieces of gear that sell for hundreds of thousands of gold? Because apparently this pond is in the mob city with people dumping bodies full of good gear into the gunk. I mean, I'm not maybe that far off. I don't like the look of some of the local riffraff around here. Stupid zombie bitch. Sorry, I shouldn't be so crass to my gem and item sellers. I'm just so pent up to get into the dungeon with all this fishing going on. So, pleasure doing business with you, hole. I'm going to take this money and go gamble. And boy, I've missed Fate's itemization system, because while this game is so basic it might as well be a programming language, horrendous joke, it also has such a wonderful don't give a shit item system. Like these boots, they have a 26% strength bonus. Here you go, enjoy. But also take this extra 2 mana, and you know what, maybe take extra 29% stamina as well, but you know what, also more life, more dexterity, more everything, just tinkle stats onto the items, and you know what, I love it. It's just pure juice. You're not tiptoeing around. You got 40 strength to take this fucking 100 items strength. Fuck you. More reasons the items are cool. I mean, you know, all right, video creation skills, bam, look at this. When you level up you get 2 skill points to put in this huge table, right? The table of fucking skills and shit. Well, this piece of gear has plus 12 to bows. That's 6 full levels on 1 piece of gear. Now seriously, what other ARPG has ever had this wild of itemization? Grim Dawn, yeah, probably a good example. Thanks for that. Anything else you'd like to add to the discussion? No? Wonderful. Okay, great. Back to Ben Frank's journey, where even after fishing for 5 hours, I'm getting dogged by everything. So I decided to be Ben Frank the bow bearer, and I walked around with range and shot everything I damn well pleased, and you know what? It was going great. I had decent power. I could actually kill things. I was completing the randomized quests from the town, and everything was wonderful, but let me be Ben Frank about something. Great joke. This game on Legend is heinous. Truly, honestly, genuinely, I don't get what you're expected to do to keep up with enemy strength on the highest difficulty. I'm entering the dungeon with ridiculously more power than I should have, but look out on level 5 for Underad, stupid asshole snail. You might think I'm overreacting, but wait until this basic enemy starts summoning the dragons who shoot lightning, and if you kill the dragons who shoot lightning, Underad just spawns another one, so it's a never-ending basket of lightning dragons out of this mollusk's ass. Yeah, so guess what? After all this time sitting here fishing, I still had to resort to the stupidest tactics imaginable, where I let Underad kill me over and over as I fruitlessly tried to whittle his HP down, ignoring the dragons who were eating me. The reason why this strategy even exists is because when you die in Fate 2 cock-a-doodle-doo, you can select 3 choices. Either resurrect right where you are and lose experience and fame, you allow the game to resurrect you in a random nearby floor and you lose some money, or you can resurrect in town and drop all of your money on the floor where you currently are. So I just said, fuck it, I'll lose all the experience for this level and just grind this guy out. Well, you know, I thought that would be a decent idea until I realized just how long it would take to kill this snail who got all his health back randomly and sporadically. So I'd have him on 1 hit remaining and miss 12 times, and boom, full HP. Dragon, dragon, dragon. I tell you what, life goal for Ben Frank wasn't to beat the game. I could give a shit about that now. It was to kill Underad. So eventually, and I mean so much longer than it should have taken, I slew the snail and claimed my reward. Literally nothing. And I was ready to progress deeper into the dungeon. But then we found another item thanks to fishing, an incredibly good crossbow, and now here we go. This is what I've been talking about. This is going to be so great for this character. I just need 1 level to get it up and running, so let me just farm a little bit to make use of this. You know, the levels are really taking a long time here. I feel like they could have made farming a little easier. I'm not even making progress on the bar here. In fact, it's not moving at all. In fact, it's completely fucking empty. Big surprise, the damn thing underflows, meaning all my Erdorad deaths made me level -50, so to gain the level needed to use this crossbow just became so unreasonably tedious that the character is pretty much completely broken. Because why not? Fate 2 internal review, everyone. Well, this is when I couldn't care less. I mean, I even got the level after like 40 years of grinding, and you know what? The character was still ranked with the crossbow equipped, and I was tired of being feeble and weak even with all this stuff going on, so it was time to retire and try again. And here we are with Dwayne the Cock and his pet Cock. Pissed off, spear in hand, looking for ass as well as enemies to kill. Basically, I was ready to tackle anything. after a few hours of fishing. Yeah, this kind of kills the vibe. But now I'm armored with some good items vaguely, don't look into it too much, with Cock the dog, and started my quest, and I learned a lot more lessons this time. Firstly, let's talk about magic, because good God, the designer of Fate, this guy, Travis Bald, who chose to have hair, fucking lying bastard, but forget his large mane and get back to the fact that he loved magic. Because it doesn't matter what character archetype you're playing, if you invest just a bit of level up points to magic, you will revolutionize the experience. Alright, take Dwayne, he's a spear using guy, right? Dual wielding in fact, stabs people, is actually bald, has little to do with magical power, because why would he? Look again, stabs, uses hands, only spell needed is Fuckus Uppus, and he does, but why not get 4 levels of magic and get the spell that gives you 80% attack speed? 80% extra speed is ridiculous, and the requirements are pathetic, and then you also get the defense down, the enemies slow down, the use speed up. I mean, you can become the god of stabbing by just thinking magic is swell, which to be honest I never do in ARPGs, at least not first. I clamor for the hammer, I'm no planner, want to engage like I'm from the Bronze Age, not sling spells like it's the Ice Age, you know, I'm full of pure power, but really it's not even optional. Hell, those lightning dragons that are summoned, just get the summons be gone spray. You can almost immediately get that spell upon starting your quest, and you'll never have to worry about summons again. Which is good, because most of the randomly generated quests from the townsfolk are ridiculously hard. It seemed that the most popular one was to go to a specific level and kill a crystal structure, which A, shoots bombs, and B, summons more dragons. Again, with the alright, whatever, forget it. So yeah, magic, get on the train with that no matter what you're doing, it's certainly worth it. What else? Well, the game is pretty routine, it's Fate 2, nothing new after all, and the gameplay is pretty much identical to the first one, but if you're someone in the mood for just hitting enemies, loads of them, sometimes ridiculously too many varieties of enemies, and getting some swift level ups and loot drops, you'll greatly enjoy some time with this game. And I have really enjoyed this style, it's fun, it's fast food, and I was gonna see this, not as hard as the hardest difficulty, through to the very end. Oh yeah, by the way, while I was taking a break from actually playing this video game, I got this cheese hat from the fishing pond, and apparently this is one of the rarest things ever created. Thank you, Reddit, don't fact check this. And it gives enormous magic find and gold find at the cost of almost your entire health pool. But since magic find affects fishing, guess what I did? So over 1 million gold later, gonna wreck the economy with this hole, and I'm also gonna wreck the holes in my enemies as well, and now we're geared to the teeth with a large cheese head covering our dome as we get back to the real game. So this time you're expected to complete 2 separate dungeons by vanquishing a mini boss at around floor 25 in each. Now in the first game, the linear progression of the single dungeon made sense, and it felt like, I don't know, linear in progressing, but with Undiscovered Realms, since you have 2 spoilers, 3 dungeons to traverse, you're going to have to keep going back to level 1 enemy. Which is bad, not good design, bad, poor, fail, and it gets a little boring to go through again and again, to the point where you're going to just be looking for the next floor as much as possible. A little bonus to discuss, while in these dungeons you can collect the clothing of other heroes who died, and I guess some slime stole their shit, and if you return their gear to their statues in the central hub area, you actually get some pretty pitiful rewards. I mean, this sucked. I was so hyped for something good, a few gems ooze out, and you get a potion for your pet that transforms them into the hero that you just redressed, but they just suck ass. I don't know if I'm missing something, they were slow, weak, and feeble, plus the potion wears off pretty quickly. You can get an infinite supply, but I didn't want to lug around a bunch of these considering the power wasn't anything special. After completing both dungeon quests, you go into the final dungeon, and just a little problem here, but all 3 dungeons are basically identical, so let's fix that before launch, guys. I'm Mr. Ball, do as I say, oops, I didn't do as I said, fuck, and then you're given your final task. Go down, God's sakes, okay, 25 more floors and fight the final boss, Chaos? What, the Donkey Kong Country 3 boss? Okay, well, I hated that bitch. I'm gonna hit him real hard. And boy, when I found him, he took an avalanche of abuse. Even with buffs, debuffs, and a ton of healing potions, this health bar was titanic. It was a war. Pretty boring war, to be honest. It was just 20 minutes of holding left click as he also healed up as he felt like it. This awful design, I swear. Anyway, after he died, he dropped 1 white item, actually unbelievably pissed off, and I was ready to retire this character. What this means is that you can pass on 1 item to a new character, and that item gets a pretty sizable buff. Well, the cheesehead was the only thing I saw fit to pass on, and out of the ashes of Dwayne came the only natural answer, Kevin Shart, and his pet, cock, and yeah, I was done. Fucking, you think I'm playing this game forever? You gotta be crazy. There's no way I'm doing this again and again in the same walk down floors, stab enemies, 75 floors, final boss, new celebrity name. No, it's not in my interest at this moment. Also, because I have 2 more Fate games to play, be on the lookout for those reviews, which will be identical to this one as well as the last one. I did claim that the original Fate could be the best ARPG ever made because I was high as fuck, and I'm going to be fair and keep Fate as a series on that list of games that you'll see revisited and our big finale for the series coming whenever, but let me tell you, I don't know if I can take 2 more games that are exactly like this. Better go get my big book of celebrity names and puns, Danny Dick Vito, shit like that, and I'll be back for Fate 3. Hope you're ready. See you then.
Yes, yes. No. Znači u treći treba dođemo. O, dobro. Da. Znači radim večeras. O, dobro, imamo više vremena. Dobro, hvala. Dobro. Hvala, prijetno. Very well.
If you know me, you know I don't mince my words, and if you don't know me, you should know that I don't mince my words, and seeing as how Diablo 4 has finally been out for a few weeks, I'm now prepared to release a huge log of word shit all over it because I currently don't like the game. Honestly, I think it ranges from fantastically flawed to fundamentally fucked. Truly, I have never had a gaming experience where I felt compelled, day after day, to sit down and force myself to play something I just couldn't stand. That being said, still playing it pretty much daily. Normally, when I'm not super into something, I'd say this game is not for me, I'm not enjoying it enough, and go back to playing some shit like RuneScape so I can click rocks and wait for death. But I was obliged to play D4, I just had to do it, and I'm of the belief that this game was actually just called Lilith 1, we wouldn't even care, everyone would have moved on already. I especially don't think that people would be arguing that the faults of a 20-year-old game excuse the shortcomings of a 2023 product, but hey, what do I know? Honestly, online I've seen the argument go, yeah, Diablo 4 has problems, but did you know Diablo 2 fucking sucks? Today is a bit of a cynical seer, but I won't only be sitting here blasting away every aspect of Diablo 4 out for more money, because the developers did get some things right, just not this battle pass. Please delete this concept, gaming industry. But the whole thing, the entire nearly $100 experience, because I'm a fucking sucker, has illustrated what makes an ARPG fun in the first place. It's simply incentive, and that word can extend to a lot of separate concepts like leveling up, having a tangible purpose, challenging content you haven't done yet, gearing that isn't boring as shit, and then the more metagame details like dynamic character building, fast and frequent gameplay. And did I mention that items should be fun? And the game has really fumbled with many of these concepts. The amount of time you have to scour around for fun is crazy, and every time you think it's finally going somewhere, you realize that you have to carry 3 stones to a doorframe before the fun can continue. Okay, we'll have to do this section by section, but before that, I want to talk about everything surrounding the game itself. So Blizzard did a decent job with the story, and I'd say it's one of the most fleshed out attempts for investing storytelling in the ARPG genre. I enjoyed my time with that part of the game, and I think it was mostly good. Well, it's mostly good if you like the fact they disregarded an entire game's lore, retconned how this entire world worked, and then proceeded through a bunch of hoopla to basically tell a bland-ass lover's quarrel, complete with rods through the ass. But if you bought Diablo more advertising just because Kentucky fucking Chicken said it was probably a good idea, then you most likely enjoyed the plot. It was clean enough, the cutscenes were fine, the voice acting was great, it flowed nicely, moderately compelling, good new characters, which the game quickly axed off cool, and cinematics that reminded me of old school Blizzard. I think there's only 2 of them, but still, you know, really good. In terms of graphics, I keep seeing people say that thank God the game is reminiscent of Diablo 2, that it's finally gone back to its dark and gritty roots, but honestly, this game feels more grim than even that game. It's gone closer to a depressing world rather than a gothic horror one. Let me show you what I'm talking about. You've got Diablo 4, fuck's sake. Now, notice how brown the world is. That's not for me dumping all over the game either, that's just what they figured we'd all love because Diablo 3 was just too colorful. But Diablo 2, probably due to its age, had to make use with much bolder colors. I mean, look at the Fallen. In Diablo 2, they're like a bright red tomato. Here in Diablo 4, I don't know, everything looks kind of washed out, doesn't it? It's like fucking been in the dry cleaners too long. Something smells like it's burning right now. But anyway, I actually don't care. People get so caught up on graphics. To me, it looks good, it's serviceable, but it's its own distinct thing. And actually, the graphics are in service of the plot, really. This is more morose environment. I like how sad everything feels, except the game itself, of course. And okay, I'm pacing myself. Sorry, we'll talk about it later. Really, I was impressed that Blizzard got me to care about new characters at all, but that's another stupid problem. Why did they go and kill almost everyone in the plot? I get it. Diablo, sad shit, scary world, big red demon, not even in the game yet. But these sympathetic human characters just just being discarded as soon as their story got somewhere sucked. Even me shit, they put him in the game despite him being like 100 years old, and they say, yeah, fuck him, he's dead. Lilith makes for a fun villain, but she's literally inconsequential to anything, and the game gets rid of her by the end. The whole plot of Diablo lore is going down the drain is just a dropped egg. Sorry, I'll explain this metaphor because it's too stupid to be naturally understood. Say you have an egg in a pan and you're getting it, you know, nice and cooked up, and nearly at the end of this process, you just fuck up and drop the egg. It breaks apart, everything goes all over the place. It's a mess. All the pieces are everywhere. And now you have nothing left from your preparation. That's this plot. It now needs Diablo 2 villains to make a wrestling entrance to make this game have a story again, and it just makes me wish they ignored making Lilith the central figure if she was just going to be tossed out like that. In comparison to Diablo 3, the game has fantastic art direction and storytelling. I enjoyed a lot of little things, including the fact that your player character is a lot less godlike here. In Diablo 3, you pissed rainbows and you could kill anything. You're basically the strongest being in existence. Here you have this morally gray, I don't know what is going on feeling, and it makes you, the player, somehow one of the most interesting characters. I think all the artsy side of things was well done, and they carved out a distinct and enjoyable product. But the gripes I have is not to do with the graphics, the world, or the story. It is all to do with the gameplay. So let's begin. Firstly, this is probably one of the most boring ARPGs I have ever played, and I genuinely would rather play any other Diablo game than this one. That doesn't fucking check. Get that out of here. The simple fact is that there's too much boring content that the developers think you should have fun doing, and Diablo scores low by many metrics. Helltides, Tree of Magical Talking Heads, the same 2 dungeon types, reputation grinds, Altars of Lilith, world boss messes. Basically everything you have access to is honestly ass cheeks. And it made me start realizing that all ARPGs have these problems. It's mostly boring gameplay that you're expected to do thousands of times. But the mark of a great game is one that is the expectation, but you don't even care. You might not even notice how repetitive it all is. It's addictive despite its genre. Step 1 to fix this would be making a better game. I have ideas for that, but let's get analytical, not brain shitical. I'm making a big effort today. We'll break this down into several categories because the game deserves as good a critical review as I can give, divided into 3 sections of gameplay, itemization, and progression. You're in for a doozy. Straight up, my number one problem, the gameplay isn't fun because there's far too much looking for monsters. This is getting steadily improved by letting players warp to nightmare dungeons, but as for the rest of the world, you're stuck slogging around at the speed of frowning. There's just a lot of barricades and barriers, ridges, cliffs, twigs, and you're on a horse that doesn't work. And remember, you're expected to fight things occasionally. And when you finally find enemies, they're not even interesting at all. Since everything scales in the world, you'll fight Fallen at level 10 that feel identical at level 80, and since the mob variety is pretty piss poor with what feels like the same 9 monsters you're constantly killing, believe me, you'll not give 2 shits about what you're up against. Especially because they fit into 2 camps of small and big lads. That's all I see enemies as. Some resurrect others or whatever, but there's not much elaboration needed for what you're fighting against. And disregarding the enemies themselves, combat simply never changes. It's always a loop of using trashy resource-generating abilities that you don't want so you can use your ability that you actually want with nothing interesting to serve as filler. Since you're limited to this small, dinky-ass bar for your skills, the meta is remarkably stiff, basically feeling ultra-similar across the 5 classes. Plus, since the modifiers on champion packs are boring as sin, there's never an encounter that is truly fascinating. Even during nightmare dungeons, the point at which the game gives a few more shits about variety in the encounters, nothing really changes. You'll use your skills in the same way you have for the past 100 hours of gameplay. The only thing that is actually relevant in combat is crowd control and survival, but the interactions with that are wholly imbalanced in Diablo core gameplay loop sucks ass because only a couple of the classes can disregard the omega lethal aspect of various CC with reliable ways to become unstoppable. Everyone else is kinda out of luck, especially the sorcerer, because they're not granted nearly as much survival as anything else. And funnily enough, the least dangerous enemies in the game tend to be big bosses for some reason. That might be because of scaling or some other shit, but you're basically far more likely to be killed by a little dinky wraith man off screen than a large lord of hell right in your face. I don't know about you, but that seems pretty bad. And the way you just play the game, that's another entire book worth of swear words. World events, clusters of random mobs, hell, even maybe those rare lock chests that have nothing in them. You're always going from point to point as the minimap themes fit. Basically, you're always on the prowl for something to kill, and when I'm playing Diablo Chore, I have one resounding thought in my mind, and it's that I'm this game's bitch. It's just a fact. You're playing where, when, and how they want you to play. Gone is the concept of any kind of freedom. The zones and areas of note are constantly being shifted around, and every time the game demanded I den of evil a dungeon, it made me lose all enthusiasm. I just didn't care anymore. There's numerous things to go and do, but they're all shallow, and the repetition will get to you. I don't care about saving travelers with the same 3 lines of dialogue, especially when the game wants me to stand in a circle for 1 minute, killing spawning enemies while hoping this dumbass doesn't die for some reason. Maybe I'd be inclined to do that if the game didn't feel so boring to kill things in. World bosses aren't interesting because it just has to be a mess in order to actually function. Can you imagine if these bosses were really hard and coordination based? It would never die. Tree of Whispers is also boring content made only to promote the notion of going to places you don't want to go. That should be a good design in theory, but the rewards you get from the tree itself are usually terrible, or at least lower quality than just doing something else. Hell tides are content that isn't even always active, but it's basically the exact same thing as the normal game, but there's a bunch of tomato sauce everywhere, and they've got locked chests. Hoo boy, but you've got to do them because it's the only place a very important reagent drops. So get your phone alarm out and get in there, Billy. And truly, online only all the time doesn't even benefit you as a player. I have not given one quantifiable shit about anyone else in the game world. I see players, I think whatever, and I move on. There was only one time anyone typed a word near me, and it was a guy saying hello. Also, delete the horse. That's all I'm saying on that point. Burn in the burning hells. I don't want horse gameplay in any ARPG, especially when it handles like a John Deere tractor. I've only noticed at this point in the script that I'm just complaining. Literally, I'm venting to you guys, and I have to tell you, I'm sorry. It's not intentional, and it's not a gag. I genuinely just don't like this game. Something isn't right with it. And it's funny, the curve in enjoyment went from very high, like at first I thought this game was pretty great, and it plummeted the moment I got to level 60. It just absolutely died. All these complaints are under the impression you've gone and collected all the overworld stuff, by the way. Something I'm not even going to count as content. It's homework. It's a way to pad out the runtime, and I tell you, the casual fucks, I say that with the utmost affection, don't get me wrong, are so not going to redo this season by season. I don't even want to do it once, and I'm a Diablo fan. I'm someone invested. I'm making a video right now, and I'm refusing to even engage with it. And you know why? Because the fun in ARPGs is carried by the concept that you're going to get rewarded, and the number one way this genre can achieve that feeling lies almost entirely through its itemization. Because of Diablo 4, I have come to the conclusion that items are the most important part of an ARPG being good, unless you also make the game ridiculously complex, which lets the player have the added benefit of needing a college degree to actually enjoy the game. That's pretty uncommon, but that one over there has figured it out, and you know what? I'm starting to appreciate that design more and more. But items here are a strict negative for me, because you'll find 7 billion items with the exact same feeling as the other 7 billion. You won't care about rarity, the name, the type of item, really, it's all almost identical. Here's how it goes. You find an item, it's the heavy boots or some shit, it's yellow quality, and it has the ancestral modifier. That's exciting. Hoo boy. And you pick it up, read all the stats, all 4 lines. That's all you get in Diablo 4. And you know instantly that they're not good for you. Right in the garbage can it's going. Except the garbage can, you want to throw it in, it's impound, so you gotta carry everything around with you all the time. It is incredible how little I care about any drop. You're getting legendaries all the time, and you'd think that would be fun, but it's the same items you found from level 20 onwards. They're now just statted better, and you only skim the text with a particular aspect that rolled, a unique modifier that you can rip off and put onto a different piece of gear. So basically, items don't even exist, at least not in the way most ARPGs do it. This game has stat sticks with no identity, no feeling, and how could they? The game gives you thousands of them. All item hunting boils down to getting specific aspects that make your build actually function well. And if you're making your first character, a lot of the aspects you find are exciting. They really enhance the gameplay. And being able to rip them off of one piece of legendary gear and stamp it onto something else is a great idea. It means everything you find can have a good purpose. But hang on, there is actually an obnoxious problem with this system, at least during the majority of the gameplay. Every piece of gear you have doesn't scale with your levels, being one of the only things that has this problem. Because everything except your gear's power is growing higher as you play, you can have something with perfect stats, but if it's not the max item level, you're gonna have to replace it fairly soon and fairly often. Meaning that you'll either play a long time with bad gear with the wrong aspects, or you're going to need to hoard the exact same aspects over and over again in order to keep upgrading your gear to stay at pretty much the exact same power level. If you don't, you'll only get weaker for playing. I mean, that's incredibly flawed if you ask me. Also, since your stash is so small and you can't search for items within it, you're basically crammed full of repeat legendaries. The genre is all about hunting for items, for that adrenaline rush, but there's nothing new about it after a few hours. There's not even dynamic text on anything. 4 modifiers, boring stat lines, the same aspects, hell, a lot of stats that are pointless. Take your defensive pieces of gear. Now, armor reigns supreme as a defensive stat for every class, and resistances are absolute garbage. They don't function correctly, and if they are working properly, Blizzard has really reduced what should be a primarily defensive system into a pretty dumpy, shitty one, because they are awful. So you're always going to be going for the same thing regardless of what class you're playing. And someone might say, well, uniques are fun, they're really interesting and good to get, and yeah, sure, I thought that too, until I realized there's not even that many of them, and some of them are so fucking rare you could find Tyrell's Might after getting a few Mirrors of Kalandra in the same gaming session, and you'd still be a few football fields away from getting the RNG needed to find one of these hyper rare uniques. I ask genuinely, this is just literally from the heart, but Blizzard, what the fuck? Why are these so incredibly rare? I have found rare things in ARPGs, you need rare things in this game, but why are you making impossible odds for anything? Stuff you couldn't see see if you grinded for years of your life. At what point was this just a waste of time to design? In my opinion, cap it off at maybe thousands of hours of looking for something, you know, something humanly possible. There's also elixirs and potions in the game, and I think they're a big shrug because whatever, who cares? They all give 5% more experience and have various effects. Some are decent, some are resistances, you know, happy day. Yeah, and speaking of experience in general, as if this script needed more things to bitch about, Diablo abhorred this game design is basically a treadmill, an endless repeat of the same action, only the difference here is that the treadmill only grows longer as you play and someone keeps hitting you in the face every 15 seconds in the form of your gear getting outdated and everything else getting scaled. You only get 58 skill points, 48 from leveling, 10 from renown. After that you get Paragon points, which gives you access to a board of unique abilities and stat increasers. Let's first talk about skills. Sadly, they're not great, but I'd probably say they're at least better than Diablo 3. If we can agree that there's two distinct camps of design for ARPGs with the systems either being linear or complex, there's a decent way to make them both feel good. But Diablo's Snore has a hybrid system of both, meaning they kind of force you into doing specific things, but they offer some weird-ass illusion that you can choose more interesting means of play. And at the beginning of the game, yeah, you could probably pick anything in the entire skill tree and get away with it. Your choices are quite limited and they tend to be quite bland, and that's because you can't invest more than 5 points per skill, and each skill's extra synergies you can only choose one of. Even if you could choose both of them, they're not that interesting. A lot of the time they're just like 5% extra damage, or this changed to more than one target. This makes your skills not feel that much stronger. In fact, it makes it feel like arbitrarily you're dividing the power among several slots. Also, since there isn't that many slots to begin with, most people don't even seem to take ultimates for their builds. Like, this is a big thing they wanted you to take, but most times they're excluded. Respecking is a positive. It's quite simple and streamlined, which I think services the game well. That being said, respecking is kind of bad because your gear never supports it, and you really kind of need all the power you can get because of the scaling, but you know, at least it's an option. Plus, there's some strange constants you'll run into with character building. For example, Barbarian pretty much always takes the same 3 shouts for every build because there's no reason to take various attack skills. Sometimes you'll have a weird reason to do so, but the shouts are pretty much always top choices. Each class has many skills that fall into these categories of might as well take it because there's nothing better and why would I take this? The fact that most classes have somewhere around 4 actual builds is awful because the range goes from 4 S tier builds down to like D tier instantly. There's not much if any potential theory crafting available, and that problem gets compounded by aspects being more impactful than your skill choices anyway. Paragon looks like it will be the spot for more dynamic choice making, but a lot of it is still linear. You have nodes with various benefits on a scale of magic, rare, and legendary. The pathways to the juicy rare and legendary nodes are all just stats, so you can pick your preferred paths because the legendaries are obviously where you want to get to. You can also level up socketable nodes with experience coming from completing nightmare dungeons, essentially this game's map system. Until recently, the incentive for doing these dungeons was very low, but a few updates have made them a more premier way of gaining experience and stuff, so thumbs up, Blizzard. And that's really where I'd like to leave this discussion, with the aspect of hopefulness, but I'm a bit more cynical than others in this regard. While yes, I agree, the game can be improved, there's just a lot wrong with the inherent structure of how you play. It's just not dynamic or interesting. ARPGs do tend to grow better and get ironed out, but with the core being, in my opinion, frankly bad, I don't see how they're going to revitalize the experience. It's certainly not through battle passes, buyable cosmetics, or doing the most boring side quests ever designed for anything. It's going to take a whole lot of work, and you might think this is literally nuts considering how much I just opened my ass on Diablo. For what reason would I keep playing? But I would say, since it's so new and I'm going to be playing it for a while in some capacity, Diablo 4 could possibly be the best ARPG ever made. It'll have to be rebuilt into a basically Diablo 5, but you know, we'll let the whole thing kind of come together. So I'll play the whole thing in hardcore, I'll give it more time, let it ruminate, and we'll revisit it. That's my point. Kinda sucks for me, but at least I can keep complaining about it. And for now, the taste in my mouth is one of 4-year disappointment and ass. I need to cleanse it. I think I'm going to go for one of those games everyone keeps talking about. One that apparently rocks my socks, so next time it's fucking Nox. It better be as good as everyone keeps saying.
Click and hold to spawn molten monsters. Defeating the molten monsters will reward experience towards unlocking a crucible. Oh shit, what did I just do? Shit! Shit! shall receive, my friends. Here we go. I hadn't done anything yet in the game. Just was working on options, kind of checking that stuff out, and then I seen Asmongold dropped his video, so I went and looked at that. But back over here, a couple big standouts were the item filter. A stock item filter with click to open your filter file folder, which means you can take other people's item filters and put them in there. And these devs are okay with that. So I think the common theme with this is you're going to be able to do what you want, for real, not play your own way. Just the fact that you can change that to whatever you want. It used to look like this. And it's a big complaint I had in Diablo is that my cursor got lost and I'd have to use third-party software, which is bannable by Blizzard. So I'd use like Yellow Mouse and you know, any third-party software you can get banned for. You know, heaven forbid they use something to improve the game a little bit, enjoyable, put out what you spend your money on. But I'm gonna address this right now. I will be comparing Path of Exile to Diablo a lot, so if that's gonna ruffle your feathers or make you not want to watch, then just sorry. I've been playing Diablo for 20 years since I was like 8th grade. So it's only ARPG, whatever you want to call the damn thing. It's the only kind of hack and slash dungeon crawler game that I know. So going into this, I'm going to compare it to that. And if this is better than that, well, that's just tough shit. Music's a damn banger. It's making me want to go to fucking battle. Oh, yeah. All right, Hog, let's play the damn game.
By the divine authority of the Templar, you are hereby exiled to the forsaken shores of Reklast.
Oh, come on.
You have transgressed against God and consorted with sin. Find your redemption, exile, or die in the attempt.
Oh, it's my damn nose. Alright, let's see what we got here. Templar.
To serve God and the order of the Templar.
No thanks.
With quickness of body and
Shadow.
of mind. How have you played for yourself? With innocent hand, yours is a predatory profession, the business of butchery. No stolen
I guess it's like a thief.
To face the land of the damned. We offered you truth, yet still you
okay, barbarian class. Okay.
Swift and silent, you stole the
not even gonna click on the archer really. I'm not an archer player.
You're born to be swift and strong.
Duelist. Oh, hey! It's the witch!
When a daughter strays from the light, she makes herself an orphan.
Yeah. Yep. That's it. Oh, Jana? What's up? It's Gina? No, Jana. What's up? League. Choose a league by clicking on a banner below, then click OK. These challenge leagues are an ideal place to play Path of Exile in a fresh economy. You can complete challenges to win prizes. Guess we'll just go regular. Tell you one thing, I gotta turn this damn volume down just a touch here. Because, Jesus Lord. Wake up, gal.
The very sand shivers with malice. There's a power here that welcomes me.
messed something up. I messed something up. There we go. Whoops.
You and I, we're the only ones that made it to shore. Alive, anyway. Looks like you found something. Good. Place to be with criminals. Isn't just east of
No!
Take will soon rise for me, not against me.
Oh, here's a skill gem. Okay. Skill gems grant powerful skills when they are socketed in your weapons and armor. Socket the skill gem. First click it to pick it up, then click it in the socket of your weapon at the same color. Okay. This is fireball. Unleash a fireball of fire towards a target which explodes, dealing nearby foe. Deals 9 to 14 fire damage, 25% chance to ignite enemy. Okay. Skill bar is equipped. Read what it says, Hog. This skill is now equipped on your skill bar and can be used with right click. Okay, cool. Now, I want to move that there. And, okay. Now. Stuttering a little bit. What's going on with that? There we go. Okay, now, if I quit fucking around with the settings. You die! I can't hit the broadside of a barn with this shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lag. Oh my god. Oh shit! Well, so far I'm noticing that the graphics are pretty damn good. I think this game's got some age on it. Maybe I'm wrong about it. I don't know shit about this game, so y'all gonna let me know in the comments what the deal is, but I think it looks really good. I really don't see Diablo 4 being that much better. I need to compare these side by side, I think, but so far so good. Okay. Ooh. Look at that overlay. Okay. I like that. Arcane search support. Support gem. Each supported spell will track how much mana you spend on it. Grant a buff when the total mana spent reaches a threshold. Cannot support skills used by totems, traps, mines, or skills with a reservation. Gain Arcane Surge after spending a total of 15 mana on upfront costs and effects of a supported skill. Arcane Surge grants 10% increased cast speed. Arcane Surge grants 30% increased mana regeneration. Golly! Arcane Surge lasts 4 seconds. Supported skills deal 10% more spell damage when you have an Arcane Surge. Okay. So that modifies... Wow, that modifies the skill gem. means I can change Fireball to do different things besides just... Oh my god, what have we been playing? Oh yeah, I have a mana pot.
Welcome to my channel.
Oh wow, I can constant
Hello,
combat.
Mr.
Imagine
Outlaw.
that. Why would that be in the game? Make sure I ain't missing anything back here. Okay.
Hello, hello.
I feel like it's a really good level of zoom. I'm especially playing on ultra wide.
I need more mana.
Oh shit. Yeah! Boom! Okay, we got open the passive skill screen, spend your passive skill points. God damn! Holy shit! This is the fucking passive skill screen! It keeps going! Holy shit! I don't even know where to... You know, it's just, it makes me wonder. It almost solidifies my theory about... It's almost not even a theory at this point, but like, they're literally just manufacturing these Diablo games to sell the title and make money off the name. That's it. Like, there's no innovation. Like, how do you not look at other games like this and go, okay, we got to come up with something like this? I guess they attempted to do that with the Paragon board system, but if you look at the Paragon board system in Diablo 4, it's just a bunch of stats, main stats that lead up to a couple of different things. These are like, holy shit, mana regen? They let you regen? Oh my god. Diablo 4 wouldn't let you do a goddamn thing but use the generator skill. It's gonna take me 10 damn years to figure this game out. This is badass. Yeah, it's a little overwhelming, but I don't give a shit. Alright, let's get on with it. Holy shit, that's badass. Okay. We can take one of these two. Energy shield and mana. Spell damage. Eh, we're gonna always go down. Alright. Wait, this is where I'm supposed to go? I did that. There it is. We're going here. Okay, cool. Oh, this is town. Okay.
Transgressed against your God. You have been a willing vessel following suit. Unlawful acts. 2 counts of grand larceny of church.
Huh? I ain't done none of that.
7 counts of grand larceny of private property. 9 counts of extortion through threat of mortal harm.
Damn, they're throwing the book at me.
4 counts of armed robbery. Pecuniary sloth.
What does
Being
that mean?
unwilling to obtain an occupation of value to society.
Oh, okay.
Enticing citizens into conduct of a wanton and depraved nature. Civil envy. 2 counts of blackmailing a church official. 8 counts of attempting to corrupt a member of the Ebony Legion. 2 counts of inciting the public to riotous behavior. Unlawful vanity. 18 counts of verbal abuse of a church official. 27 counts of verbal abuse of an officer of the Ebony Legion.
Verbal abuse. I'd love to know what I
8
said.
counts of publicly promoting unlawful and lecherous practices. Narcotic quantity. 13 counts of supplying narcotic
Damn drug dealer too?
4 counts of
Damn, it's Tony Montana?
1 count of public obscenity whilst under the influence of narcotic substances.
This is awesome.
Pecuniary lust. 9 counts of pandering. 2 counts of directing an establishment of repute. 6 counts
That means
of
a prostitution ring.
and degrading acts.
This guy ain't mild, he's wild.
11 counts of homicide for pecuniary gain. 4 counts of homicide of an officer of the Ebony Legion for pecuniary gain. 2 counts of episcopicide for pecuniary gain. 1 count of matricide for pecuniary gain.
Good God.
God has charged me with your redemption. You are hereby exiled to Rayclast, where it is hoped you shall come to repent your sins and make your peace with your beloved Father.
So you mean to tell me, I don't know if that was my charges or somebody else's, but they let all those charges go without executing the person? Oh my God. Okay, that was pretty cool.
I saw what you did to Hillock out there, Witch.
Yeah, I whooped his
Your black
ass.
heart is the reason you're here, in exile. It may also be the only thing that allows you to see another day. I'm Nessa, and I suppose I should thank you for ridding us of that putrid giant.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't be ungrateful. Fucking shit.
Hesitation. In Rayclast, I don't have that luxury.
Yeah, that's right. Get off your high
Lana's
horse.
watch isn't much, but it's ours. We could use you here while you live. But should you wish to venture out, do just one thing for me. Out on the coast, amongst the
Say
wrecks, there
please.
must be a ship's medicine chest. I have many to care for, and there's only so much I can do with herbs and seawater.
Herbs. Herbs. Alright, let's see here. Ooh. That's all you gonna give me is a little piece of trash? No, hell no. Nope. I ain't playing with you.
Hello?
Gdje si, Snake, bre? Šta ima?
Oh, hell yeah, you can buy skill
Si mi
gems?
dobar, bret.
Okay.
Zdravo, veliki. Evo, dobro smo. I... Posao kuće, eto što znam. Sve top.
Yeah, I got
Da
3
ne
blues
kažem
to use.
dok.
That'll do it. Alright, let's get us some. Let's see. Let's get a. Rolling magma, a lava fire orb that deals area damage as it hits the ground. The skill change, bouncing forward, deal damage multiple.
A što se radi? Aj, uđi na Discord. Nemo da mi pišeš ovdje, jesi na Discordu?
Projectiles can chain when impacting the ground. Projectiles do...
Ne, nisam.
Da smara svaki dan, a? Priča mi o tome.
Ma fleksa nešto.
Šta je sad uz...
Poslao mu je rođak iz Amerike neku glupost i sad on kao fleksa, znaš, kao malo dete, znaš.
Šta mu je posao?
Nemam pojma, valjda procesor ili tako nešto. Zvao je u 2 dana 5 puta. A neđu sjajem uopšte. Lučak. Nije poenta da uzmeš nešto za sebe radi sebe, nego da uzmeš nešto radi izgleda drugih da bi mogo da, ono, znaš, fleksuješ, prepostavljam.
Znači ima bogatog strica, boli ga kurac.
Zvao me poslovođa danas, kaže, kao kako sam? Ja rekao, odlično sam, rekao, ja radim već 4-5...
Da, ti si još...
Ne. Ja već radim 4-5 dana.
Aha. Okay.
Bio sam na bolovanju, ono, možda 2-3 dana i onda sam radio još 4-5 dana. Juče ujutro sam završio. I ja rekao, spreman se, mislim, tu sam nešto igra na kompjuteru. Ja rekao, sad ću pogledam nešto u 12 sati, pa da odem da jedem. Kurac zove me ovaj poslađe, kaže, znaš, nemamo koga da stavimo. Kao, treba nam neku treću. Ja rekao, dobro, u redu. Pa šta god. Prebaci me čeku treću.
Jel ti veći kintet?
Isti mi kurac. Dok ne zahladni, znaš, preko dana, dok ne preko dana bude ono kao malo hladnije, bolja mi je varijanta da radim noć, ono, znaš, zato što je 100 stepeni ima tamo pored onih peći. Noću nema. Noću je, mene.
Ne. Dobro, meni je lakše noću raditi. Mislim, nikad nisam radio treću. To jest jesam 2 puta, 3 puta u firmi ostao, ali mi je zanimljivo raditi noću. Uglavnom se ono sprdaš, brate.
Pa to. To.
Jel igraš nešto? Vidio sam Remnant ti igraš.
Mhm.
Šta se dešava sa Huntom?
Nemam pojma.
Ja
ne igram, ponekad otvorim Twitter da vidim da li su nešto tweetovali, neke gluposti. Gluposti, upravo tako si rekao, gluposti. Če niđe veze. Bišete. Jeste stavili bar taj C4, jeste? A, ti si CT.
Ma, misliš ti da ja gledam
Gledao sam foru, kaže, ne znam ko je bacio, kaže, kad nekoga pukneš, a nemaš line of sight, tipa kad ga bomba ošteti, onda kao nemaš nikakav indikator da si kao pogodio. To je to novo?
Opa.
Nemaš hit marker.
Smokali mi ovdje gore. Ne.
To nuk, jes.
Čekaj. Ma, to su stavili, da, sad je novije taj kurac. Sa grenadeom.
Ste neko rašava tu s pumparice.
Šta će nam izdrži? Mokali mi sve živao, majku im jebemo u pičku. Ajde umri, jebem ti mater.
Ubi ga. U glavu. Posle svega toga.
Da.
A, šta radi čovjek? Dominacija.
Domination. Znači mi vas tamo, jel ti bio?
Te neko rašao tu s pumparice.
Jebemo pičku.
Kilovan.
Smokali mi sve živo, majke.
Kilovan.
Smokali mi sve živo. I think they're gonna rush ramp. I hoće bogam. Dori me.
Ameno, znači...
Dori me.
Oto.
Kaži mi, jel ti bio jutros?
Ne primam gost.
I ne treba.
Tako naporne kao ne.
Gdje su ovi ljudi?
Nek uživa. Nek uživa dok može. Dok ne mora da radi ništa u životu.
Ma, da li uživa uopšte?
Nemam pojma.
Aj jebate, umri, hvalim te, Bože. Opa. Bombom.
La bomba.
Bomba. Može ono skop sad, nje?
No. Taj brod novi ili se meni čini?
Koji brod?
Je to brod, šta je to? To je neka rafinerija?
Gdje bre?
To pored tebe.
A, i okvir. Ništa ni novo, sve isto.
Učinilo mi se da je brod.
Pa kakav crni brod? Isto je mapa, bret. Samo što su teksture i detalje promijenili.
Pa to je.
I lighting. Više posjeća na Hunt.
Ne.
A sam lošu poziciju stao. Olej. Ovi moji izginuli insta. Brate, komšija napolje motornu testeru upalio, sad će da mi izbuši. Jebote. Go. Planting. Corner. Nice. Jebi ga. Ja nosim AWP. A ovi plantuju na B. Mrš.
Relax, take it easy.
Relax.
Take it easy.
ti sviđa Remnant 2?
Pa dobar je, samo što kažem, nema baš pointe kad ga igraš solo. Jedan moj drugar sa Steama, ja ga pitao da igram u co-op, on kaže, a prvo ćeš kao da pređe, znaš, kao single player, kao ono, solo challenge, ja rekao ono, okej, što bude. Igra baš nije pravljena za to, možeš tako da igraš, ali nije.
Je li bolje nego Kids?
Da, u svakom pogledu. Znači nijedan, osim ako ono kao, bukvalno ti Cats kao koncept nije dobra igra, onda možda nije za tebe. Ali ako ti se Cats sviđao, dvojka je još bolje.
Evo gaj, počaj. Evo, kosi travu.
Od tvoj čale?
Ma ja. 3.
Uzeo sam Diablo za 70 evra i Remnant za 50-60. S tim što sam mogao da platim Remnant manje, neki 15 evra. Verujem mi da mi nije žao para za Remnant, a za Diablo jest.
Znači što bi ti bilo žao?
A nema kontenta. Dobar je kad se pređe jednom. Da pređeš priču jednom, ali nema trenutno toliko sadržaja. Verujem sam završio sve side questove. Trebalo mi 50-60 sati da pređem prvi put i uradio sam bukvalno 99%. I uzeo sam napred...
Kaži mi, trojka bolja ipak, a?
A isti je kurac. Samo veći svet. Znaš, sve je spojeno. Kao da igraš open world igru, znaš. Zato je dobar, ali je propuštena prilika, nema šta da se radi. Nema kontenta, razumeš? Zamisli da Modern Warfare 2 ne updatuje non stop, da ne izbacuju nove mape, da ne izbacuju za ne DMZ, ono, razumeš, neke nove stvari da radiš, da nešto ne remiksuju. Ne bi ljudi igrali posle, razumeš, pola godine, ono, izdvolo bi igra brzinski.
A dobro, nema veze, ipak ti...
Hunt Shodan dok nema, ako nemaš kontenta tipa oni eventi, one gluposti, pa ne, mrtva igra, razumeš. To će da igra 1000-2000 ljudi, razumeš što je to, ko će to da igra još?
Je li opala player baza, jeste?
Mogu da pogledam.
Ja mislim da je ono, jeste bret, pa ja se smorio isto bret. Da, igraju ljudi zbog eventa samo.
Da vidim samo. Minus 22%. Average player 11.000. A za event je bila...
Eto vidiš. Viš ti koliko je opalo?
Bilo je u julu 2023. 23.500 u prosjeku. Da, maks je bio 43.000. Sad je 23.000 kao aktivno, ali bukvalno propolovilo se, znaš.
Da.
Ostali su samo ti novi igrači i jedan deo te kao stare publike, kao što je Milan koji nema šta da radi od sebe.
To će i da opada još ako nešto ne...
Kaže 6200 igrača pre 5 minuta. All time peak 44.500. Deset 20.000 igrača u proseku, ali preko dana 5-6.000.
Ja, uveče to kad dođu svi se posla.
Kad dođu s posla ti ljudi koji zapravo imaju posao.
Tak.
Ima i ljudi koji stanu ujutro u 7-8 i vidiš ga da igra šodan.
I kafu.
Da.
Ispija.
Toliko mu je težak život.
Šta je ljudima, bret? Šta me spamuju, bret? Svi. Šta ću reći? Mila me zove, čekaj.
Ja.
Sorry bro, sorry.
AFK si bio.
Znam. Znam, ne mogu. Ne mogu, spamuju me svi, ovaj brate Mila me zove preko telefona, a ovamo nešto u brate RL. Jebote, ljudi stvarno...
Znam, jučer sam teo da izludim, znaš.
Šta je?
Pa rekao sam bio kum da će da dođem kod njega, okej, otišao sam kod kuma. Vraćam se kući i sjetim se da me komšija zvao da im je kompjuter bio na servisu, pa ne može da radi, pa treba doći, ja vam dignem ruke, a ne idem, ne mogu. Dođem kući, kaže Keva, idemo popodne noćdan kod sestre, rekao, zar nije 19. septembar, ona kaže ne, 17. Ja rekao, znači, mislim da sam upalio komp prvi put juče negde oko 7-8 uveče. Da sam upalio da gledam nešto uopšte, znaš, ne da igram, samo da sam upalio da gledam nešto. Ono kao free vreme za sebe, znaš. Životnu energiju sam izvukli.
Aj jebate, ovaj Milan, brate.
Rekao sam ti da je bez posla.
Kaže, ne može da uđe na Discord preko telefona, ne radi mu internet na telefonu.
Baš mi ga je žao. Nije zapravo.
A?
Rekao, baš mi ga je žao.
Da,
što mu ne radi Discord na telefonu. Ne, nego ono kao kakvi su njegovi problemi.
Radi mu, znaš što je pojente, radi mu Discord, nego nema interneta zbog VIP-a na telefonu. Mega, mobil data, Sad. Da li to njemu...
Ko zna?
Tako ili nije... Ko zna šta on, brate, radi. Tu banana. Chew banana. ja.
Jel umor jest? Ne, ubij si ga.
Ma, dve glave, dva long. Dve lepe glave se bili. It's long, bro, I say. Niko neće da sluša nikakav info, brete. Svako stera svoju priču, brete. Strašno, neću ni da pričam info. Kako ću ja da čeram svoju priču?
No, ti čeraj svoje.
Naravno, ovi tražili pauzu.
Kako pauza? To radi u CS-u?
Da.
Šta je to, voltuje se?
Pa da, voltuje se pauza, nekome se prikenja, što bi se reklo.
Otišao cigara da zapali. Koliko traje pauza? Minut, dva?
Minut. Ali ako se neko diskonektuje ima 2.
Aha.
Znači onda mu pukla igra i to. I onda posle 2 minuta pusti igru, a on ima fore još 5 minuta posle toga da se vrati u meč ili dobija ban. To je okej.
Nice.
Korektno. Od strane Valveta. A ne u kantu zaseneš u žbunju čita meč. I u češu.
Ne mrdaš. Taktički se štekaš. Ja sam dao par predloga da počne da gori žbun ili da te zmija ugrize za guzicu.
Ne.
Kad dugo stojiš.
To bi bilo dobro.
Ako si napolju u žbunju, zmija te ugrize i otureš se. I čuje se da se svi znaju da si tu. A ako si unutra, počne da dima, kao zapali ispod tebe nešto.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no.
Ajajajajaj. Uzeo sam Far Cry 5 za 9 €.
Rekao mi je Milan, igra Far Cry 5.
Što ima veze?
Igra igru staru 20 godina.
Igrao sam i Far Cry 2. Kak je to uzino?
Far Cry 2 je u stvari najbolji Far Cry.
A verovatno jeste, zato što priča mi nekako najnormalniji.
Realističan previše.
Dobro, osim što imaš 3 crtice za health, realističan je. Kada...
Realističan je previše.
kad kreneš da se healuješ, on vadi, ne znam, šrapnel iz ruke. Ili, recimo, previja ruku, nogu. Ima 10-20 animacija za healovanje, znaš što? Toliko su se potrudili bilo kod igre.
Priča se baš vidi da je ono realna i zato što je igra, aj neću da kažem dosadna, meni nije dosadna, nego baš je ono realna bukvalno.
Igra nema oštećenja komponenti oružja, ali kad opališ određeni broj metaka iz puške, zaista kao imaš durability. Puška samo pukne. Eksplodira, ne znam, onaj zatvarač ili otpadne poklopac, razumeš? Pukne ti u ruci, moraš da je baciš i da uzmeš drugu. Ali isti kurac. Samo treba da imaš da si blizu neprijateljima, kad padne prvi da mu zgrabiš oružje, to je to. I imaš kao taj co-op sistem, kao da te kao AI kompanjon izvuče ako si u govnima.
Sam ispromašivao lika, već.
S kalašnjikovom? Da vidim. Ojoj. Ne, ubio si ga. Teo si smanje, a?
Da, teo sam jedan metak samo na njega. A da čovjek kaže šta je video, a čovjek umro prvi, legend.
Jer si još uvijek onako retardirana animacija za kalašnjikov kad gledaš iz trećeg lica da karakter se šeta sa puškom na boku. To nisu menjali. Su fiksovali.
Fiksovano sve, pogledaj nogi ima, bret. Znaš, pogledaj.
A, vidim, to dodato, jest.
Da, pa kažem ti ovo, brate, ko Hunt sad izgleda, jebeš metar. Relativno. Zbog lightinga samo. Inače...
A znaš zašto nisi video pre noge? Zato što je napor previše developerima da renderuju čitavo telo. Dovoljno ti samo da prikažeš na ekranu ruku i to je to, razumeš, ruku i oružje. A ovo ti je bukvalno čitav karakter. Zato što je engine dovoljno napredan da može to da izvede bez da išta zapinje.
Pogodio me s molotovom, reci.
Ne spitam kako se toliko potrudili oko toga Counter Strike, kako će biti ostale igre koje budu urađene u tom engine-u. Ne mislim na Half-Life igre, nego razumeš.
Uopšte.
Da, uopšte.
Dobro, ovaj engine Dota imam već davno, brate.
Pa ima.
Zato im je bilo najlakše uraditi svakako. Dota je okej, ali nije teška. Ne, MMO,
MOBA.
Tičija perspektive, što bi se reklo. Banana. Brate, vodi nas 10-0, razvališ.
Deset nula.
Jes. Toliko tome u komunikaciji. A i ja isto s njim.
Dobro je to.
Ne, dobro je sve to.
Deset nula vas vode.
Da, 11-0. Dobar tim i
Ili loš tim.
Loš tim, pa to. Ne ide nas ništa, ima jedan kill, nisu je to 5-6. A ja ne pratim igru.
Šti mami se, ne bih se igra da možeš mozak da isključiš, ako ću iskreno.
To je najbolje. A meni je ovo chill.
Pa to je to.
Odigram, izgubio, dobio. Isti mi kurac.
Što bi sad tryhardao?
Vidi ga, ajde, ale moguće. A šta rade ljudi? Ako me pogodi jebate jednim metkom, idu kurac.
Lucky shot.
Jebate. Userite se.
Skini gaće pa me uradi. Kako beše, čitao sam pre neku noć. Kad smo radili, su imali vremena, ono, jedno sat vremena su imali lufta, ono, pred kraj smene, pa sam čitao vice. Kaže... Za cigana. Dolazi filmska ekipa da snima kako se živi u getu, znaš, i nađu cigana, random. I cigan kao, da li biste kao da vam platimo, da napravimo kao, znaš, reportažu, kaže cigo, da. I kao, možete vam pokazati da živite, cigan, ono, kao šta da im pokaže, ode on tamo na Dedinje, znaš. Krene onda se šeta okolo, iđe na vilu, razumeš, izgleda da nema nikog. I cigan kao, uđite. Oni kao, ovo je tvoja kuća, cigo, jeste. I on ih pojede, znaš, u zadnje dvorište, kaže, tvoj bazen, kaže, odluka, kaže, jeste, kaže, moj bazen. Kaže, ovo, kaže, gospođa, on se okreće, plavuša neka zgodna, znaš. Kaže, to je moja žena Ivana. A žena ga gleda ovako, ništa ne priča, odlazi u kuću, izlazi tip na bildovani, znaš. Kaže, ovi novinari, kao filmska ekipa, kaže, cigo, ko je, kaže, ovo? Kaže, pa to sam ja. Koliko se unovo razumeš u priču.
Ulogu, Što se...
you not change direction. Yeah, let's do that. Weapon has a base critical strike chance? You don't have to roll it on an item? Oh shit. Alright, I think I'm gonna go life per hit first. I'm gonna go magma.
Jesse. Edge.
This here, right?
Što mene direktor nije bio tu?
U gradu je.
Tranzita.
Jebač naš.
Fackir. Ovdje mi je Benny Goblin iz Boradima barut. Šta je Dota?
Dota, da. Ona je i miner.
Goblin Tekis. Suicide Squad.
Kancer. Brate, koliko je taj heroj kancer. Ko zna da ga igra, taj prešu igru. Ona je strašno, ne možeš bre da šetaš po ovaj, brate.
I da imaš...
On stakuje sve, brate, svaku buret.
Da imaš Game of True Sight ne vredi ti ništa. Zato što može da ti stavi burat, da, može stavi burat tamo u maglu, razumeš.
Izgubiš game insta i prijetno.
Ko baš hoće da tu bije, može da proba da se ukoka sa onim, kako se zove, Suicide Attack. I to na malom levelu, dok su svi mali level možda te one-shotuju s tim.
Nema živaca za brate Dotu. Nerviram se zato što...
Aj, treba ti ekipa, ljudi igraju random.
U Counteru mogu da, brate, klačujem, relativno.
Možeš. Zašto znaš da igraš?
A u Doti ne mogu nikad.
Nema veze u Doti.
Možeš i u Doti, ali moraš da se nafarmaš, a i teško i to, brate. Nemaš sam protiv 5.
Ne igra niko baš toliko loše, svi igraju prosječno. Ko igra Dota, svi igraju bar prosječno. A 5 prosječnih igrača može da dobije bilo kojeg profesionalca. 100%.
Ne može taj profesionalac jedan da pobije sve zato što, brate, ovo ima stan, ovo ima heal, ovo ima ono,
CC, crowd control. Samo ga zaustave u mestu i ne može ništa dodati.
To je to, znači zato ne volim Dotu, mislim volim je, ali ne mogu da je ono igram zato što nemam tim.
Ali igra ti je još gora od toga, u ligi imaš tih čempiona koji su toliko jaki da mogu da, može jedan čempion koji nije balansiran, koji je ono fidovan, max može da crowd control uradi na 3-4 karaktera. Ne svaki, ali ima ih takvih. Ako napraviš tima kako treba, može da te zaledi s onim malim pečurkama jebenim. Imaš onaj item koji ih zaledi svaki put kad uradi magic damage. Možda zalediš čovjeka, razumeš, koji prođe protiv tvoje mine, pečurke.
Ne.
Ojha. Šta ti je taj krst dole u ćošku ekranu?
Krst?
A ne znaš šta je. Da, zvezdica neka.
Logo.
A šta, svaki put sija kad...
Ne, to ti je, kad si TT, onda ti je, kako se zove...
Plavo.
Onda ti je žuto, kad si terorist, a dobiješ kartice koje sam ja sad napravio killove i onda ti dodaje kartice. To su sastavili, evo 4 kila sam napravio.
A zašto? Kartice?
Pa, to je njihov sad dizajn. Za Ace isto ono, kad dobiješ isto. Uglavnom, lepše stoji, što jeste, sad je kao to...
Kapiram.
Taj interfejs. Zanimljivo je, dobar je CS2, ja sam jedva čekao da ono izađe. Ne mogu više onoga, ona prsta. Mislim, i dalje je to isti igra, samo eto, detalji su mnogo...
Nova kanta farbe.
A je, ali i bolje, svakako. Bolje to nego da je ono isto. Ne vidim ništa, jebo vam pas mater u pičku. Here van. The toilet one, I think. Mater u pičku.
Rano sam se probudio oko 5:30. To bi otići za vremena.
Ja sam sinoć zaspao, došao i zaspao sam odmah i probudio se oko 5 ovako i onda sam opet spao.
Pa, to bi ja trebao.
Two behind, short coming. Too short. Yo, it's short. One more. Short. Long last. Da, hoćeš se većeš tu.
Kako da ne?
Da, sevaćeš tu 15 metara od bombe. Šta mi staješ ispred nišana majmunčina je? Info? Yeah, I know. Yes. Gubi.
Si gledao neki film skoro dobar?
Ne. Ne bret, znači bukvalno smorili me filmovi već.
Seriju imaš onu Twisted Metal ako te zanima, dobra ta dimna bomba. Nije loša prva sezona, kaže.
Koliko ima epizoda?
Ne znam, 5, 10, tako nešto.
To je od onog crtana, a?
Igra. Bila je na PlayStation Catsu, pa na PlayStation 2. Mada imaš Gledao si već nešto tako sigurno, Death Race sa Jasonom Stathamom.
Ziggy. Welcome to my channel.
To ti na taj fazan. Oh my god. Treba ići se odspavam.
Jebat.
Čujemo se kasnije, ako budeš tu, ako odeš na posao jebi.
Lagano, čućemo se.
Osi.
Pozdrav.
Escalated before the night was too late.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel. Ziki. Welcome to my channel.
Gdzie Medo? Medo! A dobro ručavac, cupe malo pa niko.
Kasnije ćeš.
A ja ti pogledati.
Javim da je poslao za radnu večeras.
A?
Radim uveč. Javio mi je prije sat vremena. Poslao će.
Kad? U 10?
Već, da.
Dobro. A dobro. Onda ništa. Već. A? Evo vaš. Kako tebe? A dobro, noć jest, ne znam.
Welcome to my channel. Ziki. Welcome to my channel.
more support skills here? Yeah, right here. That's the same one I have, ain't it? Yeah, okay. Fuck. Wait a minute, can I take this out and... Oh shit, even though they're linked. Okay, cool, okay. Now. Alright, I think that's good enough. Yeah, take care of yourself.
Fine work with Hillock. Where'd you learn to fight like that? No, forget I asked. We exiles have no...
I'm an exile, remember?
Dominus took it from us when he had his blackguards dump us in the water out there. Yeah, got something for you. Should help you kill a few more of those undead bastards. Don't bother thanking me. The way I figure it, the longer we fighters live, the longer
Let me adjust myself so I can... Oh, god damn it. I'm glad I didn't go ham and spend all my shit. Oh. There's rolling magma. Excuse me. I don't want to channel anything. Let's take the freezing pulse.
Still alive, are we?
He's still giving me a piece of paper for that? Three pieces of fucking paper. Sick.
Jo! Der ist irgendwo ganz nah.
Nein!
Keine Ahnung. Bitte Pistole, vorsichtig am Pumpen. Wasser?
Okay, zurück.
Was? Ah. Ja, gut.
Jetzt.
Still. Hit. Hit.
Heil dich, heil dich. Kleiner Pisser, er hat Hit. Der ist tot, ich muss heilen.
Ja, mach, ich bin voll.
Hinterm Wagen ist der gestorben. Dahinter.
Okay, der war das.
Ja, stopp, da noch mehr. Stopp, stopp, stopp. Ganz gechillt, ne? Ah, die sind auch im Ding jetzt drin.
Ein Rothemd-Typ, ne?
Nee. Das war ein Krokodil.
Okay. Ich hatte so ein Rothemd.
Ja.
Mich hat ein Rothemd getötet. Irgendwo da. Oben,
Okay.
ich, bei Blume.
Welcome
Lass
to
doch mal
my
ein Stück
channel.
hier weiter außen rum.
Jo,
Ich glaube, hier ist auch noch was.
Oh.
Wow, das ist aber verzögert, mein Freund. Obendrauf auf der Dings.
Hit.
Schön, der ist tot, der ist tot. Noch einer. Das oben, oben. Nee, das war ein Zombie, oder? Ja. Nicht so angestarrt. Oben drinne im Fenster. Nee. Nach rechts weg, go, go. Du musst dich... Okay. Der lädt nach. Der hat einen Shotgun nicht zu nah dran. So, hier ist noch die Klotür, ne? Ein bisschen... Au! Check's nicht. Oben drauf, oben am Schild. Der pickt wahrscheinlich seinen Mate. Der hat einen Hit. Beide tot, ne?
Ja.
Oh mein Gott.
Ich hab leider keine.
Doch, hast du eingesammelt oder nicht? Ja, also noch raus. Oder hast du einen neuen Hunter genommen? So.
Ja, natürlich habe ich jetzt eine Armbrust.
Ich hab Geier.
Irgendeiner hat meine Waffe. Martini.
Ich habe hier südliche Schönheit. Ich weiß nicht, welche das ist.
Der muss ja, wo hat er den?
Ja, wahrscheinlich oben.
Also wie gesagt, ich bin durchschnitt. Ich hab, naja.
Deiner Hut, das ist meine Waffe.
Thank you, safe.
Hallo Snake. Hab ich.
Hast du
Hab durchgelootet, ja.
Hast du?
Hab das schön gemacht,
Dass der Pick von Jana geklappt hat.
Was?
Dass ich dich gepickt habe, dass das geklappt hat, dass du es überlebt hast. Ja, Darren oder...
Ich hab Paddy. Toll. Hast du geschossen?
Ja, hat sie.
Meine Babypistole.
Was hast du?
Nicht meine Babypistole. Egal, ich komme.
Die Bounty hat ihn nicht aufgenommen.
Den muss ich auf jeden Fall erstmal speichern. Okay, jetzt haben sie aufgenommen.
Was ist hier?
Ich weiß.
Sinn.
Ja, ich nehme mal alles, was umfleucht. Ich habe diesmal keine Fallen dabei. Nichts irgendwo hinlegen. Och, ich hätte hier eine Bärenfalle. Wow. Hier ist schon einer? Ja. Hier ist schon einer. Ich leg hier noch eine Bärenfalle hin.
Hier ist eine Falle.
Okay. Bubbel. Okay.
Ja,
Hab ich verstanden.
sehr gut.
Machen wir sehr gut.
Vorsicht.
So. Beweg mich jetzt nie wieder.
Doch, nur hinter dir musst du aufpassen. An Lift. Fahrstuhl. Gedöns.
Kaiser.
Ich hab die falsche Waffe mitgenommen. Guck sie dir an, so eine hässliche Kackwaffe. Guck sie dir an.
Scheiße. Scheiße.
Der Schrottfield. Uff. Oh, der verdammte Kacke.
Moin Nils.
Hey Nils.
Boah, wie freundlich sagst du das denn, ey?
Geht's dir gut?
Ich bin müde.
Die scheinen rauszuwollen.
Ja.
Sollen sie gehen?
Sieht gut aus. Geht weg.
Zu freundlich. Was hast du gemacht, Blume? Fragt Nils.
Bis jetzt habe ich noch nichts gemacht.
Lüge! Du hast mich angegriffen.
Niki hat dir eine runtergehauen.
Du hast mich zweimal angegriffen. Niki hat mir nur einmal eine drüber gehauen.
Du bist mir im Schuss gelaufen.
Ja.
Sie ist mir in den Schlag gelaufen.
Die hat mich zweimal angemessert. Die hat mich mit einem Zombie verwechselt. Oder mit einem bösen Hunter. Hat sie
Gucke.
getan.
Nö.
Ja, wir gehen immer am Port vorbei, da können wir nachholen.
Hm?
Bis jetzt läuft.
Ja.
Nicht klagen.
Nö, ist absolut okay.
Deeply of sin. It's a poison that clouds our minds. What if I told you?
Noch eine heißt mit Feuer.
Oh ja. Ich hab leider gar kein Feuer.
Danke. Kannst du den Dicken auch wegmachen mit Explosion? Hast du noch was? Ja. Entschlossenheit.
Wenn du möchtest, Entschlossenheit.
Wenn du mitnehmen willst, nimm ruhig mit.
Ich hab.
Ich komme.
Ich komme. Soll mal Pinko?
Ja.
Was?
Nix.
Wieso was so wunderbar? Schul.
Genau so.
Schule gekommen, nicht todmüde, das ist doch schön.
Countdown startet.
Nur 8 Runs getötet. Fuck die Game.
Dafür 500 Panzer.
Irgendwo.
Sooner or later, John's gonna send you a video. If John sends the Chosen in those awful...
Das klingt doch entspannt. Wow, sich in den Tod gestürzt.
Wow.
Ist egal wie und Hundezwinger Hühnerstelle. Okay.
Meine berühmte Lasagne war ein Kassenschlager. Mag ich Fixtüten oder? Wirklich? Du verarscht mich jetzt, oder?
Was jetzt? Dass sie meine Fixtüten benutzt.
Okay.
Das soll er dir unter Beweis stellen, Blume. Ich glaube ihm kein Wort. Das nächste Mal, wenn er bei euch ist, dann kann er erstmal Lasagne machen. Kein Wort glaube ich ihm.
Ist die ekelig.
Ach, weißt du, ich bin schon einiges gewohnt von meinen Kindern.
Ja, das härtet ab, wenn Leute nicht kochen können. Mhm. Nee, ich sag denen, wenn Scheiße schmeckt. Aber meistens lasse ich sie dann auch nicht kochen, weil...
Weißt du, wenn dann alle weg sind, dann sagst du, das war aber sehr gewürzt oder das war sehr lapp. Ja, gut, sag ich gar nichts mehr. Wie kann ich das ja auch sagen, weißt du?
Nee, scheinbar nicht. Scheinbar nicht.
Oh.
Dann sag es mir einfach.
Okay.
Mal volle Breitseite, wenn er kocht und es schmeckt, so richtig schmeckt.
Ist ja widerlich.
Ja, genau. So. Meine Rabe, sorry.
Ja, macht nix.
Das hier ist so Krähen. What the fuck?
Fall's end is screwed.
I got some big pests to take care of. Exterminator.
What's that loud?
You know, I take my boy getting rid of those cultists. Maybe you could help me with something else.
A lot of good memories there for me. For everyone. Thanks for getting some of ours back, Deputy. We owe you one this time.
Es tut mir leid.
Hast du sie schon wieder geschlagen?
Ich und dann sie und
Was? Ich bin nicht so ganz sicher, was passiert, aber ich glaube, irgendjemand hat Schaden genommen. Blume.
Ja.
Was ist hier? 2?
Das sag ich alles meiner Mama. Und
Deine Mama denkt sich dann nur, was will die von mir?
Ja, und
sei alles meinem Kind und Sam und Kalle und dem ganzen Chat. Das gut aussieht.
Ach, der Shit ist das schon gewohnt.
Guck mal.
Der Chat hat Schlimmeres von Blume gewohnt.
Ja, das hat sich jeder verweist.
This guy, maybe you should just play it safe.
Tante Niki da?
And
Ärger?
don't get my girl in the mail.
Rot?
Nee.
Doch.
Ich bin nichts gestellt. Verdammte Karte. Okay. Das war nichts. Alles gut. Von hier kommen. So.
Von hier kommen?
Falle?
Ja, wahrscheinlich.
Ja, glaube ich.
Falle für unsere Karte reingeschrieben worden.
Ja, ich glaube, da sind auf jeden Fall welche. Ja, werfen was.
Ja, sind hier, hat einer Licht ausgemacht. Felix?
Ja, zeig dich nicht, die müssen kommen.
I ain't never seen bears like this before. Got a job for you. All this ripe fruit is attracting bears.
Under normal circumstances, we try and catch them and release them somewhere safer. These bears got into some of that bliss crap the cult had stored out back. It's making them act all crazy. Too dangerous to catch. We gotta put them down.
Oh, einer drinnen. Warum ruckelt das denn wie Sau? Sind alle drinnen. Da kann keiner kommen, richtig. Ja, doch schon. Aber. Also bei mir hat's richtig geruckelt.
Ja, ach komm, ich will jetzt auch pumpen. Bam, tot, ach komm.
Ich verstehe aber auch nicht, wie der eine reingekommen ist. Das hat halt gar keinen Sinn gemacht, dass er schon drin war. Ist nicht von wo? Vielleicht von hinten, von der Kirche?
Ja. Puppenmann hatte mich vom Fenster aus. Zwischen den Gittern.
Ach, Russenscheiße, ja, da brauchst du gar nichts zu sagen. Deshalb hat das auch geruckelt wie Sau. Fuck you, ey. Fuck Ausschluss. Oh ja, Count. Geht auf eure eigenen Server, ihr Pisswelken, ey.
Das ist einmal Fächer mit und ach komm. Schiermeister.
Geh kurz ab.
Ja. Alter, sieht gut aus.
War lustig. Mama, Mann, Schlecker. In den Augen.
Nee. Die ist jetzt 1,5. Ja.
Ist das auch frisch?
Ja, so ein bisschen.
Oh, wie süß.
Ja.
So.
Zurück.
Super.
Baba.
Ran into this guy while on patrol. He was ranking all 50 states in ascending order of patriotism. Thought he was a nut job.
I bet your dog.
But there's something about him I just can't put my finger on.
Was?
Gepanzerte mit Gift, ja.
Okay, kriegen wir hin.
Wo? Gehen?
Kapelle.
Das ist nicht Kapelle. Das ist Kapelle. Ah, mein Pferdchen. Hier ist weiß.
Oh.
Das ist Single Bounty.
Oh ja.
2 Arabis. Ich hasse Single Bounties.
Dieser blöde Punkt.
Weiter dahin.
Ach nee, komm. Der
Nee,
ist ja.
ist egal.
Nee.
Machen wir ihn so.
Ist eine Lampe.
Ja. Hab ich mit?
John's got Deputy
Becky,
Hudson.
Becky, zieh die Lampe
Yeah,
jetzt.
saber.
Verbrenne. Achtung, ich werf hier Feuer.
Gotta pitch in and help, you know, grocery shopping.
Na gut, da kommen wir von der anderen Seite.
Wer weiß. Geh weg. Achtung, hier Falle.
Was ist da los, Jana?
Ich hab die Falle gefressen, aber ist alles gut.
Es ist gut.
Alles gerollt.
Leute. Was ist denn hier? Was ist denn hier? Irgendwo ist was. Oh, vielleicht hier Leiter an der Seite.
Bis jetzt sehe ich 3 oben.
Oh, hier ist ein... Wir haben hier einen Sheriff. Okay, es sind 4. Okay. Tot. Der ist tot.
Nein! Oh mein Gott.
Oh mein Gott.
Ja, oh Mann.
Thanks, Deputy. John's always wearing a key around his neck. Calls it the key to paradise. I don't want to know what it unlocks.
Da kommt noch Marianne.
Wow.
Shit. Da ist noch einer, ich muss heilen.
Prof Amazing. Welcome to my channel.
Hello Amazing, what's up? I've got you. I'm just kidding, sorry.
Okay, cool.
So where is the guy?
Probably don't have any damn money. I just used all my scroll of wisdom. Yep, fucking idiot. Probably shouldn't even be buying anything right now anyway. Oh yeah, I guess I can sell these 2 things. So. Here, take this shit. 2 pieces of paper, hell yeah. Alright, one thing I want to do. Can I fix this? Always attack without movement. No fucking way. You can actually... Wow, we're gonna see what that does. Okay. Freezing pole. I want this middle one going. What is it? Rolling them? Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Clear. Rolling magnet clear. Freezing pole. Getting the hang of it. Talk to pistol. to spawn molten monsters. Defeating the molten monsters will reward experience towards unlocking a crucible. Oh shit, what did I just do? Shit! Shit! Maybe I shouldn't have taken that to lethal?
You saved my life, that's for sure. You know, you can hear the cultists bagging away at the rail yard. They're snapping up all the metal. Whatever they plan to do with it, it ain't good.
Yeah! Ooh. Ow! God damn! Stop it! I'm new!
But I can't host a reality show. I need to brief you on what's really going on here. I know who you are, Deputy, and I know what you're doing. My name is Special Agent Willis Huntley. The man in charge has been monitoring Eden's Gate for some time. I've been sent by the highest authority to handle it. But the prepubescent eggheads at Langley tell me this is a sharing economy now. And before we help you, you need to do something for us. So just like a fine Turkish sauna, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. Pardon my French. Get in my car and I'll explain. I was on vacation visiting all 50 states in ascending order of patriotism when I got a call. The call. I've been sent here on a special mission from the big man himself. Jesus, tap-dancing Christ, just saying that gets me semi-erect. Pardon my French. I need to recover a tape that, if released, could make him look bad to the public. I tracked it here, to a member of Joseph's Hatton family. He stashed it somewhere. That's where you come in. I'm gonna lure out our man, and you're gonna follow him back to his hidey hole and get the tape back for me. Do this for your country, and your country will solve your little cult problem for you. We're here. Follow me. Go on foot the rest of the way. Unless you're after the most dangerous game, hunting is like kissing your sister.
I need access to the equipment in this tower. Get rid of all these doomsday hippies for me.
Ow! I have no fucking mana. No power. This witch ain't scared of shit!
top, Deputy. Now meet me in that tower.
Oh
You
my
Jones
God,
and
I
Casino,
wouldn't even
come
take
on!
this.
Be careful!
Why did I go to town? Is there a way to put my health above my head? There it is. Ow!
Attention, comrade. The bed has been wet. Repeat, the bed has been wet.
Goosies, how did you get on this frequency?
I don't have time to explain, but your bunker is compromised. You need to move fast.
Damn it. I'm at Boyd's house. Send me a chopper and I'll take care of it.
It's tailing time, Deputy. Follow that chopper to Boyd's house. Let the target
Get in, and they'll lead you down the yellow brick road. Remember, as ironic as this may sound, this is not a wet works mission. Surveillance only. Do not engage the target unless instructed. There's the chopper right on time. If you got a wingsuit, you can jump off the tower and follow it down. Otherwise, I spotted an ATV that'll get the job done. Now get going.
Shit!
Remember, we still need to find where he's hiding the tape. Any idiot with a stick can pull off wet works. Espionage is what separates us from the animals.
Fucking tadpoles and shoot fire. Like, give me a goddamn break. Need to resurrect you. Get out of here. Shit. Does that mean I killed them all? Oh, that's the gym. Okay.
Alright, let our man get into the chopper. Remember, we still need to find where he's hiding the tape. Any idiot with a stick can pull off wet works. Espionage is what separates us from the animals.
Oh shit! God damn! Maybe I should have taken the energy shield first. Probably do that next. Yeah, look.
Our target was a hotel worker. Got a little too nosy with the visitor's private time in a luxury suite, and he came back to bite him in the rear. Pardon my French. He fled Grimlandia, wriggled his way into the US of A, and wouldn't you know it, Joseph found him and offered him sanctuary. I'm not letting that bearded kumbaya nutcase have any leverage over the big boss. Okay, Deputy. Now it's time for the stick. When he lands, clear the area. We're looking for a hard copy, likely an old VHS tape. I'm on my way to you now. Have it ready for me.
get cold, bitch. You ain't shit. Yeah, you die. You die. Sniper's mark. Okay, let's check all this shit out. Oh, hell yeah. Little shoes. Wow. Versus a single enemy.
This is out of control.
Damage it takes.
What happened?
Let's
get out of it! Heads up! Damn it! Found that sinner again! Jacob made me into a weapon!
Yeah!
Choose death! Choose pain!
Get my mana regen back, 'cause I need that really bad. Oh, you bitch. Shit! Let me move! Ah! Oh shit, what the fuck is that? Damn! +1 to level of socketed bow gems, 91% increased physical damage, 10% increased attack speed, gain 10 mana per enemy kill, plus 30 to accuracy rate. Holy shit. Okay. What happens if can I not wear that?
Great job. Bring it here. Sorry, kid. I've got bigger fish to fry, and this little bearded uprising is suddenly below my pay grade. The American way used to mean a deal was a deal, but we live in a new America now. I know you're wishing for a handout, but that's just how it is. Reminds me of something my grandmother used to say to me.
Yeah!
Wish in one hand,
Hell
shit in the
yeah.
other, and see which one fills up first. Ah, I miss her. See you around, kid.
Too much butter. Shit, yeah. 20% mana regen? Take that. Oh yeah, it's got like magic points, 7% increased rarity or items found. Take that. 7% increased rarity items found. Hell yeah, goddamn, am I lucky? This must be new player luck. Hell, y'all are probably laughing going, man, that ain't shit. Those items suck. Energy shield, +5. I want to take this hat here. Yeah, get a little more energy shield, okay. Anything else? Damn it. Oh, you don't want to do that because you've got the, oh, fuck your shit. I've got the damn, oh, shit! Fucking Diablo, I swear to. You can put skill trees on each individual item also? What have I been playing? You know what I feel like right now? I feel like I've been reading. Okay, yesterday I went to the bookstore, my old lady, and Barnes & Noble, and in the little kids section, she used to teach her chess. We're walking around and I seen these little
I bet you're looking. There's
they're
no
like truck
veteran who lives
books. They
just
got
over
wheels
there.
and shit on them.
He can't
and
move
you
very
open
well
them up
anymore.
and,
I hope
they
he's
got
not
pictures
in
of
trouble.
trucks. I feel like when I was
feel
playing
much better
Diablo,
if you
I was
looked in on him.
reading that, and then this I've gone to like Stephen King or some shit. Like, what? Alright. Now. Oh, now I can go back to town. Okay.
I got a video from John saying I'd been marked. I've been on the run ever since, but it's only a matter of time before he finds me.
I'd almost stopped believing in miracles. This medicine chest. It's greater than the signs themselves it holds. It tells
Honey,
us we can do
it's
more
me.
than middle-class than
Are you with the kids? Listen, I just met up with John Seed about our farm. Told him about how, you know, we talked it over and that while the offer was generous, we were gonna pass. And,
Silver flask, 40%
I don't know.
increased move speed. Oh shit, okay.
It went south. He said we'd all been marked. Then he said he'd huff and he'd puff and he'd blow our house down.
Oh,
I don't know what got into him. It's like he flipped a switch. All I know is it gave me the chills.
You look like a good person.
We should talk to Pastor Jerome. He's had a few run-ins with the Seeds. I'm home in 20.
Okay. Oh, and we got another gym. Hell yeah.
Wouldn't want to mess with that, though.
Alright, elemental proliferation support. 2% increased duration of elemental ailments on enemies. Elemental ailments caused by supported skills spread to other enemies in a radius of 12. Supported skills have a 20% chance to freeze, shock, and ignite. Damn.
cult's after you.
Chance to poison supports any skill that hits enemies. Supported skills have a 20% chance to poison on hit.
I'm only drinking bottled water from now on.
Supported skills have a 2 to 3 added chaos damage. So that means you can turn any damn thing into a poison, chance to poison. Wow. Summon Phantom support. Phantasm support. Support skills that can hit enemies or create minions. When those skills or minions kill enemies or hit rare or unique enemies, they will have a chance to summon a Phantasm minion, which uses a projected, piercing spell that deals physical damage. That is badass. Let's see what that looks like. Alright, let's sell some of this junk for pieces of paper. Big question is, do I hold on to these and identify them? Or do I just sell them? Ah, here's more. I don't want to use my only scroll for that. Oh, that's right, dumbass. Don't do that. I need to use it on the... Oh, that's a spirit shield. I can't use that. Damn it. These only have one gem shield. Cover me! I can see you! I think we just sell
Check
it.
inside! I don't see him! I'll wreck you!
Yeah, here we go. One piece of paper for that? Why don't these have a link? Well, I guess for now we can just try out that one. You be well.
Šta ti treba? Zvao si me bio u 2 dana 5 puta i na kraju si došao. Ne, jesi, hoćeš da ti pokažem propušteni poziv. Kako nisi?
Proceso množiti u fioku i pare su ti u fioku.
Šta će mi to?
A ne, došao te
Kao podmetač. A znao si mi 5 puta kreću 2 dana.
Ja mislio sam da dođeš da vidiš. A šta ćeš gledat kutiju, isti ti kurac?
Neću da dođem, šta ću dođem?
Pa kutiju da gledaš. Kad budemo, a?
Šta da vidim?
A vam 13.700 kaže.
Šta da vidim?
A kutiju ćeš ništa.
Seeking.
I pa to kaže.
Welcome to my channel. Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Ništa.
Also, we have a badass Discord in the House of Hall, and we acknowledge that. I'd love for y'all come hang out. Appreciate y'all.
Nas ima sjena 5
Ši?
Pa 2 sjedni. Jedno, sa 2. Ne znam gdje si bio, šta si radio?
Jesi pošto mene,
Siguran sam to radi tako. Jel vodere ti skuvam?
Ne.
Znači zaparšivali ste, a? Ja si igrao u kupio dobro. Koje nisam htio, bez...
Čovječe, neću ništa pušti me jebu.
Ovo je da pitam.
Neću kafu, neću mrsku, neću sladoled,
Neću kafu,
kolače,
neću
ništa.
Pa kolače ne pravim, kad počnem da pravim ja već. Ti si to radio ili si sad to na pauzi?
Radi se.
Da dok učim šta je pitanje.
A tebe kad ti mene pitaš za posat, lijepo kažem.
Pa on dobro, do 2 sata nekakvo radno vrijeme. Kaže, Boris Gigetron nije normalan. Nenad kaže, da vidim. Nad je stavio šta? Nad je stavio 39.000 dinara. To nije puno.
A šta?
Nešto sam bio stavio. Stavio sam više da bi se podsjetio...
A šta?
Šta te briga? U Kanadi košta, Simo mi posla bio Best Buy Kanada ili koji već je link nekog sajta. Uglavnom, izbacio mu je $400, ja mislim, $40 mi izbacio.
Američkih ili kanadskih ima razlike?
Kolika je razlika?
25 dinara po dolar. Ova je 87, ova je 118.
Razlika je 20%.
A jače. 25. Ja imam 146 euro, gospodično.
Pogledaj pa mi reci, šta ću ti dati telefon.
Zašto ne daš telefon? A neću ja da saslušavam nikoga.
Ne da me saslušavaš.
Ne znam ja što. Jetra.
Volite kod da si nas?
Jetra.
Ne, ovako. Kako si?
Pa isto kao ja kažem 13.700, ti si tako poča preko toga, pa to je to.
Pa ne zanima.
Pa
ne zanima. Zove me kad nešto uradiš, kad kažeš, jao, pogledaj ovo je ludilo.
A i tada ćeš ti sleći radim i mi reći, kad nije tvoj, ali da je tvoje reka bi uhuđio ovo što je dobro.
Pa da si nakupio za svoje pare koje si ti zaradio kad sam...
Pa sam kupio karticu za pare koje sam zaradio.
Koju karticu?
Ovu što sad imam.
Koju karticu ti kupio?
3,70 ja.
Ti si kupio za svoje pare?
Jesam, boga.
Za svoje pare si kupio?
Sa sigurno sam, tako je. A što kao nisi?
Za bribe money, ja?
Da. Nemoj ti dolaziš kako meni dolazi moja zarada, to je moje.
Mene ne interesuje. Prodajem narkotike ako ćeš.
Ti meni lažeš sve.
Sve zaboravljaš, drugo me daješ sve, a mene ostaviš.
Ti mene ostaviš.
Ako ćeš malo da se imaš
Neću da jedem.
Od dane.
Neću.
Dobro, evo, ovdje je salad jedan.
Neću.
Dobro, ja kažem, ja sam skuva čaj, ti ako ga ne želiš, popit ću ga ja, no problem. Nije duplo, ja inače imam običaj da pijem čaj i kafu. Zvuči bez veze, ali...
Razlik između kanadskog i američkog dolara je...
Čovječe, u redu je. Simo ko svoj trgovac, nebitno, poslao sam mu nešto da pogleda.
Da ti kupi?
Rekao, pa ne da mi kupi, nego da pogleda.
A što će gledati, ili da ti kupi ili da ti ne kupi?
Pa ne treba mi.
Pa što si im onda slaka u pizdu materiju?
Zato što imam viška novca i ako...
Ko ima viška novca?
Ako mogu da platim jeftinije tipa $100, što bi častio Gigatron ili uvoznika u Srbiji kad može da se... A ne interesujete, šta te briga? Ne uzimam u Srbiji ništa. Ma neću da uzmem.
A šta da platiš?
Ma ne interesuješ me, čovječ.
Samo malo.
Ma ne interesuje me.
Ti mora da znaš jednu stvar. Ima razlika.
General
Te
Manager
drugo da
Ron
hoće
Ferguson,
Simo,
this is actually a
zbog
couple of days
onoga
ago, I
što si
think
ga
now,
ti častio
not
laptop i
yesterday,
ostale
2 days ago,
stvari, da te
that
časti
there
tu
would be
stvar.
so
On je
Ma ne
pa
mora
radi,
da mi časti.
pisamo,
Ne mora da mi
pa
časti.
radi, ne radi, ima garanciju, nema bolite kurac.
live
Ali da
streams
ti
Yes,
platiš,
for all of the upcoming features.
Šta tebe
Since
briga?
this
Kada ti
tweet,
platiš
multiple Diablo
procesor
4 team
32.000,
members have
u Srbiji je
confirmed
39.
this statement. Late last night, Diablo 4 community manager
Nema
Adam
potrebe
Fletcher
uzimam u
replied
Srbiji.
to Rod Ferguson's
Sačekaj
tweet,
će vam padne
suggesting
cijene.
that both
Za
live
toliko mi ne
streams
gori.
related to Season of Blood will last for around
para.
2 hours each. Holy shit.
Nema potrebe.
And then we have somebody else that's confirming this. This is the lead class designer who said this. While previous developer live streams have clocked in at about an hour and a half and campfire chats have averaged an hour long, the upcoming live stream discussing Diablo 4 Season 2 are expected to combine for a whopping 4 hours. To further solidify those statements, Diablo 4 class designer Adam Jackson confirmed this. This is no exaggeration. The team spent hard at work trying to bring a whole lot of exciting things into the game. I'm really excited to see it.
Niko živi ni igra Diablo 4.
Pozdravite Bokistanić.
Neki.
Oduševljeni
Pozdrav se sa mnom, što? Nismo se vidjeli, ne znam kad.
Pa znam, pita igrali Koskica stariji, od tebe zove Koskica stariji.
Koskica stariji.
Show everybody what we've been
Ja
up to.
rekao igra,
It appears that they have been hard at
to
work
radi.
after
Ne,
the
ne,
season
kažem,
of
to je
the
dobro.
Malignant Tunnel's
to je
disappointing
Kakav doktor
introduction
čovjek gubi
to
vrijeme,
the
kažem,
seasonal
da ne ti
content
se
of
vraća.
Diablo 4.
Znaš li
So
jednog
far,
takvog
it
čovjeka koji
appears that the
ostaje
team is
dosljedan
listening to community
30
feedback
godina
and
igra,
making
to
changes to
10.
further improve the
30.
gameplay experience of
30
Diablo
možda.
4.
Kaže to da oni
But
znaju
will
iz
it be enough?
Microsoftovi
Will
developeri,
Season
to
of
bi
Blood
trebali na
have
osnovu
enough
minulog rada
content
da mu
and
svaki
quality of life
mjesec naredne
changes to win you
šalju
back?
po $300.
Let us know
Da
your
ga
thoughts in the
častim.
comments below.
Pa nebitno ovi developeri da stavi igrica, znaš na šta mislim, nije on toliko u gamerskom smislu obrazovan. I on kaže, sad ću da ti ja izračunam odmah, on viče meni, ja rekao što? Igra li čovjek zadnjih 20 godina u proseku po 10 sati dnevno? A reka ne igra, uzet ćemo da igra. Kaže on, 20 godina po 10 sati.
I want to read this again for you guys. So it appears the team has been hard at work after Shadowlands' disappointing introduction to seasonal content. So far, it appears the team has been listening to community feedback and making changes to further improve the gameplay experience of World of Warcraft. But will it be enough? Will patch 9.15 have enough content and quality of life changes to win you back? Will patch 9.2 have enough content and quality of life changes to win you back? Will Dragonflight have enough content and quality of life changes to win you back? Will 10.2 have enough quality of life changes to win you back? Let us know in the thoughts. Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
Koliko je puta kliknuo mišom? Zamisli to viče koliko je joysticka sjeba, ta statura.
You miss WoW? I do miss WoW. And I look forward
Koliko je nivoa ponovio.
I look forward to doing it very soon, probably later on this month. But I'm not wrong. So, the problem with Season 2 with Diablo 4 is the same problem that I think Blizzard has had many times. They introduce a game with features that are a waste of time, that are annoying, that players don't want, and players are very outspoken about not wanting these features. It's not like nobody told them this. And this has been an ongoing problem. Every single patch, every single time, ever since Legion. It's insane. Nazarite armor and covenants? Yeah. Dragonflight doesn't have any of those features though. Does Dragonflight still make you run back to a boss after you work in a raid? Does Dragonflight still waste your time because you don't have a warlock in a raid? Does Dragonflight still deplete your keys whenever you fail a mythic plus? Does Dragonflight still make you clear pointless waves of trash that serve no other purpose than to pad out game time whenever you're doing a raid? Does Dragonflight still have an arbitrary respawn mechanic that just wastes more time? A metagame of res protection? Yes, it has all these things. Bro, are you really actually crying about running back to a boss? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a waste of my fucking time. I don't want to do it. That's exactly right. Yeah, I'm tired of that shit. That's stupid. Why do people want to keep the time-wasting logistics? Because that's the only thing that they're good at.
Došao sam do zaključka, počne da izbacuješ ja. Došao sam do zaključka. To je, znači,
prvo lice
jeste, ali ti moraš da naglasiš, znači nemoj to da naglašavaš kad kažeš došao sam do zaključka, nije Đuro došao do zaključka, ni ko je, nego Milan Belade je došao, ajmo dalje. Došao sam do zaključka, ja, ubaciš kasnije, možeš, ako hoćeš da punktuješ ili da akcentuješ. Je.
Došao sam do zaključka, a Gardi je se složio sa mnom. Da, Torima se složio sa mnom. Zašto da ne žuri sa menjanjem procesora? Zato što na ovoj kartici, koju trenutno imam, nikakav benefit neću vidjeti novog procesora DDR5 novih ploča. A samo ću istrest 500 € za ploču i 250 do 300 za memoju. Kapiraš? Guard je ono složio se sa mnom da bi ja treba čekam novu godinu ili neki Black Friday ili neka govna. Ili možda kad Makić bude išao u Mađarsku, i da bi od tamo donese ploču.
Tako dakle.
Jer za takav procesor mi treba da kažemo visoka srednja klasa ploče minimum, ne mora AM, a visoka srednja klasa. To je od 350 do 400 €. Da bi mogao on da radi kao što je radio ovaj. On diskutira radi na 5-4 miliona, ja ću da radim 6.
So what the fuck, right? It's like, so they're gonna make Uber Duriel? Okay, well then, how do I not know this one's gonna be bad too? And also said that Verishan guy was supposed to be an Uber boss before the season launched, and it really wasn't. Well, the problem is that people can do so much damage that everybody can one-shot something, and getting the gear...
Source of self-destruction. Bukvalno to piram. Izvor svoje propasti.
Mudrosti, da.
Ali opet, ja, za razliku od drugih ljudi, dobro, da, nije to prešlo preko mojih 10 prstića, nego je to neko drugi donio. Ja sam samo znao, ajmo reći, dobro da odaberem. Ako se to tako može, jel?
Šta kažeš, ja?
Ja znao sam da odaberem.
Tako.
Ako me neko pita šta ćeš, to ću. Baš to. Zbog to. I trebao bi da s tim, kad to neću da žurim, kad to sklopim, ja bi trebao da budem miran s tim, kao i s ovim, jedno 3 do 5 godina. A do tada valjda ne budem više igrao videoigrice.
Samo da rata ne bude. Tako je. A zastalat ćemo lako.
Pa bojim se Boga milije, ali ajde, nećemo o tome. To bude svima bit će nama, jel? Možda ću skuvati jednu kafu, ali ne sad.
Ako si ti mislio da staneš, oprosti. Ja usvojim.
Smeta?
Ne smetaš, samo ste pitali li popit kafu.
Pa možda za 10 minuta.
Pa odlično.
Nisam mislio sad u 7 uveče.
Pa to sam mislio da ćeš da prnoćiš ovdje. Ako ćeš da prnoćiš, daću ti ključeve, samo se skloni u 6 ujutro da mogu da spavam u krepu.
A gdje ideš ti u 6 ujutro?
Ne da jebem.
Ali to je lijepo. A što ideš, što ne dovedeš ovdje? Bolje ugođe.
Idem da radim, magač.
Kada ideš da radiš?
Kad sam ti rekao, jel slušaš ti što ti ja pričam? Samo čuješ sebe.
Čekaj, si radio noćne smene prošle nedelje?
Što ti to briga?
Kako sad opet radiš?
Radio sam prije 2 nedelje noćnu smenu.
Pa čekaj, si rekao da se na nedeljnom nivou menja?
Jes.
Ali se sad nešto promenilo pa...
A pa sad fali ljudi, pa tako su me uboli. A znaš ako meni to smeta? Nikako. Meni odgovara. Jes malo zajebano, ovako kad mi dođe koja u 10 sati ujutro.
Onaj dan kad si otišao od tebe, vidio sam na onome ćošku gdje ti čekaš Isidoru, Pušina.
Pušina radi kod nas.
Ne onoga Pušina što dolazi kod Peka, nego onoga što je radio s tobom LTS. Onaj mali, malo pogrgljeni klempa.
Taj ne radi tamo.
I se on preziva Pušin isto?
Taj ne radi tamo.
Pa što je on čeka tamo?
Zato što živi... Ti znaš ko ti živi u komšiluku? Živi 3 kuće lijevo od toga ćoška. Znaš ti ko ti živi 5 kuća oko tebe?
3 kuće lijevo od toga ćoška živi Ljesar, da ja znam.
Kad ideš ka onoj ulici gdje se ide prema meni, preko puta Gajića. Znaš gdje živi Gajić? Onaj...
Nenad, dobro.
Nenad. Preko puta njega. Otprilike malo ukus.
Preko puta njega je Apostolovski. A preko puta njega neki momak iz Feketića. Ili ti Blažo Paović.
Tamo
živi. A pored njega...
Tamo živi u taj komšiluku.
Kad?
Preko puta.
Od kad? Od skoro?
A ne znam, brate, nemoj me pitat glupe stvari. Ja ti kažem gdje živi.
O, ja nisam znao to.
A, ja nisam znao. Pa, drago mi je što ne vidiš njega i ženu kako ono šetaju.
A znaš što je najveći štos? Umro mi je komšija, ovaj.
Što će sad? Nisam ga ja ubio.
Pored mene, Marković. Ne ona kuća što će pasu, nama nema nikog, nego ona pored i ona će pas. A znaš šta mi je novo? Znaš ko me zva jutro su 7. Kum tvoj.
Znaš zašto te zvao? Pošto je otišao na rabotu i ono, došlo bilo mu je do zebancije. Mene je zva...
Ne. Mene zva Ciljano.
A?
Ciljano me zva.
A zvate da te pita da dođeš do njega?
Ne. A još jedan put.
A, ne znam.
Viče mi ovako.
Koliko je sati?
Ne.
Ustaje na posao?
Ne. Franciska! Ovako viče ujutro meni Petrarka. Ja rekao, kumera. Kaže on, gdje si to? Jesi to u Prnje? Ja rekao, ne, nego Vrbas kafijaš. A to tečo stiga, viče on meni. A znaš zašto zna?
Zato što sam bio kod njega.
Ko?
Ja.
Ne, bila je Milena kod mene.
Ne, ja sam bio kod njega. Rekao sam da me zoveš kao nenormalno, vjerojatno zato što ti je bio tečo ili ti je neko poslao, sestra možda ti je poslala.
Ne, tečo je bio.
Sestra ti je poslala možda
Ne, tečo je bio.
Jer ako nisi normalno zoveš kada je bitno. Da imaš ime da se pohvališ, došao bi ođe na kafu, reka, stigla mi je ploča, ovo ono. Ma boli me kurac, nisi kupio ploču. Stiga ti je komad silikona koji možeš da gurneš sebi u guzicu.
Nije to silikon.
Nego šta je?
Metal.
Aha.
Isto je došao bez kulera, naravno, čim je kaj ide bez... Znaš koliko je spakovan, vidi, na ovoliko, gledaj. Pogledaj. Ovoliko. Dobar je to procesor, ali znaš kamo je manje? 220 vati troši.
To nije manje.
Što?
Kupit ćeš novo napajanje, naravno.
Ne treba meni novo, ja imam napajanje od 1000 vati čupačaš.
Aha.
Čemu ti pričaš?
Da.
Pa ovaj mi sad procesor koliko on troši 170.
Da.
Pa ti znaš da se ja promijenio napajanje, brate? Da sam kupio Asus ROG Tor Centurion.
Da.
S pločicom onog.
S čime?
Sa pločicom.
Pločicom?
Nisto vidi.
Što ćete mi donijeti? Pločice.
Da mi mjeri koliko To je u stvari Sonic Platinum unutra, samo ga Asus. Tako je.
Pitam se zašto si uzao Sonic?
Nisu uzao Sonic, uzao sam Asus.
Da, baš. Inače, to je jedina stvar za koju sam Vladi zahvalan, zato što mi da nije on rekao, možda bi za nešto drugo, ali... Možda bi za onaj...
Ajde oli kafu i sve.
A sad hoćeš kafu?
Bravo jeste.
A to me obradovao poslovođe, znaš. Kaže, jesi bolje ili ja? Ja rekao, jesam. A kao, zato što je? Rekao, Jovane, ja radim već 5 dana. Kaže, ja sam jedna godišnja. Ja rekao, dobro, samo da ti kažem da sam radio prošlu nedelju. Kaže, treba nam neko večeras, ne znam šta rekao. da fali neko na poslu, treba mu neko na zamesu, moga da stavi neko drugo, moga se ja kažem da neću, ne mogu tako. Ali ne, meni ne smeta. I kaže, tu možeš kao doći, ono, ja treba bi doći, na kraju kraja. Moga se ne se s tim nagađam, ali neću, meni je svejedno šta glup, ja znam taj posao da radim i ne ide mi teško. I da dođem ono uveče.
A ko radi, koja smjena?
Ne znam ko radi, koja smena i kome, ali nije Jovan, razumeš, ja mislim da nije on u tu smenu. Niti sam kod ovoga Miloša, ovo je već onaj treći posao. Bar ću poznat kolege ako išta.
Pa ja mislim da ti je Sonja...
Ne znam, vidjet ću ja.
Dobro, čao, će tamo staviti, sigurno će neko od njih biti. Sonja, Suzana i...
Šta bude? Kao što rekao, mene ne smije.
Ako nije bolje s muškima raditi ili jedine, ja sam radio kvik iz 50 žena, to je... Ono na silos bar radim s muškima, znaš.
Jesi ti slobodan u popodne?
Na šta bi ti mogao?
Ne, samo ti pitan je slobodan.
A mogli bi se provozamo do Savinog sela, znaš da
Savino selo? I šta ću Savino selo?
Pa...
Da uzmem patike?
Ne, kakve patike? Treba bi ja da odradim neku analizu na silos. To možda traje 15 minuta. Ali, javit će mi da li treba. Sad ću u stvari zovem. Ne, sad ću ga zovem da odmah vidimo naše vrijeme, samo malo vrijeme. Tu si mi svjedok, nema laž, nema prevare.
Dobro, ne moraš uključivati na speaker.
Moram ja, jer ne mogu.
Ne moram ja, šta? A i ti si počeo da ne držiš telefon na ovu. Koga da si to pokupio, pitan se. Jako malo duže od minuta pričao s nekim.
Samo se čekaj, možete se čekaj Pa gdje si žmule lafe?
Evo me radiš, gdje si ti?
Pa ja čekam da me zovneš.
Nema ništa, evo, do sada nema ništa, niko mi ništa nije javio, nema ništa, niko se nije pojavio.
A ti u 4 ideš kući?
A ja u 6 idem kući, pošto mi je kao radno vreme do 6, ali ja u 4 sad zazovem Marijanu, ja ti upitam, će mi biti šta da mogu ja kući do 6.
Jeste, i reci i ovaj momak što radi sa Verites, čisto da zna i on što se dešava. Da li on može kući, ova će reći, što da li može kući, nije valjda došla. Ne, more, pa ne može jebat. Da me šef zovne, se ti nekad da ideš ako nema posla.
Ne, reći ja njoj da pitam da li ima naš, ako ima, da čekam, ako nema da idem kući spavam, ali mi poredi šta idem ovdje za tebe.
Pa to ti kažem, a ako ima šta ću, ja ću se provozat ću se do tebe i odradi to što treba. Ja uradio jedno vozilo, meni se piše 8 sati, znaš ti to?
Znam.
Pitaj, dobro, to je...
Znači ja nju u 4 sata, ja nju zovem, evo 3:13, ja u 4 ću zvati, kad bude završavati da biti na onda tiče kuće, da čekam do 6, pa ćemo ga vidim, pa ti ja javljam onda u 4, može?
Može Brkova, ide. Zao, hvala.
Evo ti voda, izvoli.
A što si me pitao, ja sam slobodan ovo popolno?
Samo sam te pitao jesi li, ali to da ne traje dugo.
Mogu da bude, no šta ti treba?
Pa možemo otići do recimo Big Centra ili do Gigatrona da vidim cijene, zanimaju me neke stvari.
Pa hoćeš samo zbog toga ideš?
Pa, možda kupim nešto. Ako ne kupim ništa, dam ti pare za gorive, to je to. Ja volim stvari bez obaveza.
A reci mi jednu stvar, ti baš hoćeš da platiš da ti ne bi došlo na kuću?
Ne, nego... Ne volim da čekam, to je problem, znaš. Ti si malo glup čovjek.
Kako ja čekam?
Ti si malo glup čovjek.
Nisam glup.
I jesi glup si.
Kako mogu za 146
Za moje pare uzimam šta hoću. Jučer sam dao 40.000 da se ono malom kupi krevet. Pošto sam mu ja ponio krevet, a on dolazi 3. oktobra. Jučer sam dao na ruke 40.000 da mu se uzme krevet.
Pa šta je tu problem?
Pa nije problem, zato ti kažem, za moje pare uzimam šta hoću. Nisam
Kako bolje kupiš nešto sebi dok imaš. Hoću pravo to da. Vidi, što se lično mene tiče, ja ti to mogu završiti. Ali druga...
Mislim, u redu je, vidim da imaš nekih obaveza.
Ne moram, u 4 će mi javiti, vadi ili nemam.
A u 4?
Jeste, to je za pola sata.
Samo da vidim, bolje onda ne, onda je sutra, preksutra.
A zašto nekad i gradi dos, šta je problem?
Zato što treba da budemo nazad u Lovćencu...
U 9. I šta?
Ne u 9, pola 9.
Kad ti radiš?
Od 10, ali u doma bi treba da budem... Nemoj me prebačiti na posao. Neću da dolazim u minut, ne volim to da radim.
Pa dobro, prebačit ću te u 20 do 10, je dovoljno, 20 minuta ranije, šta je problem?
Neću se knapiram s vremenom.
Ali dobro, reci mi samo šta je problem, mi smo za 40 minuta u Novi Sad, i sat vremena imaš da bambulaš...
Zavisi kada hoćeš da kreneš, o tome se radi.
Pa ja krenem čim ovak, krenem u 4.
Dobro, rećiš mi, ajde.
U Novi Sad smo u 5.
Sjedi tu.
Imaš 6, 7 i kući smo u 8. Šta je problem?
Ako ćeš do 8 da nas vratiš, u redu.
A ja, eto, ja ću se prekrstiti da nas vratimo u jednom komadu, ako nas ne vratimo, onda...
Dobro, ne moraš da žuriš, sve 5.
Slušaj, neko će nas drugi vratiti ili u Brijeg ili u Vrbasu bolnicu, ili Novi Sad, vidjeti.
Možda nas uhapse.
Nemaju, zašto?
Pa šta ja znam.
Može bi samo pastočak pa da se isprevrćemo, to može, to je ono...
Ne, nego ako opet imaš nešto ilegalno u automobilu što nije Boga mi...
A
šta te briga? Zanime me cene da vidim, ako mi odgovaraju cene. A ne treba da to tebe brine. Elektronika u pitanju. Pitao sam ti imaš i slobodno vremena, bili da voziš, da ću ti pare za gorivo, ako ćemo da idemo i to je to. Samo se opusti. I diše duboko. Šta će im patike? Imam obuću svoju. Ako se s majkom borim, kao nemoj da nosiš tu obuću, nije to za ovako vrijeme, a vrijeme ubi Bože. Gleda sam, ovaj momak došao juče u patike na posao.
Vidi, ja to volim da kažem, to mi je nova finta. Mi sve možemo da dovedemo u pitanje. Niko tebi sad ne brani da uzmeš bundu i šetaš napolje, ali... Ili na minus 20 ideš u šorci bos. Nije problem, ti možeš. Puno je si. Ali verovatno će neko da zove nekog pa će da te malo poispitaju u neku ustanovu. Šta je problem?
Ko će koga da ne zove?
Znaš šta je Boki Stojanović htio da uradi? Ovo još nisi čuo. Ja i Boki Stojanović znamo da odemo tako u Novi Sad kolima, to znaš, da nam Guzica vidi put i šetamo, pojedemo nešto neko.
Brat, da.
I kaže meni Boki Stojanović, vodite na jedno ekskluzivno mjesto. Ja rekao, kako ekskluzivno mjesto? Kaže on...
Prostituciju, tako to.
Ne, kaže groblje u sve grade. Novog Sada. Kaže, nikad to nisi vidio. Staro groblje. Kaže, sve okolo zgrade. Reka bi čovjek da je park, da ne uđe, mislio bi da je park. Mogu te povesti tamo da vidiš. Groblje kao iz Resident Evil, kaže, ođe bi se Koskilica oduševio. Ja rekao, što?
Na groblje to odemo.
Da, groblje u sve grade. Novog Sada. Znaš gdje se nalazi? Kod Sajmišta, Ilija. Imaju sve zgrade okolo i unutra je groblje, ali groblje je ono stari grobovi tipa prije Drugog svjetskog rata. Da znaš gdje je to prije?
Ne.
Recimo da je groblje veličine samo groblje, spomenici pola fudbalskog, manje od pola fudbalskog.
Spomenici.
Pa da, malo je, možda ima 30 puta 30 grobovi, znaš. Ono, 30 grobova sa 30 grobova. I tu ima neka crkvica, onako lijepo je, kao park. Znaš, ako je lijepo i održava se. I uopšte nemaš uticaj, sad se ti čudiš kako smo mi budali. I uopšte nemaš uticaj...
Znači, na groblju ste bili.
Uopšte nemaš uticaj kada je groblje, nego misliš da je park neki. Zato što su tu zgrade, žamorje, ljudi, cesta. Nekako ne znam kako to je da se... Otićemo jedan put.
Da.
I uglavnom, mi smo tu bili, imaju klupice, sjeli, pogledali neke spomenike, imaš ono da su ljudi klesali od kamena spomenike, vile, anđele, znaš ako lijepo izgleda. Mislim, kao iz Resident Evil, nije horor, nego lijepo izgleda. Otićemo ako hoćeš, ako imaš vremena.
Ne, nemam. Za to nemam vremena. Nemam vremena za to što treba da radim, znaš.
A inače ti nije problem da odemo?
Ne, nije mi problem, znači samo nemam vremena za te ekskurzije. Jest.
Slušaj dalje.
Zato ne volim oko kad radim bez veze. Jes.
I kaže meni, i vrćemo se mi, sad izlazimo iz groblja na ulicu, odmah je tu trotoar sve.
A on mi ne zna ništa odgovoriti.
I pored stoje kontejneri veliki. I unutra neko je, valjda to kad je čisti, šta ja znam, onako krst, kad pokojnik umre, piše Đuro Đurić godina, onako krst, onaj, ali nov, brate, lakiran, možda prije 5 dana ga je skinuo i stavio ga tu, znaš, ono.
Da.
I veli Boki Stojanović, Beka, bili mamuda, vičao meni, ja rekao, što Boki? da uzmem ovaj veliki krst, onako čisti on, znaš.
Da.
Čisti ga i stavi ga preko leđa i da uđemo s njim u promenadu. I ovi gledaju što radiš to, što radi, ja sam vjernik, nosim krst, šta je problem? Kaže on meni, Beka, ima kamer, ima sve, ako ne bi izašli na YouTube, u novine, ako se ne bi milicija okupilo i 4-5 hitne pomoći da nas vode u Novi Sad, da nas vode kod psihijatara, da nas pitaju, što je problem, ja sam vjernik.
Ne postavlja se pitanje, jesi li vjernik?
Ne, u šabi s tim krstom, znaš koliko je to krst, ili to je 1,5 m.
Da.
Ono, kad umre čovjek, pa kad nosiš krst,
da.
Na metar puta pola metra, to ono, veliko je bote. Onako, krem boje, onako boja kao ovo, ovako.
Krem papir.
I slušaj, i ima onako zlatna slova.
Hipnotišeš opet očima, slušam ti šta pričaš.
Ima zlatna onako slova iz kucana, piše, ne znam, Petar Đurić, baš naš čovjek.
Petar Petrović, da.
Ne, Petar Đurić. I piše godina smrti i ovaj, brate, da uzmi i da nosi to. Napravo bi rekli, gdje si ukra, što si to skinuo s grobe. Brate, ja sam taj, što je problem, ja sam vjernik, nosim, šta sad, kakve... Če piše da ne mogu.
Ne bi da ga zakačiš na leđe.
Pa ne, nosio bi ga ovako i rekao bi tamo njima, šta je problem? Vidim, ne može ker, ne može telefon, piše niće da ne može krsti, jel? Šta je problem?
Da.
Kaže on, bili bi glavne fance u novine bi izašli, a bi sigurno, jel?
Uhapsili bi vas sigurno.
A?
To nemaš frke.
Čekaj, šta misliš, bili nas uhapsili?
Ja bi tu hapsio.
Ne.
Ja koji nisam vjernik.
Ne, no bili nas u promenadu, bili zvali doktore, hitnu i miliciju.
Pa, zavisi gdje si nabavio krst, kažem opet, ali ono...
Misliš da bi nas neko saslušava?
Pa ne znam, neću da te saslušavam.
Ili Jada i Odiseja, ili ti Ep o Gilgamesh.
Chicago, Illinois, braća Blues. Yes.
Dobro, pošto smo u Cajtongu sa vremenom. Ne,
jer ćemo nešto tamo, neće se zamaran stručiti.
Nije to problem. Možemo po jednu palačinku dovoljno. Onu bogatu. Reci tamo da meni na filmu, nemaš problem.
Pa nismo još krenuli.
Dobro, ali ja ću ti kažem jednu stvar.
Nismo još krenuli, ti bi da kreneš.
A konceptom s vremenom, gdje bi ti da mi idem?
Ne znam, Gigatron ili...
Gigatron imaš u promenadu dolje, ona...
Ne, gdje imaju stok robe, gdje ima roba na polici, gdje mogu da skinem. Tamo gdje smo uzeli...
A za šta ti treba?
Procesor možda.
A nemaju ti.
Nemaju procesora. Onda bolje da ne idemo.
Teško to možda ima nastaviti. A zavisi što hoćeš,
Ne, treba mi da mi naruče, to mogu sam da
radim. Što hoćeš, 5800X 3D, to neće nas, nema šanse. 5800X možeš naći.
To moraš da naručiš.
5800X 3D, to ćeš čekati kad naručiš 5 dana do ovih skladišta donesu neće.
Sve je u redu.
Ako tražiš 5800X, bolje da prvo uzovnem. A ako 5800X običan bez 3D, ali ja sam čitao tome.
Šta će mix?
Ali 3D je kvak. Nešto ti dobiti 3% s njim, ništa. Teško da može da bude. Ja ti mogu provjeriti. Hoćeš da provjerim?
Provjeri.
Da li, znači, ne zanima me cijena, zanima me da li imaš tu.
Da
fizički dođem i uzmem.
Yes.
Aj samo naziv mi broj.
Gigatron Novi Sad,
te zanima. Da, pa reći nam oni u Novi Sad bilo gdje ima. Ima Gigatron 10 prodaju su Novi Sad. Bilo koji, ne bi. Možeš Big, možeš Promenada, ne bi. Znači, zanima me da li ga u Novi Sad, u njihovoj prodavnici, bilo gdje ima. Ako ima, neka nam...
Imaš 4 lokacije u Novom Sadu.
Dobro, daj bilo koju, ajde, Promenadu daj, ajde. Piše li tržni centar Promenada?
Bulevar Oslobođenja.
Promenada tržni centar. Hit My Electricity.
Koji je ovo? Pogledaj ovdje mapu. Ne znam gdje te Promenada, nije sortirana tako. Gdje je to točno? Gdje je Promenada? Evo ga Promenada. 02127011145.
Čekaj, telefon, majko moje. 021
270
Dobro.
11
Dobro.
45.
Dobro. Znači 5800X 3D.
Sad ću ti reći. 5800X 3D. Yes.
I flashuju ploču dok je taj procesor na njoj.
A već sam je flashova. Blago babi.
F10 ti treba flash. Gleda sam i to.
Aha.
Dobar dan, želim. Da li mogu da proverim jedan procesor kod vas? Da proverim jedan procesor kod vas, da li imate na stan? U pitanju je AMD procesor Ryzen 7 5800X 3D. X3D, trojka D. A ja stvarno ne vidim cenu.
40 i nešto hiljada.
Koliko je pa? Jeste, to je to. Koliko para? 50.000 je on kod vas.
49, 990.
A recite mi sad ovako jednu stvar. Da li ga vi fizički imate na stanu da ga ja mogu uzeti?
Ništa. Abaj ću ga sam.
A nema ga nijedna radnja?
Ništa.
Ok, hvala.
Ništa, sam ću ga nabaviti, za jeftinije.
Pa mnogo, 10.000.
Nisam ja glup čovjek, ja sam samo rekao, neću se zamaran da ga tražim.
Čekaj, ali mi možemo da pogledamo, ne mora biti Gigatron, možemo pogledamo da zonemo dok smo tu neku drugu radnju. Ja stavi sad cigara, brate! Izađi iz te igre i daj viđu Novi Sad. Daj, imaš Gigatron, imaš... Ne znam koji film još imaš da računar u Novom Sadu. Ne znam da li ima Smartcom ili nebitno, ili Comtrade, ili List, ili ne znam, RS, ili šta ima? Ima dosta.
Ja sam rekao Sima da ga uzme za $400.
Skupo je to opet.
Nije.
Kako nije?
Ovdje je...
49.000, 39.000.
Da.
Pa 39.000 ti je...
Nije, 49.000 je kod nas. 49 do 50 nešto.
Gdje?
Malo pre sam gledao Gigatron 49.000.
Moj Gigatron, naći ti ga ja za 39.
Ima za 39.
Pa znam da ima, šta je problem?
Ima za 39 u PC praktiku.
Pa to je dobro.
I onaj Duocom.
I šta je problem? Pa $400 je više od 39.000.
PC praktik, to je dobra cena.
Pa šta je problem?
No problem. Mogu naručiti jednu termalnu pastu kad sam tu već.
Ne treba, ti imam ja.
Ti imaš? Ko imaš? Silver Arctic ili šta?
Imam od
ono što smo naručili,
ne, od hlađenja što sam dobio.
Od kojeg hlađenja?
Pa novo sam uzeo vodeno hlađenje, majku mu jebe.
Od vodeno hlađenja imaš termalnu pastu?
MX4 sam dobio pastu.
Ajmo da probamo ovako. Probam PC praktik, ne moraš da se mučiš.
To ti kažem, što mi plaćam nešto skuplje. Ako ti je problem, naruči na mene, ti džika ne.
Ne, platit ću napred. Vrlo jednostavno.
A uzmi onda i pastu. Aj stani, uzmi i pastu da imam. Ajde ćeš ti od pasti. H1 N1 Octo, ajde uzmi to, to je to. Nima samo koliko je para. Ne bi trebalo više da bude od 700 dinara. Već kad ti šalju, ti od istom trošku pošalju. Notstva N1X.
Ne vidiš ti šta piše tu, ništa. Max.
Ništa.
Vidi sve. Šta je?
Nije.
Ovo?
Ne, makaki.
Ima Cooler Master Channel.
Makaki. Ništa.
Nema ni taj brand, bojim se.
Ma možda ima.
Ma ima i Cooler Master.
Evo.
Koja? TG 7. Šta ga evo? Mala moja, evo ga evo.
Makaki. Ne mogući da nemaju.
Nemaju.
Termalne paste si kuci i samo je to izbaci.
Da. Morat ćeš da žrtvuješ to malo što imaš. To ima i oni, ja ne želim u dvije firme da naručujem. Znači, ako imaju, imaju, ako nemaju... Ne znam, nikad čuo za ovo 100 dinara, 50 dinara, to je vam pameti. To ne može biti dobro nikako. Ništa neće žrtvovat malo pasta. Ako imaš. Jel imaš uopšte? Pa onda ćemo samo završiti to.
Imam malo, ali ne znam, a bit će dovoljno. Da ako ne bude dovoljno, morat ćeš kupiti, ali mislim da će biti dovoljno. Ako ja budem radio, bit će dovoljno.
Poslaćete kod Đurđevca.
Neću. Isporuko bi trebala ti bude džabe. Lično preuzimaj, plati.
Platna kartica.
Možda će ti biti, ovako će ti biti poštovina, ako budeš treba plaćati.
Adresa za naplatu, dostava je isto.
Daj samo da im, je li prevoz žabe?
Šta prema, ne interesuje me to. To tebe ne treba da interesuje. Imate već nalog kod nas, dobro.
Da nije rurovnim teški.
Kako ne?
Kako ne?
Sam se prijavio, ja sam kurac.
Snake bupeti. The God forgive us all. Viš ako sa mnom lako je poslovati.
S tobom?
Pa ja imam IQ 144, majku moje. Što bi nešto platio 10.000 više, nema potrebe. Ili ja, ne padaju ni tebi...
Zamisli.
Čak šta više, tebi grđe padaju nego meni.
No ja radim za pare.
Da, ali grđe...
Za razliku od tebe.
Da, teže ti padaju nego meni.
Evo ti kolika ti poštarina.
0.
Ako ćeš da odeš u Aranđelovac.
Ne, pa ništa.
Ako ćeš da odeš u Aranđelovac, 0. Vidiš? Ako živiš tamo. I ti ćeš da se ciganiš za toliko. Nisam te prepoznao, Vlado.
Pa neću, ali znaš šta neću, što? Mislim da ti je za...
Da, mislim da na drugim mestima košta...
Ne, mislim da...
50.000.
Mislim da ti ne smije platiti poštarinu.
Na ovolike pare, a?
Pa ne bi trebalo. Čiže!
Na ovolike pare da se cigani.
Zašto mi izgleda tako? Nije bitno.
Zašto ti izgleda kako? Zato što su stavili generičku sliku.
Da, to. Pa to mi čudi.
Šta ti nije jasno?
Viš da ti je ukupno 39.500. Ajde. Ne, napiši ovdje. Poštovani. Poštovani, želim da mi pošaljete račun sa svom dokumentacijom i garancijom u kutiji s pošiljkom. Hvala. Samo to.
Tako. Zašto? Zato što šalju odvojeno, šta?
Pa ne, da ne bude poštovani, želim da mi se dostavi
dokumentaciju za
računa i garancije
naručeni proizvod u pošiljci.
Račun i garancije, tako staviš. Ubaci to negdje rečenično stopu. Znači, račun, fiskalni, jer bez njega nemaš garanciju i garanciju. Da ne bude skesit ćemo jeste li stavili pastu kako treba, a ja slasni mak gdje stavlja u soke termalnu pastu i vratio procesor. Termalna pasta nije provodljiva. Ne može da izgori ništa. Čak i da pređe po čipovima.
A to kad se sa Borisom na te zove, šta?
Pa da ti pređe po čipovima ne može da izgori. Sve i da sipaš u sam soket i vratiš procesor. Ja sam to slao, to je ja radio. I zamisli radi procesor.
Momena, daj mi samo...
Hoćeš moju karticu?
Tu mi je telefon, daj mi tvoju karticu.
Viš kako je veoma lako. Kako je lako
zapravo, možda mi ne treba... Ne treba mi telefon. Mogao bih i banking da uradim, ali neću.
Pa plati karticu, direkt.
Da. Šta sam oko naručio? Hard disk, čini mi se.
Ovdje će malo diplomatike, da vidim samo.
Opet ti priča gluposti.
Opet vidim ja da ću opet to mora ja.
Welcome to my channel.
Ti? Pa ako ćeš da se sam pozoveš kod mene, nije problem, dođi. Ali nisi nužan za to.
Za ovo nisam ja nužan.
Ne, možeš da budeš tu i da dođeš baš ako hoćeš, ali...
Ne, ja ti kažem da sam...
Ali pošto si nepodnošljiv...
Zbog ovakvog pakovanja i ovoga velikog kulera i ove kartici, ovoga malog skučenog prostora,
hoćeš li da uzme manji kuler?
Ne.
Aha?
Ne.
Pa šta ti treba onda u životu? Objasni mi.
Da ću uzeti vodeno hlađenje.
Vodeno hlađenje? A na šta radi vodeno hlađenje?
Radi dobro.
Na šta? Ne, nisi odgovorio. Na šta radi? Na vazduh, jel to?
Svako vodeno hlađenje.
Onda ne jedi govno.
A koje vodeno hlađenje radi?
Onda ne jedi govno. To je i dalje...
Pa i na klimu, i klimu vrti vazduh.
To je i dalje hlađenje sa vazduhom.
Ne.
Da.
Vidim, malo ste izduvali kućište, koliko mi se čini.
Ne, nisam ga izduvava nikad. Tu grešiš, silno grešiš. Evo, pas, majko.
A čekaj, reci mi samo odakle ti, oprosti odakle ti nosi persine.
A šta hoćeš?
Oprosti odakle ti sve ideja da kupiš ti procesor, kad sad dobio
zato što sam gleda od Sima da mi to uzme, ali Sima nema vajde. Simo,
Kupi, pa isto ćeš ga platiti u Kanadu. Jedino ako će ti ga onda da ga plati.
Ne. Da, razlika je ta da ti ga neko pokloni, onda je džabe.
Pa kame?
Za tebe džabe. Ali ne želim da mi neko donosi džabe, rekao sam može da ga uzme povoljnije. On mi je rekao, dao mi je cenu neku, neću ja da, on je otišao na sajt i ono kao kuca, kao kad bi sad otišao i rekao u Gigatronu je 50.000. I to je to.
A koliko para je? 400.
Evo ti screenshot, on mi posla. Simo posla. Mislim, nije će on da se bakći oko toga, to njemu nije...
Da, nije to njegov, da.
Neću ga zeznu za pare, nego on nije ćeo da se s tim opterećuje.
Pa da, po Kanadi da ti lovi sad to.
Pa ne mora, jer živi, to nije mesto u brdima. Ima grad tamo pored, možda.
Znam, dok mu dođe on radio, će li biti tu, neće li biti, ko će to preuzeti, gdje će s tim, će li ga zaboraviti, tutnu tu torbu prignječit.
Prignječit? Pa on je nepouzdan po tom pitanju, znaš zašto?
Doduše to je tačno.
Nepouzdan je. On ode u WC i ostavi mobilni telefon na šanki. I onda se začudi kad mu ga neko ponese.
Nema ga.
Ne, ja ti fino kažem, tako ti je bilo.
Lijepo to znaš.
Pouzdan je.
Pročitaj se.
Ama izvoli, jesi slijep?
$420.
Jes.
Ali druže, ovo je američkih dolara.
Kao što rekao, zato sam ti dao da pogledaš.
O čemu ti pričaš? Puta 108.
A?
Puta 108.
Ma nebitno skroz.
Kako nebitno? To je 46.000. Pa jeftinije ti u Srbiji.
Ne u Gigatronu.
Pa dobro, naši smo gdje?
Da.
Ja sam ti našao gdje.
Ti si mi našao. Ti si mi našao, ozbiljno.
Možeš i kucao sam brojeva, majko moj ben dopričao.
Ne, nisu brojevi pitanje, nego mi je izbacio neki formular kao da uporedi cijenu.
Puni formulare, ako hoćeš pare. Šta je to?
Šta te zanima?
A to je nova kartica.
Makse!
Moja drugčija interesuje.
Ma to mene ne interesuje.
Popuni formulare, ako hoćeš pare. Šta je sad ovo? Opet ponovo. Nema naruči sad 2.
A ne mogu naručiti 2, nego...
Znam šta je sad problem, da?
Moram da reloadujem stranicu.
Popuni formulare, ako hoćeš pare. Čuček!
Ma šta te zanima, čuč?
Šta je ovo 18.000? Što 10.000, pa jeftiniji u Srbiju nego u Ameriku. Mnogo para, ili ja da. Kupiš ga u Srbiju, dođe ti kući sa sve garancijom za 50 € jeftinije. Nema potrebe, ili ja da. Vrati samo gore. To je to.
Čekaj, nije dobro za to što mi je preskočio korak plaćanja. Nisam im platio. Nije problem ni da im dam 40.000. Problem je to što mi je...
Radomir kući.
Ne pičaj gluposti. Problem je tome što ne znam kako sad im pošaljem pare.
Nikako.
Pa nikako zato što...
Ili ćeš platiti birmanu?
Ne, nego zanima me šta sad radim. Zato što mi je... Trebao sam kao da platim preko čitača, nemam ja te čitač, da ja sad imam čitač, da ja kupujem kao preko...
Ali kažu ovako, vaša, daj listaj dolje.
Nema tu.
Metod plaćanja, način dosta je platna kartica.
Ali nisam platio.
Direktno na sajtu, pa pišu ti da je plaćeno.
A nije plaćeno.
Kako nije?
A nije plaćeno. Razumeš? Nije mi skinuto pare.
Pa to, čekaj malo, skinut ću.
Ne, odmah ti stigne poruka. Razumeš?
Ne znam kako si to uspio, treba samo da ukucaš onaj broj i e-banking, onda platiš i vidim, spreč pamet. Eto ti sad. Sad ćeš ga platiti kad ti dođe kući.
A neću ga platiti nikako, jer nije porudžbina potvrđena. Subject...
Čekaj, moram li zvati?
Nema me zvati. Prilikom... plaćanja...
Kako ga nije znaš za komplikovano, brate. Šta je ovo ili?
Šta te briga, šta je?
Mogu li se naskloniti na to? Popuni Ilešu formulare, ako hoćeš pare. Ali ba ti, što si došao i nije da mijenjaš procesor?
Šta te briga?
To briga.
Šta te briga?
Šta nećeš?
Zato što sam rekao tome malo... Jedeš govno.
Što si došao i nije da
Zato što mi je rekao kolega da bi uzeo moj procesor. Rekao da ima Ryzen 5 3600. Ja rekao bili kupio Ryzen 5 5600. I on kaže, novi ti je kao 15.000. Ja ono kao, dobro, i rekao, koliko bi kao tražio za svoj...
Šta je novi 15.000?
On mene, slušaj, on kaže, meni novi je 15.000.
Nije.
Slušaj me. I kaže, dobro, 15.000. I kao, kaže, pita mene, koliko bi ti tražio za to? Pa rekao, ja ne znam koliko bi ti dao za to. Znaš, ono, pitam ga realno, koliko bi dao, da čujem.
Ali nije novi 15.000.
Ne, u redu je. On kaže, onda on mene pita, jer imaš garanciju? Ja rekao, nemam pojma, uzeo sam pre godinu, dvije, ono, garancija ti je, veruj mi, brate, znaš, radi. Rekao, imam negde garanciju, verovatno, tu ima 100 kutija, imam garanciju, sigurno.
Ima tu 3-4 moje kutije,
Ostalo na tome, ako uzmem, da ću mu reći, znaš, pošto mu jeftinije da uzme od mene nego da kupi novi. To stoji. Samo je pitanje, neću da mu poklanjam. Da mu dam za 100 € procesor koji sam naplatio 200-300 €. Zajebam.
A gdje je novi 15.000 što uplačaju?
Otkaz poručbine. Prilikom koraka plaćanja. Browser mi je izbacio grešku. Tačka, molim, otkažite mi poručbinu da bih probao korektno.
Što ga zakomplikovao, brate, što ga zakomplikovao.
Tačka, hvala.
Što ga zakomplikovao?
Zato što imaš da prilikom plaćanja biraš dve opcije. Jedna je, ne znaš, zato što niko nema, ja ne znam ko je plaćao online da uze od banke, da uzmeš onaj kao privatni, kao čitač, to ti u suštini kao SIM karticu ima i kao to koriste ti privatnici, znaš, a? Znaš, dobro je.
Neće to ići tako brzo.
Pa kako mogu da ga naruče, prvo moraju da vide da li mi ne stanje. To mora neko da prečita ovo. To tebe ne treba da brini.
Danas je ponedjeljak, to ti u srijedu dođe.
Ama ne treba, prvo treba da otkažu ovo.
Ili ja? To ti u srijedu četvrtak dođe.
Šta te briga? Zvaću te kad sve završi. Zapravo... Ostavi pastu za zube na stolu. A znači ucenjuješ me, dobro, uzet ću sam. A ucenjuješ. Ucenjuješ me, treba te trpim ođe 2 sata, jer mogu da uradim sam za 15 minuta.
Ako ti treba pasta doćeš po mene.
Aha, znači ucen.
Tako ti meni kažeš isto. Nije to ucena to.
Nego šta je nego ucena?
To nema ucena, brate. Ucenjuje li tebe poslodavac kad ti kaže da dođeš na posao?
Jes.
Ne moraš ako nećeš, ne ucenjuje.
Jes.
Nije on tebi reka moraš, ne moraš.
Kaže mi sunce moje, uzmi me na grudi svoje, ko te to sada krade od mene?
Nego najveći će biti problem ako ti to dođe, a dođe
Ne.
u 2-3, a ja budem bio na silos.
To je problem.
I dođem
što sam ja nesposoban da živim, šta?
I dođem u 10 uveče kući. I onda mi nije ni do pakovanja procesora, ni do gledanja, ni do bilo čega.
A što to tebe brine?
Pa,
Rekao sam, ti si kao malo dijete.
Kaži mi sunce moje, stavi me na grudi svoje. Tako, to su dobro. Što će tebi moja memorija ili jesi ti meni tražio memoriju?
Jesam ti ja tražio memoriju? Tvoju? Zašto sam ti ja tražio memoriju?
Znaš da me kum pita šta ću sa starim procesorom, pločom i memorijom. Zato me zvao.
Ništa zato što nemaš drugu. Tako da to ne treba da ga interesuje.
Kad uzmem drugu.
A to je fora. To što sto božovi fazoni.
A on kaže da njemu treba da se stavlja za djecu kompjuter. Ja kažem, ali ovo prejako za djecu.
Ne prejako, nego će ga malo skupo izaći. Znaš, to je kao kad bi rekao da mi treba Ryzen, onaj Threadripper, da na njega kucam fiskalne račune za prodavnicu. Da, upravo tako.
Vidi li ja sam voljan to nešto to da prodam kad dođe ovo. A brate, ja da prodam ploču, procesor i turbo RAM za 100 €, boga mi neću.
Isto kao što sam ti ja rekao malo prije. Znači ja mogu da poklonim nešto i onda ok, poklonio sam ti.
Ukoliko ima prostora za to.
Da, u redu, više sam ti učinio uslugu nego sam ti prodao. Ali da ti meni nešto prodaš za $0 i da se ja tebi zahvalim za to.
Mislim, malo je to jak računar da ga on stopi za djecu. I sem toga neće biti jeftino. Pa i sem toga on ne zna da mu treba hlađenje. Zato.
Što mu nisi rekao da nemaš hlađenje za to, za početak?
Pa,
Znači, pre nego što si mu bilo šta rekao, samo kažeš, prvo trenutno sad ne mogu, a drugo treba ti hlađenje.
A on će kaže, pa nešto ga ti sad ladiš? Pa ja ga ladim na lađenje koje će dostaviti u računaru, tako je, kako to sada...
Ne nego kažeš, tebe to ne treba da interesuje.
To lađenje će da ladi novi proces, pošto je i za taj sok. A ti nisi vidio što se ja uzor lađenje, to mene. Nisi bio ko mene godinu dana, nisi vidio.
Nema potrebe da dolazim kod tebe.
To je ono što sam brusilicom mora da kidam kući što bi ga montirao, pošto je ogromno.
Da.
Ono što je Kesić mi brusio. Ali radi, ubiva. Baš dobro radi. 110 € je bio. Vodeni blok sa 3 ventilatora.
Vodeni glok?
3 ventilatora, da. Ide gore na krov od kući, šta ima to tako nazvat.
Na krov od kuće?
Kući šta.
Ziki. Welcome to my channel.
Kaži mi sunce moje. On mi reći koliko je sati?
Ne znam.
Ken Glock, ili ti Ken Block. Kako ga zakomplikova bez potrebe.
To nije moj problem. Nisi im platio. Ne mogu da finaliziram porudžbinu, niti oni mogu da im pošalju na konto čega. Stavio sam plaćanje putem kartice i onda me samo taj browser, kako hoćeš, taj formular, nije mi prošao.
Možda zato što nisi treba poštarinu platiš.
Kakve veze ima s poštarinom?
Pa
ti si kao Vlad. Ti se ciganiš za poštarinu.
Ne možeš narudžbinu da, ako generički ne plaćaš poštarinu, neće ti skine te 500 dinara više.
Nemoj, molim te, na 40.000 da se ugradiš 500 dinara. Nemoj, molim.
Ne, pa neće, sam sistem neće ti pošalje. Platio si više. Kaži mi ni manje, ni više, jedno 100 evra skupi. A druže, što je mnogo. Da je 2-3 hiljade, pa ajde, odeš 3-4 hiljade, volite kurac. Od 11. A što je najče na kupujem, prodajem, možda ga nađeš još jeftinije.
A to je na kućnu adresu, to su Vladovi fazoni.
Pa to je Subotica, kao što su...
To je iz Austrije, tipa Nemačke, na garanciju, ma ne.
Pa isto to radiš.
A, pa što, jesi ti uzao tako šta? Jesi uzao grafičku tako možda?
A ne.
Pa što onda pričaš gluposti?
Pa onda ti še uzmeš iz Amerike. Isto nemaš garanciju.
To je druga stvar, da je razlika u cijeni tipa $100, 150, pa da ga platiš...
Jeste, ali više košta u Americi.
Da ga platiš $250-300, pa da čovjek ono kaže okej, a te boli briga. Pa te boli briga.
Ili da ti ga neko donese džabe. Kamen.
Pa onda je taj neko minus.
Nije ono minus, no sad debelom plus.
Ne znam, nećemo...
To što je meni to teču, donio to, hvala me, ili
to nije moj problem.
Nije ni moj, ali je my pleasure.
My precious.
Pleasure.
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 Pressure, under the pressure.
P-L-E, sure, ako se tako piše.
Ne znam kako se piše.
Kaži mi sunce moje. Poslao sam jednoj moje bivšoj djevojci onaj...
A ona mi reče?
Onaj papir, znaš te rekla, good for you.
Poslao si je papir? Za šta papir?
Sa 144 iz mjeseca ona kaže good for you. I ovako, poslala mi je multikom, vidjeli?
Kuda si je poslala?
Ovako, ne, ovako, gledaj.
Ne interesujem, ma ne zagledam.
Ovako. Kao, drago mi zbog tebe. A rekao je to da vidiš, za razliku od...
Kakvog si soma ostavila?
Tako je, da, za razliku od njih glupa. Čekaj, dobro, sad je to što kaže Pigo. Znaš te reka Pigo, držite ga za noge, poleće čovjek. Držite ga za noge, ode ka balon od helijuma, ako ga puštite, aj zdravo. Imam pravo...
Ja. Zaboravi se počneš rečenicu i završiš sa ja, inače...
Imam pravo...
Ja.
Prosječnom čovjeku, naravno ja to neću raditi iz kurtoazije. Imam pravo prosječnom čovjeku da kažem da je tupan za mene. Papir imam, papir trpi sve. Sve je proverljivo. Možda zovneš tamo, imaš broj telefona, dobar dan. Je li ovaj čovjek pod ovim serijskim brojem radio kod vas test inteligencije?
Serijskim brojem?
Da, imaš serijski broj papira, sve imaš.
Ti si pod serijskim brojem, a?
Zvanični dokument. Ja imam, to je moja dijagnoza u među. To mi je dijagnoza ili?
Ti imaš dijagnozu.
A to je dijagnoza.
Stvarno si za dijagnozu?
Pa jes, pa i dobio si. A čekaj, Hoćeš da kažeš da ti nije milo što ti drug je pametan čovjek.
Pokaži ti tvoju pamet napravi pare da ne moraš prstom da mrdneš. E, to je pamet.
Možda napravi pare i fukara. Možda napravi pare i nesu, i lopov, i prodavac droge, i lizoguzac u politici.
Ne može.
Kako ne može?
Ne može.
Može. Kockar možda napravi, Zdravko možda napravi par.
Ne znam, ne poznajem fukara.
Pogledam ih ja poznajem dosti. Ne znam ih, nego ih poznajem. A recimo, logičnije pitanje bi tvoje bilo šta si ti s tim potencijalom napravi?
Potencijalnom energijom, šta?
Tako je, jesi izmislio neki lijek, jesi izmislio neku inovaciju. Ne moraš se ovaditi, pa ni Tesla se ni ovadije, što se tiče finansijskih stvari. Moga da bude najbogatiji čovjek na svijet ikada. On nije htio da naplaćuje svoje usluge, čovjek ima princip.
A ti se sve porediš sa Teslom, a?
Pa dobro, on imao 200.
Aha.
Mislim, nije mu niko mjerio, ali pretpostavljam.
Pretpostavljam.
To je opet pretpostavljam.
Aha.
Neki kažu čak i da je mogao da dobači do 300. Što znači da ispred svoga vremena bio 150 do 200 godina. Da. Ono o čemu razmišlja tada današnji čovjek sa modernom tehnologijom i svim stvarima što je čuo, vidio ili zna, ne razmišlja. Eto da ti to malo onako plastično objasni. A dobro, vidio si ti ja da imam dobru uliku? Ti samo nikad ti to nisi meni da priznaš. Nisi ja to, nije tebe tražio.
Priznam.
Pa da mi da me pofališ, bro, ti ga...
Što bi te ja pohvalio?
Pa dobro da kažeš, bro, dobro su to smislili.
Jer ti radiš za pohvale, ja radim za novac.
Ja radim za...
Ti radiš za hvala.
Tako je.
Reći tvom šefu da ti platu više ne mora raditi, samo treba da te fali dobro.
Mail da mi piše, bravo, kako si pametan,
bravo,
kako si to dobro.
Bravo, Milane, bravo. Svaki mjesec te pofali, džabe ćeš da radiš. Hoćeš to da mu kažem?
Tako je.
Ako ćeš za fala da radiš, ja za fala ne radim. Isto tako mi je svejedno što me ovaj poslovođe nazvao i rekao mi je dođi tad i tad. Doći, nije problem. Za prevoz ćemo se nekako snaći. Na kraju krajeva iću peške dok mogu.
Što? Što ne ideš bicikl?
Na kraju krajeva iću peške dok mogu, opet kažem.
Što ne ideš bicikl?
Na kraju krajeva iću peške ako mogu za to što radim za pare, ne radim za klikere. A ako ti radiš za klikere, radim za novac.
Da li te radi novac?
Kao ne nada me ne radi, ako to pitaš.
Pa dobro, ima drugi ugao
posmatranje, da.
On baš voli novac, ono voli da ga mazi, da ga ima, da ga broji, da uživa u cifri.
Nenadu treba. Kako on kaže, volim novac zato što mi on obezbeđuje lepe stvari.
Pleasure.
Voli da...
Jasno su, pojede, popije, kupi sebi nešto...
Kavijar pojede i tako to...
Pa dobro, nije to sebi.
Mislim, njegova stvar.
A ti voliš da posjeduješ novac iz sigurnosnih razloga?
Da, ne bih razmišljao. On baš voli da ga ima da bi mogao da luksuz radi.
Da, ti
meni
voliš
ne
da
treba...
imaš kao vid sigurnosti ako nešto imam. Drugčije, ali isto voliš novac.
Sigurnosti...
A ne?
Vid sigurnosti.
A to je obman isto. Nije novac vid sigurnosti.
Vid sigurnosti. Čega sigurnosti?
Pa ne znam, ti znaš.
You tell me.
Ja imam indiferentni odnos prema novcu.
Ajde počni da ne koristiš više ja.
Dobro, to će treba vremena.
Podrazumeva se da se govori o tebi, ne govoriš o mom ocu.
Ajmo ovako, imam indiferentan odnos prema novcu.
Tako je. Izbaci to. Ko te to naučio?
Ja.
Ja sam sebe naučio da ja sam ja. Jer sam ja.
Indiferentan odnos imam prema novcu.
Okej, to je već bolje.
Ravnodušan sam, ajmo tako reći.
Ti si ravnodušan.
Tako.
Ti.
Ja.
Konkretno ti. Nešto mi tako ne deluje.
A kako ti?
Ne deluje mi tako.
Dobro mi reći kako ti deluje.
Deluje mi kao da kad moraš nešto da platiš da je to kao šamar da ti neko lupa.
Ne.
Boga mi tako deluje.
Ne. Ja samo proverim to što kupujem.
Ti provjeravaš stvari, ja?
Pa provjerim to što kupujem, da li to toliko vredi, da li to ima smisla, da li to meni treba i da li to meni pričinjava zadovoljstvo. Što ja to ću da imam po sebi.
Sve mi dobro ide osim ljubavi, a gde su mi tvoji nemiri? znam.
Ti isto voliš da imaš novca na njegu.
Ja volim da ima novac.
Aha.
Volim da ne moram
Ne, pa to isto.
ljudima da...
Šta? Pa to voli svako.
Ne.
Da ne mora ljudima da traži, da
Da.
može da priušti sebi nešto što mu treba i...
Jes. Opet si seo tako da moram da te gledam.
Ne moraš ti me da gledaš, ne gledaš me, gledaš
To
u
ti je
27 inča.
to ti je životna obsesija.
Proširio si vidike za 3 inča.
Da čovjek mora da te gleda u oči. Kao hobotnica hipnotiša.
Sa 24 na 27 inča si skočio.
Dobro, ajde, ako ti to pričinjava zadovoljstvo, ako se osjećaš nesigurno, ako ne gledaš ljude u oči dok pričaš, ajde. Priča. Sjedi tako i pričaj. Ja sam ti rekao da to nema funkciju. Znači... Ono... Šta ti je sad teško? I?
Do kojeg smo završka došli, zašto voliš novac?
Novac?
Da.
To što ne želim da drugi ljudi plaćaju za mene.
Pa to ne želi niko.
Pogledaj mi ti, tebi paše kad drugi ljudi otvore novčanika, ti ne moraš.
Evo ga ovaj ljudi.
Evo ga ko.
A žmule, tačan si ko puška.
Šefe, tačan ja, ali imam za tebe, pa ne mogu se reći dobra ili loša vest. Sad kako hoćeš.
Dobro?
Ona je upravo sada poslala jedno vozilo da ide na utovar.
Kakav utovar?
Kukuruza za nas.
A čekaj, to je iz drugog silosa, ne iz vašeg.
Ne, ona je poslala neko vozilo da piči, valjda koliko sam ja nje razumio, u silac da tovari da doveze kod nas.
Samo jedno vozilo.
Tako mi je rekla, samo jedno vozilo je poslala. Sada, da će on ići 2 ture ili će ići 1 turu ili šta će da radi, ne znam. Dok ne dođe, ja sam joj rekao da pošalje broj telefona vozača, da mene vozač zove, da ja znam kad će on dođe, da ti ne dođeš sad, ako će on za 3 sata doći, hoćeš puno zabližavam 3 sata.
A reci mi jednu stvar, a možda će on šutra ujutro doći?
Pa rekla mi Marijana da ga je sad poslao da sad doći. Da će sad doći.
Pa dobro, nema što. Ja što se tiče mene, druže, ja krećem.
To ne moraš odmah, bukvalno, ne moraš uvjeti, on tek sad treba da ide na utovar. Dok se natovari, dok on dođe iz Sivca, možeš ti u 5 krenuti. Evo, zove mi Marijana, ja sam ništa reći.
Aj. Možeš sam nam ako ćeš, s provozom.
Ne želim. Želim da otkažem u poručbinu, samo ti.
Otkazao si već?
Samo ti žive.
Ne želiš da se...
Ne želim da se vozam, ja nisam...
Do Savnog se, si kad bi u Savnog selo primjera radi? Eto ti jedinstvena prilika.
Nema potrebe.
A?
Nema potrebe.
Žmule!
Šefe, pali motor, idi vozaj se negdje, nema kurza ujutro, odmah 8 sati.
Znači ništa od posla?
Ništa od posla, danas, sutra, ujutro, on će natovariti sada i ujutro će doći, tako mi je sad Marijana.
To je pošteno. Vidimo se onda ujutru 8.
Ujutro 8 sati, svoja vrata su ti otvorena. Ako nešto bude, zato nemaš tamo zvonce na kapijama, zvoni da ti otvore vrata, uđeš unutra, parkiraš, sve zna bez koji.
Okej, hoćeš ti ujutro jednu guaranu da te razbudim?
Pa ne moraš, ja sam razbuđen, mene žene razbude uveče, znaš, pa sam...
Dobro. A sad brko kući i na Warzone 2.
Tako je, sve znaš, pajmo kompi, cepamo to večeras. Večeras ćemo dalje, drugo.
Ajde.
Ajde, dobro uživaj dalje.
Ćao.
Ćao.
Ujutro 8.
Zeke. Welcome to my channel.
Da javim šefu čujeno je Bogdanu. Boća rekao, samo da znaš, javio mi ovaj mali, za sad ništa, ali neka Marijana je rekla da su oni utovarili i da će da ujutro 8 budem tamo. Tako da idem ja onda ujutru 8 tamo. Tako mi rekla ta Marijana, ne znam ko je ta žena. Okej, ajde. Ćao. Ilijad i Odiseja. Možemo da idemo?
Gdje li ideš? Pa ne mogu niđe da idem, moram da otkazemo.
Otkazao si?
Kad sam otkazao?
Pa napisao si.
Moram da vidim gdje su potvrdili to.
Pa jesu Ilijad, napisao si, nema šta da vidiš. To ti je završeno. Daj broj telefona, da zovem. Daj broj pisi sad da zovem. Ja sam Ilija Kosović, ima sam problema, daj broj, pisi preko sebi.
A džaba neću ići.
A zašto sad?
Neću da idem.
Budu.
Da to.
Neš da se provozam na pedem palačinku.
Neću, 4 sati, 7 minuta. Uzeo bi nešto, ali da idem ovako da mi guzica vidi put drugi dan ćemo.
A što? Uzmi nešto drugo?
Neću čovječe, ništa da uzimam.
Uzmi neku knjigu dobro.
Uzmi neku knjigu.
Možemo otići do Lagune.
Drugi put, kad budeš krenuo ranije.
Ne, a radim ili?
Pa sad čekat ćemo, nije pro nikakav.
Radim gdje se uveče, ne?
Pa baš za to smo trebali ranije krenuti.
Pa hajmo krenuti.
Ha, nije ovo ranije, ovo je 4 sata već.
Pa nema veze, što?
Ma, nema.
Mi smo do 8 kući.
Sve u redu.
Hajde.
Ne.
Hajde ako ćeš jedno.
Neću, hvala.
Što?
Za to.
Neš da pedem palačinku.
Drugi put.
Da se provozamo i...
Ne, nisam htio da se, to je samo bonus nivo.
Šta je bonus?
Primarno je bilo da odem, da vidim ako ima neđe na stanje, da platim i uzmem. I da ga, pazi, ne bi bio problem da ga platim 40.000. Da ga ti...
Ne bi ti ja to da platiš.
Ti ne bi.
Ne, ja bi rekao, vrati to.
Ti ne bi, ti bi čekao 3-4 dana, 5, 10.
A smeta te, jel?
Smeta mi.
Imaš li
ja, ako mi dođe, ja samo otvorim novčanik i platim.
Ništa, hoćeš da ti ja poklonim ja 13.700, pa ti odmah...
13.700?
Jest, pa ti odmah kupi poču i ram i sve...
A šta će mi 13.700?
Pa to što 13.700 sam vrh ponude, nema preko...
Aha, viš, znači tu smo, nemoj da treseš to.
Ne treseš.
Treseš, malo pa si kupio.
Hoćeš ti pokloniti?
Treseš, ne treba mi.
Ako ćeš ti kupiti odmah sebi, drugi ploču...
Nudiš, slušaj me, nudiš mi stvar koju znaš da neću. Znači to...
Zašto nećeš?
Neću, ne treba mi. Ne treba mi.
Zato što su skupi ploče i rad.
Ne, nego ne treba mi. Da sam teo, kupio bi sebi. Razumiješ kad mi ne treba? Ne, nego mi ne treba. Nema džaba, ta psihologija ne radi kod mene. Razumiješ?
Ako ćeš baš odmah da kupiš sve što ti treba...
Ne treba mi. Da sam teo, kupio bi sam sebi. To mi ne treba.
A malo je skup.
Dobro, u redu.
Mi isto 40-70.
To te tvoje prozivke, to su kumovi fazoni. Ja ne radim na mentalnom nivou dete.
Čuš ti odmah, pa ćeš daš 100 evra, kupio ga danas ili za 3 dana.
To nije tvoj problem.
Ili 5. Do petka će ti to doći.
No problem, sir.
Kaži mi sunce moje.
Welcome to my channel.
Što se provozam od Fiktića?
I?
Treba mi neka maska.
Ne želim da se vozam do Fektića, zato što već moram da idem u tom pravcu danas jednom. Ne želim da gledam Feketić, zato što znam da moram da idem na posao tamo.
Pa te mrzim.
Da kad sam radio u Bačkoj Topoli, bila je ta varijanta, ali to najviše mrzim.
Dobro, obrazloži.
Pa nema potrebe da ti objašnjavam ako ne shvataš. Ne shvataš,
jel da? Evo, sam 144 glup sam.
Pa glup si.
Ne želiš da gledaš Feketića, radiš u Feketiću.
Jest, ne želim.
A što sam mrziš mjesto i grad u koje radiš, šta?
Nije da mrzim, nego me to podsjeća na obavezu da moram da budem tamo za par sati, razumiješ?
Pa šta ćeš
ne
sati?
To da
onda nemoj raditi. Sjedi kući...
Neću uopšte vidio.
Ti, brate, praviš od posla logor je.
Pa, logor jest.
Pa to ti tako shvataš.
Logor je zato što radiš 6 dana od 7.
Pa jebi ga ili ja, logor. Pa logor i meni što radim na silu 115 sati.
Dovoljno ga gledam 6 od 7 dana, da ne moram da idem svaki dan tamo.
I meni je logor, ja idem ujutru 8
Jel želiš od mene čujem?
Čekaj,
Ma nije tebi logor,
ti... Ja idem ujutru 8 na silu si doći 8 ujutru.
Ti ne moraš da radiš.
Pa ne moraš ni ti.
Ja moram da plaćam račune, ti ne moraš da plaćaš račune.
Zašto pokažeš?
Jel puniš frižider, jel plaćaš struju? Jel plaćaš gorivo? A nemoj ja, znam. A ne plaćaš ništa.
Ali ja sam...
Ne plaćaš ništa.
Ja sam napravio kombinaciju da ne plaćam.
A ti ne plaćaš ništa, ti si gost u svojoj kući.
I ti isto u svojoj.
Važi. Kaži to drugo.
Ja sam sebi sredio i struju, internet i
ja.
sve. Ja, nije mi tata sredio, no ja.
Ja. Opet ja.
Ja sam sredio, mogu slobodno.
Ja sam sebi ja.
Nisam sebi, no svima.
Ne, nego ja sebi ja.
Ja i moje veliko ja.
Ja. Moje veliko ja.
Ti ja, brate, kada ti jedini radiš, kada niko od nas ne radi.
Ti ne radiš.
Radi.
To nije posao.
A nego šta je?
Da odeš ujutro na kafu i da obrneš...
Ja svaki mjesec kući donesem, doduše...
Nemoj da lupaš osta, rekao sam ti.
Doduše ne dam kući,
ne lupaj.
nego
ne interesuje
imam
me.
primanje.
Ne interesuje me. Kakav je to posao kad ja odem kod doktora na bolovanje, uđeš da izvadim, ne uđeš u Fektić i prođem pored tvoje kuće, u apoteku sam otišao bio. I ti u 7:30 krećeš, pališ auto i krećeš na posao. Posao u 7:30. Evo ga u 11 sati dolazi kod mene kući. Dobar ti je posao. Tako da svi rade posao, tako svi posao da rade u Srbiji.
Slušaj, ja od toga posla zarađujem, koliko toliko. Ja dobijam platu za to. Nije nešto Bog zna šta, ali dobijam. Imam benefite.
Friends with benefits.
Imam benefit od tog posla. Ne radim za falo, siguran budu.
Ne znam.
Vidi, kako je reka kum jedan put tvoj, nije kum blesav.
Moj kum blesav? Reći mu što si rekao.
Nije blesav, reka sam.
Čim si rekao da je blesav?
Ne, reka sam, nije tvoj kum blesav. On je reka, ako vidiš beku da skaču u bunar, ništa ne pitaj, samo za njim uskoči.
To ti je kao ona varijanta kad je ona reka I'm a bomb technician, if you see me running, keep up. A? Nisi čuo za to?
Da. Aj si čuo za ovu? Radi kako ti pričam, ali nemoj da radiš kako ja radim.
To neke dubokomislene...
Pa ja ne znam, i to je za mene kratkomislena, ako je za tebe dubokomislena, to je tvoja deficitarnost. Znači, radi kako ti kažem, ali nemoj da radiš kako ja radim.
Ne želim da slušam što mi ti pričaš. Mogu da uzmem u razmatranje, ali ne želim da mi ti razmišljaš umjesto mene. Ja uvijek prihvatam tuđe sugestije i ako si mi nadređeni poslovođa, vlasnik firme u kojoj radi, ti se pitaš najviše. I možeš da tražiš od mene. Ja moje je da kažem da mogu ili ne mogu to da uradim.
Ne da li želim ili želim, nego mogu ili ne mogu.
Ako tražiš od mene da bude na 5 mjesta na nešto vreme, ja ću da... I smatraš da je to realno, ja ću da uradim kako si rekao. I to svojom normalnom brzinom. Ako misliš da ću da se izlomim, da to uradim, zajebo si. Ti si poslodavac u ovom slučaju. Tako ti se obraci.
Hvala ti.
Da, nema
ništa. Svima, da. Muko. Da?
Znači, nema potrebe da se ja lomim za tebe.
Ali znaš šta je meni fascinantno? Svoje ove priče. Meni je fascinantno, na primjer, ja ne mogu da funkcionišem tako.
Kako?
Pa recimo ti uvek u svojim poslovima, nebitno prvi, drugi, peti, sedmi, topova, lovćenac, bas, nebitno gdje se radi. Ti, brate, igraš šak sa poslovođom svaki put.
Da.
A ja to ne mogu.
A ti ne voliš?
Ne, nisam nekada ne volim. Ne mogu.
A ne možeš?
Ne, moj intelekt ne
da. A što mu nisi rekao?
Moje veliko ja, moj intelekt...
Što mu nisi rekao da živiš u Lovćencu?
Kome?
Šefu i želiš da ti da putni trošak. Što su mu rekao da si iz Vrbasa?
A radio sam u Fekitu.
Da, što si rekao da živiš, da su ti roditelji u Lovćencu i da živiš zapravo u Vrbasu?
Pa da bi imao putni trošak.
A zašto mu nisi rekao daj mi putni trošak? Nebitno da živim.
Zato što...
Dolazim autom na posao...
Ne može da, ako me vodi da sam iz Lovćenca, neće mi firma njegova.
Ne
on, nego firma.
Zašto ti neće?
Pa zato što sam u Lovćencu.
Mi imamo putni trošak, a radimo u Fektiću, znaš to?
Kako imaš 150 dinara dnevno?
Nebitno, imam putni trošak. 10 dinara, 10 dinara.
Da, a ja sam recimo imao 15.000 mjesečno.
Ti prijavi da radiš u subotu sljedeći put. Si čuo? Kad ćeš ti igraš šak sa pospođom, ja ne igram.
Ne, ti igraš šak sa pospođom.
Ja ne.
Ti se s njima natežeš u smislu, oni ti daju 4 posla, ti...
Radim jedan, naravno.
Donji minimum.
Pa Pa da, to što ja da se mučim? Će mi biti veća plata?
Ne, ja jednostavno kažem neću to da radim.
Ne, ja ne kažem.
Viš, ja kažem.
To me razlika.
Pa jeste. Ja kažem, ja to neću. Ne mogu, ne teško mi je. Neću da dam sve od sebe da bi to uradio. Ne, moj intelekt smatra moje veliko ja. Ima prostora, samo malo, znači, ograđujem se za razliku od drugih ljudi. Ja njemu objasnim. Moje veliko ja ima prostora da ne mora da...
Ti sediš već ovdje satima, mogao bi da kreneš polako.
Ne. Nisam popio kafu.
Pa dobro, ne teram te, nego si postao već naporan, nema potrebe da... A ne želim da slušam tvoje...
Ti samo slušaš ono što ti misliš da valja.
Tačno.
To nije dobro. Poslušaj malo i drugog.
Dovoljno te slušam, pričaš satima već.
Meni su nudili u Lovćevac, mi je nudio da radim na silos pod njegovim uslovima. Ja sam rekao, druže, ne. Možemo nešto između da napravimo, on je rekao da to njemu ne odgovara, da se to ne slaže s politikom njegove firme. Na što sam ja odgovorio?
A ja, što su ovi ažurni ovako. Može neko da pogleda ove narudžbenice da naučimo?
Neće to oduviti, ti nikad pogleda.
A ne mora, neko otkažu. Tada da otkažu, zato što nije plaćen.
Tako je. Neće mi to postane, nemoj da brineš. On je rekao da se to ne slaže s politikom njegove firme. Ja sam rekao da se njegovi uslovi ne slažu s politikom moga džepa.
On kao firma ima primat nad tobom kao radnikom. Pa ako ima primat, onda nek radi sam sebi posao.
Ne, mi smo razgovarali o poslu. Ja nisam kod njega radio u firmu. On me zvao da me pita da li bih ja htio kod njega da radim u firmu.
A tvoji uslovi su bili...
Ne, on je rekao svoji uslovi.
Onda si ti rekao svoje.
Da, ja sam rekao da to što on od mene traži da 104%. On je rekao ne. To je kao 1% u sklopu kao 4 particije. Ja sam rekao, dobro.
Onda me plati za 4 particije.
On je rekao da će mi da plati 60.000, zato ja stražio 100.000. On je rekao da politika firme ne može da mi da toku platu, ja sam rekao da politika moga džepa ne može da prihvati da radi te poslove za 60.000 platu. Tu smo se
I gdje ste se našli?
Pa, tu smo se mi razišli, ja sam tu već gubio priču. On je rekao, može li neka srednja varijanta, ja sam rekao, može. Kaže on šta podrazumeva pod srednjom varijantom, ja rekao da skineš 2%. Znači mogu da budem bagar i uzorkivač, to je okej, to su 2%.
Uzorkivač?
Uzorkivač. Kaže on, to je 1%, ja kažem ne, to su 2%. A da skinemo kao nametnute poslove, pomagač u smeni proizvodnje...
Šta je pomagač u smeni proizvodnje? Prosvetli me.
Pa, držiš džakove, piduškarom slažeš palete, pustaš, zatvaraš mašinu, šiješ džakove, brojiš palete da se ne prebroje u tovaru i tako. Ništa teško, ali obaveze. Taj posao da skinemo posao održavanja silosa, znači da ja kosim travu, obrezujem voćke, pravim trop, čistim prosuto žito, čistimo luke, dajem...
Sisavaš.
Tako, ne, nije.
Dobro, to sam ja obacio. Radi malo komičnog efekta.
Ne, može i to, ali za tu...
Da kosiš travu kao što su ovi radili u LTS.
Tako je. Vidiš. A ljudi su ili takvi, ako ga puštiš da ti se popne na glavu, on ti se popet na glavu i usraće ti se na glavu. To je amin.
To je dosta grubo rečeno s tvoje strane.
Ali je istinito.
Pa ne znam je li istinito ili...
Pa jesi. Ti da prihvatiš sve što ti kažu sad na posao i da stižeš da uradiš, on bi ti za 2 mjeseca još nešto dodati. Dok te ne bi izgorio.
Šta taj rad rukom znači, prepostavljam da hoćeš da kažeš da ti da gas neko te vozi.
Izgorio bi te.
Ne, nema potrebe to da radimo. Ti mene ne možeš kao poslovođa da kao poslodavac
da izgoriš.
Da platiš toliko.
Koliko ja mogu da ne radim. A reci mi, samo me zanima jedna stvar, tu si ti opitan, tu recimo ja nisam. Jer ja nemam tu kondiciju.
Da igraš šah? Ti igraš šah, to je...
Ne.
Ti.
Ne, ja dajem mat.
Ne,
ili sebi ili drugom.
Ja dajem minimum.
Slušaj, reci mi samo jednu stvar. Koliko ti je, samo me zanima, slušaj samo pitanje. Koliko ti vremenski treba da boraviš u nekoj firmi na nekom poslu da ti odrediš koji je donji minimum da te ne počeraju?
Pa moram prvo da naučim posao.
Dobro, to je dobro, sviđa mi se to.
Prvo moraš da vidiš šta se traži od tebe, ne mogu ja da zabušavam, da ne radim.
Da. Čekaj, prvih mjesec dana ti otprilike radiš kako...
Nije prvih pol godine, moraš znati šta radiš, čovječe.
Dobro. Ajde recimo, jesi sam naučio svoj posao, sad što radiš?
A vidiš da me traže da dođem u treću smenu zato što nemaju koga da stave treću smenu. Ovi neće ili nema koga.
Dobro, ajde reci mi sad jednu stvar. I ti si sad odredio kad si naučio posao koji je optimum posla, koliko brzo ili kako si ti odredio?
Optimum je koliko treba, ne treba da se preradim. Ja sam imao običaj da uradim unapred.
A čekaj, recimo, kako si odredio koliko je da se ne preradiš? Ajmo tako nazvati to.
Pa tako što sam određene kolege iz Lovćence koje rade, oni zabušavaju i da kažem...
Otežu, ajde.
Pa znaš, umjesto da olakša kolegi u drugoj smeni ili trećoj smeni...
On olakša sebi u toj smeni.
On uradi manje od minimuma. Ja radim optimalno, koliko smatram da treba, pošto je trenutno plata dobra. Na minimum ćemo preći kad bude plata nestabilna i tako to.
A on uradi minimum?
Minimum od mog minimuma, on to uradi, taj lik.
Čekaj, to je jedan ili više?
Taj jedan kolega iz Lovćenca, nećemo reći ko je, zna on ko je.
Dobro. Dobro, nastavi.
Šta te zanima da je?
Kako si ti odredio koji je tvoj normativ, ajmo tako se izraziti?
Tako što... Kako sam ja odredio to?
Da, kako si ti odredio da je to tvoj normativ, ovoliko treba da radim, da se ja ne oderem, a oni da mi ne prigovaraju?
Zato što znam šta se traži od mene na poslu, čovječe, razumeš? Nije ti jasno.
Jasno mi je,
nego... Šta ti nije jasno?
Si ko žalio na tebe?
Što bi se žalio?
A to pitam. Je li neko rekao Kosović, možda je to malo življe i tako to?
Nema toga. Može samo da traži... Ne znam. Kao što rekao, možda traži nešto drugo da radi umjesto onoga što ja trenutno radim, na primjer.
Recimo sad ti čekaš za mjesec da odradi svoj i da ne bi stojao 10 minuta i gleda, on ti kaže radi još
ja ni ne stojim. Nego recimo ja uzmem...
I radiš nešto bez veze, samo te ne bi zaposlili?
Ne, apsolutno ne.
Nego?
Ja sam uzeo kad je bio, kako se zove, prije neku noć. Kad sam prije neku noć, kad smo čistili, da mene oni sad ne bi zaposlili da ja metlam i da ja tamo pomažem njima da rastave mašinu, njih ima dovoljno. Ako im trebam, zvaći me. Ja sam fino, to je moja procjena, ja sam fino uzeo one činije koje se nose za čini i fino sam uzeo onaj kompresor i sve jedno izduva. Trebalo mi je 2 sata. Mogao sam da radim nešto drugo, definitivno, ali čemu to?
A ti neko reka, neko Kosović ostati to?
Ne, zašto? Zašto bi mi rekao? To je moj posao. Ja radim s tim činima.
Ali ti sto lagano?
Pa bez presije. Šta smiješ? Izgleda ti kao zabavna priča koju sam ti ispričao.
Da, jest.
Zabavno ti je što sam sebi nađem posla.
Ne.
Da mi ne bi neko drugi našao posla.
Grđi se.
Pa što ja sebe ne dovodim tu stvar. Mi.
Šta?
Mi. Ajde sad mi da napravimo komparaciju.
Da, ajde sad da napravimo komparaciju. Od 1 do 10 na skali.
Jes.
Taj optimum koji si ti odredio da ti radiš, koji je zadovoljavajući za njih, koliko je tebi težak od 1 do 10? Koliko te zamara? Koliko ti je taj posao težak od 1 do 10?
Samo kad radimo...
Da li ti je to lakše nego u LT što si
samo
radio?
isto mi je. To što ja znam koliko mogu da uradim.
Ne, što se tiče težine posla.
Ne, sve ti se svodi na uslove. U LTS-u radiš toplo-ladno i tako to.
Welcome to my channel.
Radiš na toplo-ladno, radiš pored kazana, pržiš paštetu, pa ti onda kaže, treba mi radnik u hladnjači da, nije dugo, to ti je tipa 5 minuta 10, da mi drži vrata i nešto. Mislim, ima tako nekih, uglavnom su razumni ljudi, ali ima kad nema koga da stavi, pa onda kao, možeš i ti, onda ti kažeš, ok, mogu, idem na svoju štetu, na zdravlje, a kajte.
Čekaj, to znači samo praviš komparaciju o uslovima rada?
Jes.
Dobro, šta ti, dobro, to je loš uslov rada, recimo tamo. A šta ti ovdje je loš uslov rada? Ti smetaju začini, neka para, nešto, toplota, da li...
Protiv toga ne možeš.
A dobro, ali šta ti je recimo ovdje ne uslov rada, ajmo tako se izraziti.
Pa kad moraš da proseš 2-3 džaka, mada ima, to sam ja više lijen. Da ja nosim onu gas masku, da nabijem na lice i da onda prosem onu sodu. Imaju oni taj uslov, to mene mrzi.
Čekaj?
Sodu bikarbon. Soda bikarbona je zgrušana u onim kao...
Kamenim, znam.
Kao kad nosiš koncentrat.
Znam. Nije
znaš,
koncentratno...
Jes, koncentrat upravo. Onaj veštak.
Veštak, to nije koncentrat, veštak je nešto...
Koncentrovani veštak.
Da, sasvim značaj. Koncentrat je ziskan u svinja, veštak je za džubrivo, ajde dalje.
Pa i ovo je ziskan u svinja.
Kristal, ajde dalje.
Kristal met, da.
Da, otprilike. Dobro, šta je problem sa sodom?
Pa ako si kao ja, da kažem, blaže retardiran i mrzite da staviš masku, onda fino kašlješ i kijaš i smeta ti grebete grlo posle.
A imaš li masku na poslu?
Ma imaš, daju ti oni, nego
mene... A to me sad zanima, kakva je to maska, najobičnija ona?
Ma kao ona za vinograd.
Pa da, najobičnija, to ti neće to kurac.
To pomaže više u smislu kao psihološki, čini mi se. Ako i toliko.
A, pomaže možda 20% i oko.
Isto kao maska protiv korone.
Ne, više ti pomaže ova za sol. Protiv korone ti ne pomaže jer je korona mnogo manja od gustine tkanine na masci. Ili ki. Ne znam sad rečeće slov kako.
Da. Jes. Voli ti, Milane, da ideš?
Neću, idem, efekt iz ne uzmem.
Hoćeš, a?
Rekao sam da neću.
Evo, hoćeš i Beka,
Ja sam rekao da neću.
A dobro, znam da si rekao da nećeš, nego zanimljivo mi je da te slušam kako se opireš.
Aha. Ako ću sa mnom u feke pići.
Ne znam.
Ovi su ažurni do ujutro.
Neozbiljna firma.
Ne.
Tad su sva dvuku.
Ne, nije.
Ista cena.
Nisu neozbiljni, nego clearing, kao ubav, svake 2 sata.
I šta sad, dok ne prođe obračun, ne možeš isto raditi.
Nije obračun, clearing.
Sad, dok ti vuku pare i seta.
Ne mogu obrade podatke, svake 2 sata.
tablet. Welcome to my channel. Zeke. Welcome to my channel.
Metal cracks the escalator. You know.
Is really easy. After you wipe in a raid, does Dragonflight still waste your time because you don't have a Warlock in a raid? Does Dragonflight still deplete your keys whenever you fail a Mythic Plus? Does Dragonflight still make you clear pointless waves of trash that serve no other purpose than to pad out game time whenever you're doing a raid? Does Dragonflight still have an arbitrary respawn mechanic that just wastes more time? A metagame of res protection? Yes, it has all these things. Bro, you really actually crying about running back to a boss? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a waste of my fucking time. I don't want to do it. That's exactly right. Yeah, I'm tired of that shit. I think it's stupid. Why do people want to keep the time-wasting logistics? Because that's the only thing that they're good at. You aren't talking about retail, are you? I am. I'm talking specifically about retail WoW. Classic WoW is classic WoW. And you can appreciate it for what it is, or not. But at the end of the day, I don't want to see Classic WoW be changed, because it's Classic WoW. And that's the way the game was designed, and that's just the way it is. Classic is supposed to be a nostalgia grab, so it makes sense to be the same. Exactly. It feels better on Classic somehow. Do you want to know why runbacks feel better on Classic? Because you never do them, because the content's so fucking easy you don't wipe. That's why runbacks feel better. Because you don't have to do them. You're killing the boss in 1 minute. But I will watch the stream for Diablo 4. This isn't really about WoW, it's about Diablo 4. They have changed Renown. They've walked all of that back. And, you know, again, I might try it out, but maybe not. You know, we'll see what happens. It depends on what they announce, and it depends on if it seems appealing or not. A lot of people do, to be honest. Classic players are really bad. Well, I don't know. I think that most raids that people do, you probably spend some time running back, but I think most guilds one-shot most bosses in Classic WoW. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that's pretty common. But Diablo 4, it just seems like the game is, like, I can't imagine what they can add to Diablo 4 to make me excited about a new season. And that's why I'll be watching these streams, to see what they have to say. Because, like, personally, I just don't really see a lot of it. Yeah, Uber bosses, but, like, why would I be excited about Uber bosses in Diablo 4 whenever the only Uber boss in Diablo 4 is bad? So, what the fuck, right? It's like, so they're gonna make Uber Duriel? Okay, well then, how do I not know this one's going to be bad too? And also said that Varishon guy was supposed to be an Uber boss before the season launched, and it clearly wasn't. Well, the problem is that people can do so much damage that everybody can one-shot something, and getting the gear is really easy, comparatively, versus, like, you know, like, getting the gear to one-shot Searing Exarch on Uber, or, like, Uber Searing Exarch, is way harder than getting the gear to one-shot Uber Lilith. But anyway, yeah, Diablo 4... is, guys, they're starting to listen. You know, now they're making the changes the players have wanted. Thank God. And, things are improving. So we'll see what's going to happen, guys. Blizzard is finally listening, guys. They're finally listening. Thank God.
There's a bunch of stuff I want to cover today from people who I would say are definitely fitting under the degenerate label. They're up to some activity, and some of them are degenerates who have returned from the grave. People who got in drama, they were, you know, maybe they got arrested, they went to jail, they left for a while, and then they came back, or they're trying to rebrand, and we're going to be discussing it. You guys know who Jinbop is? This is Jinbop. Let me know if you guys know who this guy is, if you remember this YouTuber. He wasn't super popular back in the day, but he did have an audience of about 300,000 subscribers. There's someone who, as far as my audience goes, you can either be a little too old or a little too young to remember Jinbop. But if you were watching a lot of Minecraft YouTube, and I do mean a lot because he was sort of down the totem pole in 2012. If you're watching a lot of Minecraft YouTube back then you probably know who Jinbop is. Jinbop is someone who had a decent sized audience of about 300,000 subscribers, and his audience came because he was a childhood friend of Sky Does Minecraft, actually. Sky Does Minecraft obviously being, you know, like the most popular Minecraft YouTuber maybe of all time, before Dream, right? He was huge. He was huge. I know he's had his own whole drama with his wife or whatever, his kids, allegations of abuse. I'm not going to get into that. It's not really my, I don't know, prerogative. I don't know what happened there. Go look it up on your own time. I'm sure Jay Aubrey did a video about it. That's probably pretty good. Actually, I know he did a video about it. I think I remember liking it. Anyway, here's a video. 10K sub special. How I Met Scott is Minecraft. This is from 8 years ago. October 5th, 2014.
Hey, what's poppin'? Jinbop here. Coming to you guys today with a video that's not really about gaming this time around. And I actually wanted at some point to pursue a singing career in Korea. Auditioned for 2 companies, didn't work out, whatever. I was pretty much ready just to, you know, buckle down and study for a normal job. But then one of my friends from high school said, hey, I have a friend named Adam, and he says he knows who you are. And I go, I haven't known an Adam since I was in elementary school. And they go, yeah, that's the one. Imagine my surprise to find out that my old friend from elementary school was now like a big YouTuber with over 10 million subscribers. It was certainly a shock to me.
So as we can see here, Jinbop was a childhood friend of Sky Does Minecraft. Just like coincidentally, they were friends like back in like, you know, 7th and 8th grade. And then they don't talk for a while, you know, as friends often, you know, the friendships fall apart. And they reconnect eventually, and they become good pals. Sky shouts him out. As we can see, there's comments praising Sky or Adam for what he did. I like how Adam is the kind of guy that didn't forget about his friends once he got famous. OMG, I feel so happy for Jin, how he became friends with Sky, and I feel bad you guys lost contact for 10 years. Am I the only one bawling my eyes out? And Jinbop was, you know, he was pretty popular at the time. He wasn't wasn't, you know, super duper popular, but he was big. I mean, 300K subs. He's lost a lot of subscribers for reasons we'll talk about in a moment. But at the time, he had a decent sized channel. You know, he did kind of standard gaming videos, Grand Theft Auto. Is this Yandere Simulator? A lot of videos about that. He did videos with Sky.
Hey, what's poppin'? Jin Bob here. Can I say with a final bout of Mortal Kombat X today? I'm going to be facing off against Adam Sky himself. Adam, how are you, my friend?
I'm scared because I see you playing this like everyday training.
So kind of just standard gaming content for around 2015, 2014. So what happened to Jin Bob? Where did he go? I mean, if we go to his channel, we see he hasn't uploaded in 6 years. One whale of a time. And the comments are filled with people really criticizing him. People are trashing him. They're going after him. They're referencing Prison Break. So what is this about? Well, I've talked about this in a video I did called The Minecraft Degenerates. Jin Bob got himself into some controversy. If you look him up on YouTube now, it's Minecraft's creepiest YouTuber that no one talks about. He's got like it looks like he's in like a mugshot photo here. Jin Bob got let out. What happened to Jin Bob? There's my video, The Minecraft Degenerates, and I talked about him in there. So what happened with Jin Bob? What's the deal with him? Scott is Minecraft actually talked about him on stream, and he referenced some allegations about him and the fact that he apparently got arrested. This is an old live stream Sky did, I think on Instagram, where he just kind of talked about stuff.
The only things I know about the entire situation is that he was arrested for some pretty f***ed up shit. Now this is where I'm about to get controversial. I never thought Jin was that bad of a guy when I knew him.
So this is just him saying, like, when he knew him, he liked him. I don't know why he's saying this now, like it's a hot take, like when you knew him, you had positive interactions with him, and then he got arrested, so he's probably a bad dude now. I don't know, whatever. Adam's kind of a weird dude. Moving on from that, he says he got arrested. Well, what did he get arrested for? Well, we got this Kotaku article from 2016. Federal investigators arrested popular YouTuber Starlet Jin Bob Zhao last month for allegedly engaging in sexually predatory behavior toward a 15-year-old female fan of his channel. In news of Zhao's arrest, the news of Zhao's arrest first spread over the weekend through a YouTube news channel, and he remains in custody today. The YouTube news channel they're referencing is Scarce, by the way. Zhao's YouTube channel, popular among young teens, features him playing a variety of games including Minecraft and Inside. According to an affidavit sent to Kotaku by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Michigan, where Zhao was in custody, he allegedly engaged in illicit online behavior with a minor over the course of several months this year. Uh-oh. What did he do? He engaged in illicit behavior with a minor? Guys, what's going on here?
Tonight, an inside look at Tourette syndrome. I'm Chris Hansen. Why don't you have a seat?
What's going on here? What exactly happened? An FBI representative told Kotaku that Zhao was arrested at the Detroit Metro Airport, where he was allegedly on his way to meet the fan. Zhao was 9 years her senior. So when she was 15, he was 24. He was 24 years old. What the f***? Obviously pretty messed up, right? Obviously not a cool age gap. This is beyond just like weird stuff. This is actual territory. The guy is a This isn't Call Me Carson tier stuff, okay? In an interview, Zhao's lawyer stressed that his client is presumed innocent until proven guilty, and that the federal complaint doesn't give all the information. He declined to elaborate further. Zhao is accused of producing and receiving child pornography, as well as enticing a minor and traveling with intent to engage in illicit sexual activity. A court document alleges the defendant acted in a deliberate, sexually predatory manner toward a fan he knew to be a minor, 14 to 15 years old at all times relevant here too, over many months in a manner designed to groom her to participate in the production of CP and further to participate in direct sexual activity with the defendant, noting that the defendant's work involves creating content for YouTube with 10 to 14-year-old children as the intended audience, with this serving as a possible entry or entree? I think entry into communication with minors. Pretty disturbing guy, okay? Pretty disturbing guy. Actual, as I said, not one of these like borderline situations, like terrible person. The alleged victim has created graphics and voiceovers for Zhao's YouTube channel, which boasts 400,000 subscribers and is popular with young teens. Earlier this year, when the fan was 14, her parents allegedly grew concerned about her Skype calls with Zhao. When she started wearing a locket with his picture around her neck and purchasing lingerie she would not typically wear, her parents began monitoring her time online, according to the affidavit. Last Friday, YouTube news personality Scarce broke the story of Zhao's alleged predatory behavior in relation to a video. We confirmed Scarce's report with the Eastern Michigan District Attorney's Office. So Scarce reported it, they see it, they talk about it, and they get the details on it. He gets arrested, and he actually gets sentenced, okay? He ends up going to jail. I believe that the sentence, because it was in 2016, I believe it was for 8 years, I believe is how long he was supposed to go away. 7 or 8 years. So he goes away for a while. People talk about him. I talked about him in my video, The Minecraft Degenerates. If we go to it, we'll find the segment. Yeah, here we go.
By looking at his profile on the Federal Bureau of Prisons, he was released on June 2nd, 2022.
So as we can see here, he was released from prison back then, and he actually came back. He's not gone. You'd think someone like this would just dip and not be a repeat offender or anything like that. They wouldn't be, you know, involved in the online community after this because, you know, when you're guilty, why would you return to, you know, your same stomping grounds? But as we've learned, criminals typically return to the scene of the crime and even the girl associated with that crime. I don't think this is stuff anyone's talked about yet. I got this sent to me on Instagram. What I was sent was convincing unless all the screenshots are fake, but I think it's real. I think they're all real. We're gonna start with this Reddit post. Jin Bop has been released from prison. Twitter warning, or sorry, trigger warning. I assume it's Twitter warning. Hashtag YouTube community PSA. Starlet Xiao at Jinbop Gaming. Did I say Xiao? Zhao at Jinbop Gaming was released recently from prison. We see here he is, Starlet Xiao, age 29, race is Asian, sex is male. He was released on June 2nd, 2022. See his register number there. He was released. The Reddit comments say, I want to believe people can change, but due to the nature of the crime and fact that there is no proper societal support or treatment or anything, I'll forever be wary of people like him. Hope he doesn't do something like that again and has changed, but he's obviously lost everything YouTube-wise, and I hope it stays that way for the better because he used his status to get what he wanted. And this is absolutely correct. When one of these people get out of prison, you know, you got to be wary of them reoffending, obviously. You know, you can't forget what they did. I have reason to believe he's still in contact with that girl to this day. I'm going to preface this by saying that you probably shouldn't reach out to any of the people involved. The reason why is because the girl is no longer a minor. She's an adult. So I think technically there's nothing illegal going on, you know, given that they're talking now. It's still f***ed up, but I don't think that anything good would come from harassing her, harassing him, anything like that. So try to avoid that. So here's the drive document. Start with the evidence. This was sent to me by someone. I don't think they want me to read it out. Other than it constituting as grooming by definition, there's nothing wrong legally, which is unfortunate. Well, it is grooming by definition what he did back then, but given that she's now 21, I don't think there's anything illegal going on. It was illegal back then. I don't think you could charge him now for being in a relationship with the same person because she's a legal adult now, as far as I'm aware. So here's this account. It's called Zinimation. It's a furry on Twitter. You see his little sketch there, his little blue wolf fox thing. You see creator, animation, cartoons, and music. I have a cat. She stinks. This obviously reflects his previous interest in music. We'll read some tweets. On August 19th, 2022, he tweeted, kind of late to the party, but Bella's kind of totally amazing. Beauty and the Beast with Ready Player One flavor through the lens of Ghibli. It bothers me that potato peelers and razors are functionally the same. Just boring tweets, boring bull. You know, nothing you would think would be super whack. Here's the Steam account associated. Their current name is Zin. But if you look through their name history, which you can see on Steam, you can see their previous name was Jinbop. If we go down here, we can see that one of their friends is Ant Venom. I doubt Ant Venom talks to him to this day. I assume Ant Venom just had him added from back in the day when Ant Venom... For those of you guys don't know, Ant Venom is like one of the big YouTubers who was friends with Sky back then. You know, so it would make sense that he would have had him added on Steam because they probably played games for video at some point, right? His Twitter was made the same month and year that he got released. This is his account. Joined June 2022. We can see here he was released early June 2022, so he would have had plenty of time to make a new Twitter account. There's no activity on this same Steam account that used to be called Jinbop and is now called Zin from 2015 to June 2022. And if we look at the logs here, we can see they're American. They're a Steam member since 2005, which would make sense because he's an older guy, so we'd probably have a Steam account since then. And if we look at the date that the name was changed, the name Jinbop was made on the 1st of February 2015 from Two Feels For Me previously. And 7 years later, on the 14th of June 2022 at 7:59 p.m. It's late at night, I guess. I don't know. He's missing playing video games or something. Changes his name to Jinbop. We can see on the 14th of June 2022 changes his name to Her Fox Boy, and obviously this is still reflective of, you know, the fox going on here, right? Related to their relationship. Furry? Yeah, no, super uncommon. Proof that she is the same person. Let's take a look at this. First of all, she sent him fan art. This is a link to my video where I referenced the articles and the Scarce video of her. Basically, he received fan art from her, and that's how they became friends initially, and then he groomed her. We can see this is her account. This says the best art at Jinbop Gaming, and this is from November 18th, 2015, which is, I believe, around the time they met. Here's another piece of art. She did voiceovers for him as well, and we can see her here saying, I did voice acting for Jinbop not too long ago. I might be able to help. Here we can see that they were texting. This is from 2016. This is her tweeting this out. I believe this is after his arrest. This guy says, wait, he can text you? She says, no, that's old. This is happy birthday art, I believe, while he was in prison. This is art of them kissing, I guess. More art here. This is, I believe, a knife at Jinbop Gaming. Bought this just so he could name it after me. And if that isn't true love, I don't know what is. Yeah, true love, buying someone a CSGO knife. He says, I'll never stop loving him. This is from 2016 with the two here. And those who think that they support me, tell me that I shouldn't feel bad for him. My grades are failing. I have no motivation. I rarely sleep, rarely eat. He's suicidal. I don't have support from my parents. Yeah, he probably should be suicidal because he's a I don't know what to do. I knew he was a YouTuber, but we met through a mutual friend. I'm tired of people thinking he used YouTube to get to me. I know he regrets his decisions. I know he would never want to hurt me or anyone else. I know if he could, he'd profusely apologize. It was just a mistake. A mistake is something that happens on a whim once. What he did is not a mistake. What he did is systematic, intentional grooming. I mean, I think that's obvious. That's why he went to jail, right? That's why he went to jail. Here we have a twit longer from her.
from 2016. The only reason I'm barely pushing through all of this is because I'm in a relationship, but here's the thing. He and I share something in common. We both lost the people we fell in love with, and we'd rather die than try to move on. His story is so much worse than mine. I still have a chance at being there for Jin, so my friend's story, blah, 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 blah. Here's the proof that they're together now. We can see on his account, I have a cat. She stinks. Here's the same account from back then. His stinky cat. They're obviously together, right? You can see her account is from 2014. It's the same exact account from back then. Me and my boyfriend Sona's. Here's their fur affinity stuff. This is the same fox. Just want to design his persona with him and draw our personas kissing and get fursuits together and be cute at conventions. So, yeah. Jinbop is back. He's in a relationship with the same girl, apparently. Obviously, he groomed her, and now she has some kind of, like, Stockholm syndrome. I don't want to speculate too much on if that's even the real psychological diagnosis. It's just, you know, colloquially, that's what I would call it. You know, she's with a person who was a and groomed her. She is of age now, so I don't think that, you know, obviously it's f***ed up, but considering that she's 21 years old, I mean, she's a legal adult for all purposes now. What happened back then is illegal, but he went to jail for, like, 6-7 years, and now he's out, and now they're together again. I got this sent to me by a fan. They wanted me to review this, bring it to light a little bit. I considered like tweeting at Jinbop or like messaging him on Steam to be like, is that you? And then seeing what happened, but I figured he would have gotten rid of all this if I did that. And he also hasn't tweeted in a bit. She's currently like tweeting about missing him, so he got away with it. He got away with it, and that's a theme we're gonna see today. People getting away with it. Disgusting pieces of shit. I guess if you want to see the story more in depth, you can watch my video, The Minecraft Degenerates, where I explained it more. You can see the, you know, the PDF here. Maybe I'll release this if enough people want to see it or people want to make more videos about it. It's pretty definitive to me that this is him. This is him, right? Same guy. Goes to jail for 7 years, gets out, and gets back with his grooming victim. That's the story, as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to message the guy that sent this to me and ask if I can just release it point blank. Usually, child grooming doesn't extend longer than, like, especially if it's one victim, it doesn't extend longer than, like, 5, 6, 7 years at most. Like, that's what almost he got. He got 6 years. Chances are, if he was involved in, like, some huge ring where he was selling CP, he would have gone for, like, you know, 15, 20 years. But even then, it's rare that I think they'll get a life sentence for something like that. The law is pretty lenient towards these types of people, unfortunately. But in this case, I mean, the justice system didn't fail anyone. I mean, they put him in jail for, you know, you know, I don't know if he got the maximum penalty, but he got a decent one. Unfortunately, they did let him out due to good behavior, which obviously I would disagree with. I think he should be in jail for a lot longer. But the justice system didn't fail. I mean, they got him, you know, arrested, went to trial, went to jail. At this point, it's his own actions that just perpetuate this kind of bad thing. So that's our first degenerate of the day, Jinbop. He's back. Kiro the Wolf. You guys know who Kiro the Wolf is? You probably do. One of my more popular videos on my channel from the last year or so. Pretty infamous name, Kiro the Wolf. Kiro's back. Kiro's actually back. They have rebranded. So I figured today it would be important to just go over the evidence against them and the fact that they clearly are a degenerate, zoo sadist, zoophile, dog. To remind people a little bit of what they did, and then show the fact that they're trying to rebrand, because this is the thing that a lot of these people do. Jinbop tried to rebrand, change his image, go about his day. Kiro the Wolf has basically ignored a lot of this now and is trying to rebrand. Kiro the Wolf is also never went to jail. Nothing ever happened with that legally. This is one of the more disturbing videos I've done, the Kiro the Wolf thing. I didn't even go into all of it, but there's a lot to talk about with Kiro the Wolf. Let's get into it. Kiro the Wolf back in the day, 4 or 5 years ago, was one of the most popular pop-you-furs, which basically just means popular furry YouTuber, right? Popular furry personality. Here's just like a typical kind of meme video they did. 160,000 views. At their peak, they had more than 100,000 subscribers. I believe 120,000. They've definitely lost them now. Here's just a video they did collabing with Jira Strawberry and Mark Husky, 2 other popular pop-you-furs, you would say.
The following preview is better approved for all audiences.
I said pussy!
Oh my god! Oh god, dick!
So here they are sitting in the bottom left corner.
Okay.
I know you on the far right. I know you. No, you don't.
So, I mean, it's just cancer, okay? It's cancer. It's the same furry cancer you would expect, but there's no indication at the time that Kiro was anything other than cringe, okay? You can call furries cringe all you want, but not all of them are files, not all of them are zoophiles. It is a, you know, problem in the community. There's probably, I'd say, a lot more of those types of people in the furry community than any other. Not all furries are that way. A lot of them are innocent, just like weirdos. You know, cringe is the most you could say at the time. And because of this, Shane Dawson ended up doing a collab with Kiro the Wolf, where he shouted out Kiro. I believe at the time Kiro had maybe 15,000 subs. And Shane's video on his channel with millions of subscribers got him to 100K. Shane Dawson specifically wanted to look at the furry community, understand them a little bit. He seemed to be like, oh, maybe I'm a furry too. Maybe I'm a gay furry. He basically just like talked to Kiro, make Kiro seem likable to a mass audience, right? And I don't think Shane knew what he was getting into at the time. I know there's a lot of criticisms to be made of Shane. I don't think that Shane knew the fucking fest he was getting into when this was made.
made you want to turn into this?
Okay, so that's a fun one. One day I was just scrolling online. I loved werewolves. I was into the whole werewolf thing, you know, grr and stuff. But I was looking for a werewolf wallpaper for my computer, and these like fursuits showed up. I'm like, oh my god! And I clicked on it. I set it as my wallpaper for like a week, and then my friend pointed out, I'm like, you like furries? I'm like, what's a furry? Holy crap! So I looked it up, and I got dragged right into it.
So, you know, it's cringe because it's a furry, but it's kind of some standard YouTube content, not that big of a deal. Video does well. Hero the Wolf gets a big shout out. It's a huge deal for the furry community at the time. They praise Shane Dawson for, you know, shedding light on their community and, you know, portraying it in a more positive light. A lot of the time furries get bad. Hero ended up reacting to it. I didn't see the video and the old YouTube back then. This reaction from June 10th, when the video came out, 2017.
Okay, for that video, I was just moving out of my dorm. I was moving and I wanted to give an update. So it's just basically, hey, ask me questions. I'm moving out. I'll be in a new apartment. I want to do a Q&A because I hate 8.
So just kind of boring furry content. In the video with Shane himself, Hero specifically says, it's not a sexual thing. There are some people who are into that, but it's not a sexual thing for me. Fursuits are not sexual. I'm just a gay guy who has fun making these videos, okay? I'm just a normal dude, nothing wrong with me. And people took his word for it, because why wouldn't they? Unfortunately, we have some trouble in the furry paradise. This is a Mr. Mediker video. This is a compilation of all his videos about this. 19th September 2018. Content warning. Zoophilia, animal abuse, pedophilia. Mordecai, another fellow furry, Twitter. At Hero the Wolf is a part of the circle of furries who participate in not only zoophilia, but also necrophilia, torture, discussion, and pedophilia. Here's the evidence. There are many, but I'll focus on it. They're pretty beat up. Need some more. At It's Brenda Banks is talking about the allegations here. Hero was straight up posting videos again when nothing happened. That Patreon-only video from Absolute Public. Twitter is filled with, hey, welcome back, Ask Pats. Hero the Wolf. His dog to death. Do not let this go away until he's brought to justice. How to become a meme. Video in question. People saying they're glad to see Hero back. Here's some of the DMs that are important. Hero the Wolf says, and yeah, his throat is nice too. I sent a video in the group of him. Snake Thing, they're arrested, I believe, says, I don't remember. XD, nuzzles. And memory sucks. Hero the Wolf says, I can find it. Snake Thing says, okay, with a heart. Hero sends a video, and then Hero sends a picture of their dog with their maw open. You okay, hun? Hero says, no, not really. I just got the news that my dog is dying of kidney failure. Snake Thing says, aw, my deepest condolences, hun. I know it isn't much, especially right now, but I'm here for you. I'm sorry. Voltron to Hero says, thank you. I left the group because it reminded me of the stuff I did to him with the animal abuse. Specifically, the dog, by the way. Now that he's dying, I can't believe I did that to him. I can't be part of that group any longer. I love him so much when he needs me, I can't be there. I'm almost 2 states away. And these messages are from the exact same time that Carol publicly was talking about his dog having an illness and dying. That's just one piece of evidence, by the way. Carol would say that he was hacked, but there's so much, like, it's impossible that this is not Kiro. Kiro was saying, oh, I was hacked, oh, it wasn't me, someone's impersonating me. It's so obvious that it's him. It's so obvious he's adopted for pizza. Here we have him talking more about animal abuse stuff. Kiro says, oh, okay, I won't share it, but I need dog ass and throat. The thing about all the Kiro stuff is the zoophile limits it. Literally not a single person who hates furries would defend zoophilia as a concept and exposing other zoophiles, even as a cover. And if it's not someone who hates furries, there's no reason to make this all up. So this person's name is Zoodonym. This person is a zoophile themselves who exposed a bunch of other people in the zoophile community in these Telegram chat groups because they believe that zoophilia is okay because you say to harming animals as well, not just, you know, but also like maiming them, torturing them. They believe that was where they drew the line. Like this, no more coverage for these people who are not what zoophiles are. I'm sorry if people hate me for this or feel betrayed, but I don't care. Half of these people talk to me and use my chats to meet others. If this community took out its own trash, you wouldn't have this shit happen, so good on you. The bottom line is this: there are way too many of you covering for your friends who are into / sharing / participating / let alone creating content such as this. This is not acceptable. You want to be accepted by society? Grow up. No, this is not a call for a witch hunt. They deserve to be a lot worse than witch hunted. Zoo is illegal, and if that's what zoo is, good it should be. Blah 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 blah. Explaining their own intentions with this, right? This content was compiled by the now defunct Zoodonym. Zoodonym is the person who is from this group chat that I was just showing you in the file, who is exposing their own friends. A few things before I start posting. I don't know what any of these individuals are. I've stayed back for years. I don't know who Zoodonym is. So we're gonna go through some screenshots now to just explain more about this. Let's see this one. Yeah, this is where they're just talking about their intentions again. Here's Kiro's messages themselves. Sorry for not responding last night. I passed out, but yeah, I'm okay with necro stuff if it's not that bloody. And I'm totally against killing for sex. I'm only doing roadkill. That's the big deal, guys. It's just roadkill. It's just roadkill. Come on. It's just a dead dog you find in the street. What's the big deal? Ooh, cub. I always loved puppy butt, so he's a furry profile as well. Awesome. Snake thinks the same. Hero the Wolf says, I need some puppy booty. Snake thinks the same with heart. Let's go grab ourselves a real tub and an animal. Referring to being a puppy. Hero the Wolf says, I'm okay with humping a 4-month old. Hero the Wolf says, it is. I've played with 2 pups so far. So confessing to abuse. Hero the Wolf says, oh, XC, they were just my dogs growing up. I didn't figure their throats. I want my pinky up their butts. So this person did the due diligence of going through a lot of materials that were leaked and going through to see what happened. I believe Snake things in jail. Video 4. Small dog is anally early. Video 5. Puppy is drugged and strapped to a log. The wide end of a baseball bat. Jesus Christ. Until blood is visible on the bat. The dog begins to visibly spasm. Please get this disgusting human being out of our streets and away from any dangerous creature. I cannot express enough how disturbing and disgusting this content is. This is not who we are. And the poor souls that suffer did not deserve this. We can't let it happen again. Update part 2. Not all of the suitors in the videos are Kiro. The Kiro video is confirmed Kiro. And this is where Kiro talks about, Kiro filmed themselves having sex with a roadkill deer. I won't link the videos as they're too disturbing. I have to go to jail for distributing content. I'm done watching videos like these as they unnerve me greatly, but I'll report on the findings of others and hope you will forgive me. Kiro's explanation for all these messages, where there was like literally 100 links between this fake Kiro, okay, and the real Kiro, was that they were hacked. That was his explanation. Furries and drama, before you go believing these rumors about me, know the facts. My account was hacked. I would never do any of these things. These are faked conversations. All of this is someone trying to get attention. They're called trolls. Kiro had this whole fake lie about a VPN. You can look into it more in my video, as I said. I detailed it all, like, a lot better there. But they had this whole lie with a VPN where people figured out that they were using a VPN to disguise that someone else was, like, accessing their account from, like, Iran or something. This is DMs of Kiro talking about, we already read these, his dog dying. And here's a thread showing more ties to the fact that it was Kiro by Aaliyah on Twitter. Hashtag Kiro was over party. Kiro the Wolf's dog, Coda, magically has the same fur, dental, and tongue, as well as a hand with the same skin tone next to it. And wow. Some more evidence. Kiro was obviously publicly into Moz and Boar. The last one depicts an image of what I assume to be an animal throat, or Boar, so it's of sexual nature. He is into threats and Moz, but throats. Throats and Moz, and real life throats and Moz. He also says Drago is hot, which is not a very human dragon, is it? Drago from the show Bakugan is hot. Don't judge me. Here are the veins showing that they're the same on the hand. This is an animal abuse video. This is Kiro picture. The image isn't anywhere else on the internet and is accompanied by 2 other images. These are not casual pet owner images. You can also see that lip spot people love talking about is visible in closed mouth pictures either. The angle we view the gums at, the closed mouth picture stretches the lips and reveals what usually can't be seen. However, the lip spot is slightly visible in this picture. You can see that his back end is beige, like in the other pictures. Also, the pictures of his dog it look like are in the same resolution with the same dimensions. In the screenshots he provides to prove he was hacked, one shows artifacting, which y'all like to say means Photoshop and is very low quality. Plus, they aren't even from the same phone, and the screen / picture sizes. He's lying about being hacked. You can see they're different from observing the black bar at the bottom. The sizes and icons are different, and they look different too. Different phones. Kiro has a pixel. Why is there a different phone shown? So there's just so much evidence that this is the guy. It's obviously the same person. We'll go through a few more things. Here's their Beast Forum account. Beast Forum is a site specifically for bestialists or dog. Just their profile. Birthday is 19th of May, 1994. Coincidentally, Kiro's birthday. Here's a post they made. I'm moving there soon and I was wondering if I could meet some new buddies when I move there. Throw me a message or comment below if you're interested in meeting. Would love to have more zoo friends. This is at the same time that Kiro moved to go to college in Oakdale, Pennsylvania, which is by Pittsburgh. DeviantArt post. This is a post of their dog, that puppy oh so long ago. Picture of their puppy. And this is from 2012. This is the same puppy that they would describe as using. Puppy would grow up and die with an illness, and Kiro would discuss their remorse over using the dog. Kiro's a dog, so there is a file, there is a sadist, they like to do roadkill. There's no doubt about it. And their friends, if you can believe it, Kiro is even worse. Their friends are way worse. There's a guy in Cuba who would create puppy torture videos, like steak with fire ants on it, putting it inside a dog. There's so much stuff I could get into more. As I said, I already did a video about this. I just wanted to recap a little bit of it. I did a whole 50-minute long video about this if you want to see more details. There's so much. Kiro's clearly a disgusting person, there's no doubt about that, but Kiro is now back on YouTube. They were never arrested or anything. Police did search, I believe, due to like statute of some of it. Currently, Kiro is back on YouTube making videos. Now is a VTuber. Featured my channel. I was trying to find a purpose for my channel in the last few months, and now I found one. It was January 3rd, 2022, so a little over a month ago. And let's see what Kiro did.
Oh, hi. Hi, guys, and welcome to a new video. I know it's been a while. I've been trying to...
If you're familiar with Kiro, their voice probably sounds different. It's because we're using a voice changer. Now they're attempting to become a mainstream YouTuber. They've rebranded their name to Radiant Wolf instead of Kiro the Wolf. Same.
feel like we do more dividing because we want to feel better, when in reality it just turns into bullying. So my new channel name is because I want to show people that no matter how much hate, no matter how much lies or rumors there are, I'll still continue to shine. The more light that's emitted, the more that the shadows are melted away.
So they know they got away with it. They like all the lies about me, the mistruths. It's all gonna melt away, guys. It's all gonna melt away. They know what they did. They know they're the person. They don't feel bad for it because they do this. There's a thread about it on Twitter. Kira was back on YouTube because his name was using a voice changer. So we have a screenshot of Radiant Wolf. Kira was gone. Kira was a part of this channel. Always will be. The channel just has a new name, different content now. Glad to see you. Also, your voice is a bit different. Thank you. And yeah, I've always loved voice changers, so I thought it would be fun to post on the channel. Here we have a video that made about it.
Hello, and hello everybody. I was going to cover this in a video originally because I know there are a lot of other people in my community that will likely cover it, and way better than I would. But while they work on those, I can warn Hero is back. Again.
To the VTubers are hitting on them, they're ousting them from the community. I don't think Hero has posted anything since this video a month ago, but he got 20,000 views, which it's not nothing now. Oops, I forgot this existed. Hello, internet. New big video coming in a week or two. Big things are happening. I'm excited. Also on Twitter with 13,000 followers. It never flies off, but they clearly reference who they are. They make like story time videos now. And, you know, the title of my video is Kira the Wolf got away with it, and it seems like at least for now, Kira the Wolf will continue to get away with it.
Hi guys, it's been a while, and what's this? I look different? I do. So, my fursuit's still in a box somewhere. I recently moved to West Virginia.
Are you gonna make like terrible, cringe, disgusting content and be a zoo file? What the fuck is wrong with you? How do you do both? How do you accomplish both? I really don't understand. So yeah, that's the deal with Kiro. They're still around. They got away with it. Another degenerate that's getting back to their old ways. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a. Everything sucks. Kiro's back. They're roaming free. They're probably abusing dogs. Which brings us to the next person I want to talk about. Someone I've never talked about on my channel. I am doing a main channel video soon about them. Their name is Quantum Kitty. They're a pretty interesting person. Also a furry, if you couldn't tell by the name. Also a zoophile. Also a freak of nature. And someone who's been getting covered more on Kiwi Farms lately. Someone who's been getting covered a lot more on Kiwi Farms for good reason. Because they actually recently were criminally charged. They were charged with animal cruelty, 4 counts, I believe. And stalking, I think they were charged with as well. With all the degenerate furries, Kiwi Farms usually does a good job covering the lore. And this is no exception, so credit to those who wrote the thread in this case. Obviously, they did a great job with it, as always. A lot of good info there. This is Kiwi Farms thread. Zusadis, Dawn, Kitty of Quantum, Quantum Kitty, Quantum, Leapede 2000. Quantum Kitty is a zoophile activist who's a contributor to the Zoo Weird Now podcast and good friends with his members, including Marvel the Rat. Quantum had been subject of interest of mine for about 2 weeks now, but got sidetracked with other projects of mine. That was until Toggle was doxxed, and in response, Quantum freaked out, locked his account briefly, and deleted about 50 to 100 or so tweets, as far as I remember, about 2 days ago in an attempt to knock it doxxed. So I decided to look at freak if he clearly doesn't want to be the next found out. Prior to posting this thread, I did make sure to contact the proper authorities about what he does and what he's up to, although besides talking about animals and being present in hate and practice, there's no solid evidence proving he's an animal himself that I can find. This was at the time, by the way. He's since been charged officially. And supposedly there's an FBI investigation of his associates, Tim Wynn. Actually, does he know Tim Wynn? That's another story. Another degenerate actually. I'm getting confused a little bit. They probably roll in the same circles. There's no solid evidence proving he's an animal himself that I can find. That being said, the guy did. We've got his Twitter account, Kitty of Quantum, 20s, male, bisexual, U.S. Marine, professional cat in the box, new file, literally in the bio. Reminder is getting checked out. Guys, look, dogs are not kids, okay? Look, cats are not kids. And, for those of you guys who don't know, remember of the Zoo Weird Now podcast? You guys know what the Zoo Weird Now podcast is? I've talked about it a few times in videos. The Zoo Weird Now podcast has been also covered by Toad McKinley extensively. Zoo Weird Now is a podcast dedicated to discussing. It's been on YouTube for quite a while. They basically do videos talking about being an animal. They justify it, they share their experiences, they treat it super casual, just like fine. We'll go to the popular, Native American I fought the law. The host, you can see have changed a few times. One of the hosts for a while was Quantum Kitty, as far as I know. At least they've appeared on the podcast. Quantum Kitty also is so bold that they do lectures about zoophilia, presentation, sexual ethics, zoophilia, necrophilia, Actually, yeah, 3. This is on their YouTube account. People started taking notice of them and decided to dig into them a little bit. One YouTuber you guys probably know if you are part of the sort of like drama community is Coyote Lovely. Coyote Lovely is a furry, but as far as I know, one of the good ones, as they say. He's done a lot of videos about people like this. They did a video about Cord Kitty. They did a video about Hypnotist Sappho. They've done videos about a lot of people. And one of the people they did a video about is Quantum Kid themselves.
Sean, I can tell you exactly how I know it was you. It was the DM's Docs posted by King, but never cited any evidence. No evidence to that effect was released until you.
There's a podcast they've done where they admitted to sending sexual content to minors. Basically a zoophilia video, I believe, of someone engaging in sex with a cat.
Speaking of the Schrodinger thing, now this is just something I saw on Twitter. It was referred to Schrodinger, so I suppose that must have been. It showed one of the Schrodinger accounts actually sending, well, not a cat or an animal at all being violent, having sexual intercourse or about to have sexual intercourse with a human, with the tagline, "How does this not look like consent?"
Sends a video of a cat having sex with a human, captions it, "How does this not look like consent?" Guys, I think we need a total shutdown on Quantum Kitty until we can figure out what the f is going on, okay? And I believe they sent it to someone they were arguing with. I'll explain it in this clip. They sent it to someone they were arguing with about, like, justifying zoophilia. And their justification was, look at this video of someone kissing a cat. How does this not look like consent?
Was that you? Yes, that was me. And that was taken terribly out of context. So I'll give you the context of what the whole situation behind that was. The person I sent that to was someone I was arguing with about zoophilia. And we had, you know, a good span of, you know, DMs before that. This wasn't just some person I saw on Twitter, opened up a DM and sent them dolphins. This was someone I was having a debate with. Of course, they were making, you know...
Because they were having a debate. They were having a debate. That's why they sent the zoophilia. They were debating. You know that moment when you're in a heated online debate, okay? Your destiny, your boss. I made that joke with boss tonight, actually. Just kidding! Meta irony! You know when you're in an online debate, a heated online debate, and you send someone an animal? That feel when you send someone animal for a debate?
The argument, animals can't consent, they don't want to do it, it's all... And I found this video where the dog very clearly engaged in it, very much playing an active part, and I saw the video and very evident back and enjoy. So, then I see this evidence that the video of the dog clearly into it.
Guys, look at the video of someone kicking a dog. Didn't they like it? Not only do they always like have a screw loose in the way where they want to fuck the animals, but they're also like always like the most socially maladjusted people who don't ever know how to hide it. They're always like up in this way. They're always like, what? You think it's not consensual to fuck a dog? You think I'm disgusting? Look at this video of me doing it.
Then they just freaked out. They threw a hissy fit. Ew, gross, blah blah blah. Then, you know, took a screen cap as he threw it out there and just said, this guy is something, you know, can't be contacted.
There's a longer interview for the Coyote Lovely as well. Their description for this person said, snippet from the fun interview with Relly Twitter. Those of you who don't know, Quantum is an open zoophile and overall deranged human being. I felt like this would be an important part of the conversation to make sure it was saved. Here's the allegation about them sending stuff to the minor, and then you know, went on to be confirmed, obviously. He sent it to minors, including me. The whole reason I created Quantum Crackhead was to get back at him for sending me that disgusting stuff. Of course, once that parody gained traction, he mass reported it. But since the account didn't break TOS, he did not get his way. But recently, he did something that crossed the line too far. He posted a photo of me without my consent. So now, not only did he send me bestiality, he saved a photo of me without it and posted it and argued with someone else. He was charged with animal cruelty recently. For those of you guys who don't know, this was on the Community Happenings thread of Kiwi Farms. Zoom in here, we can see what he actually got charged with. 2 counts of obscenity and 4 counts of aggravated animal cruelty. Now, I believe he was held without bond initially, but he actually was let out since then. He locked the account upon catching up with his thread. He could not resist visiting the thread that identified located him. Subsequently, held today. Finally, facing the course with explaining these animals, it was confirmed now that he had no animals. Well, after some account wiping, public tiny, slightly less. post his account on Twitter or whatever. He's unlocked under a new handle at Valence the Gear. Can I find this guy's Twitter account? Yeah, this is them, I believe. Same account, as far as I know. Meanwhile, around Christmas, someone out there finished getting a peace order against him. I wouldn't doubt it to be one of the first he's been harassing. We're also in Maryland. After they decided the persistent sexual harassment was no longer welcome. Filing was made 3 days after this. I'm not an animal handler, but it was documented here. The coding is broken, but it has been stated that all animals, including the deceased one, were removed from the property well before his arrest. I would suspect they were considered evidence to whatever degree, then became property of the state for observation and appropriate only. So, animals he was abusing have been rehomed, thankfully. Pretty good. He's been released, I believe, in waiting trial. He's probably been sentenced, considering he took the dog away. I'll be doing a more in-depth video about it on my main channel. Turkey Tom team just finished getting that one together. He's writing, so the editing will be commencing pretty soon, probably this week. We'll probably record tomorrow, so look out for that. There'll be more stuff going on. Next person we're going to talk about is Tim Wynn. Timothy George Amoroso. He's an older zoo sadist. He's almost 60 years old. I talked about him in my Hero the Wolf video as one of the worst offenders. He's worse than Hero, if you can believe that. Timothy George Amoroso, 59-year-old sexual sadist, murdered and defied animals for the last 30 years. Also produces Zoophile and Zoo Sadist. Said subjects. There's a great video about him by someone named Archive the Wolf. Archive the Wolf is someone who kind of came out during full sadism leaks and made a bunch of great videos about it. I referenced them a lot in my video about Hero the Wolf. I'm going to speed up their video and we can just kind of watch it. I'll stick around a little bit.
In the fall of 2016, in a small city of Green Bay, Oregon, a young man by the name of Levi Dane Simmons was the local hotel. She was a 12-week-old bully miss.
Levi Dane Simmons, I believe it's safe. People all know each other.
Levi rented a room for the night, took her aside, and proceeded to sexually assault her. The events of that night were the spark that would years later lead to the most explosive expose of animal sexual abuse and torture in internet history. But Levi was not alone that fateful autumn night. His meager welfare stipend was not enough to afford a puppy or a hotel rent, nor did he have a car or driver's license to get from his home in North Bend to the bank. And more importantly, there was no way he could have captured the multiple angles seen in the pictures and videos of his assault on the young dog. No, Levi had an accomplice. And not just a run-of-the-mill zoo sadist, if there is such a thing. This man had been plaguing the Pacific Northwest for nearly half a century, mutilating and killing small animals in ways that rival wolf in their cruelty and severity. The 2018 leaks would not be his first experience being caught either.
The guy who, like, among dog zoo sadists was heralded as, like, the worst. Like, even they were like, he's too far. Zooier Than Now, the podcast that talks about fucking he's too far because he mutilates them and, like, tortures them like Saw style, horror movie style.
His twisted acts had been documented multiple times in the zoophile community, and his insatiable, social appetite was erupting as Groundhog Day loop of hunting and being hunted for the last 30 years. Dog Dude, Brainsters, Dog Hunter, Dog Slot, Mate Pups, Muttling, the names he has used are too many to count. So as we go down this grotesque rabbit hole, let's just call him by his actual name, Tim Amoroso.
You got a little summary there of who he is. There's a whole thread here on Movie Farms. It says, 8 to 12 weeks is my attraction for the of animals. The OP of this thread is called H&R Block, which is pretty funny. And recently Tim Wynn was officially doxxed on his job. The FBI and probably, you know, the police are going to do their work here. Hopefully. Really fucked up situation. It seems like he might actually get into something if the FBI is getting involved in some kind of investigation against the little dog torturer. On the ranking of people by, like, severity so far, I don't know how bad taste it is to rank them, but this guy's probably the worst I've talked about in the stream, just given his extensive history of abuse, you know, explicit, like, brutal torture of dogs, like I said, Chase. Who's Chase? This is someone who's been talked about on Kiwi Farms a lot recently. I'm probably going to do a video about it at some point. He's a member of the VTuber community. He's a 40-year-old man, okay? 40-year-old man.
40-year-old man. 31-year-old fully grown people. How old is this guy again? Like 35, 40? 30 years old. We got a 30-year-old man calling me ugly on a goddamn social media website. He's 34!
The length time goes for a bit. At Chase, real name Joel David Thomas, is a deranged animal-abusing Satanist, weeaboo, likely a zoophile, and wannabe -1view VTuber who participates in Discord gay ops to mass flag pink rashes. We're talking about here, by the way, don't live in England. He has a propensity for making a fool of himself with dogs with barely any effort. Attempted to pick a fight with us on the forum, and I took a brain-damaged 15-year-old despite being middle-aged. This is the story. At first glance, it seems to suggest your very run-of-the-mill YouTuber schizophrenic. The first thing that actually caught him some attention was when he got made fun of by the VTubers that him on November 22nd, 2022 for being completely insane and breaking 4chan's containment, foreshadowing his later attempts at action against her. She says, been wild. Chase says, that's what happens when you become the darling of edgy 4chaners. Pippa says, 4chan. Chase says, 4channel in your case. Pippa says, are you one of them? He says, yes, we don't forgive you or forget. We are anonymous. What boards do you browse since you've decided to join our collective? Hopefully not just the normie boards like Soch. She says, why'd you do it, Chase? Which shows, I think, him posting that he was interacting with her on Twitter. Chase says, someone had to. When surfing BT must be weird to see the art, unicorn inside draw view. She says, take your beds, and shows that he apparently was posting some weird, like, pregnant of her. Tweet, blah, 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 blah. Soon after this, his link tree was discovered, leading to a personal Facebook with a bunch of personal info. This is a recurring pattern of him having zero self-awareness regarding his horrible offset. Now, obviously, if this was worth it, he wouldn't deserve his bread, but things continued to get much, much worse. Basically, he got doxxed, and people figured out that he was a Satanist dog killer. Pretty disturbing stuff. There's a whole bunch of other about him. I might do a video at some point. So you can see welcome to my channel. You can see his charges: aggravated DUI, cruelty to animals, driving under vacation, 64 and 55. They arrest you for that? They even charge you with that? That's... No seatbelt, 60 and 50. Operating a moving vehicle in manner not reasonable. So apparently he drives like a retard all the time. And then he got offended. He got charged with cruelty to animals. So this is a mugshot taken in 2000 at age 19. This is him. This is his board listening specifically. The dockets are behind paywalls, but it looks like he pled guilty. Here we have... I believe this is a news article. 3 men charged in slaying, mutilation of dog. This is from November 10, 2000, from where he's from. Okmulgee? Oklahoma, I assume. Definitely a good place to live. Prosecutors have charged 3 men with animal cruelty in the October 31st killing and beheading of a dog at a Halloween party. Danny Lyle Smith, 20, and Joshua Ray Cable, 18, both of Okmulgee, and Joel Thomas, that's him, 19, of Morris, were charged Tuesday in Okmulgee County District Court with 1 count of animal cruelty. 1 arrest in connection with mutilation hasn't been charged. Smith, Cable, and Thomas, while attending in the concert, mutilated a medium-sized black dog by cutting off its head with a knife, prosecutors allege. Danny Smith allegedly stole the dog from the fenced-in front yard of his mother. Anita Smith, said Jason Spaulding, detective with the Okmulgee Police Department. To me, it fits the model of a satanic ritual, Spaulding said. It's unfathomable. These are kids my age, 19, 20 years old, I'm 20, these you guys don't know. Someone my age beheading a dog. Basically out of high school. Danny Smith is being held in lieu of 50 grand bail at the Okmulgee County Jail. Thomas took custody in lieu of 20 grand bail. We're scheduled to appear in court next week, the detective said. Danny Smith stole his mother's dog from the yard across the street while he fled. The animal was taken into an alley where Smith cut the dog's throat and others took turns stabbing the animal. After the dog was dead, Thomas allegedly cut off his head with a pocket knife. The animal's body. Let's be on this guy. Apparently he went on Kiwi Farms after his interaction with the bear. He says, your site circle jerks about plebit posts YouTube videos. Would you rather eat bugs or rather use the concept? It's a 4-year-old monster. So that's the deal with this guy, Chase. There's so many. Why are there so many stuff? What's going on? We need a shutdown. We need a shutdown. Alright, now we do still have one more story I want to talk about. You guys know who Onision is? That's who we're going to talk about. Kind of him, but not really. I'm going to try to avoid the notorious for taking down people's videos. Being caught with people making videos about the fact that the person doing them is also suing people are making videos. He's about to lose everything over. I never did a video about it. Reption's is okay. I never did a video. He actually said that Onision's being sued and is about to lose everything. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm doing a video about it. I already recorded it. I think that Regina, the person suing him, is going to lose. We're gonna lose. I think the lawsuit is fucking stupid. And it's not because I want to defend Onision. It's not because I hate the victim. It's not because I don't believe her. Because she's. I do believe her, and I didn't need to see the lawsuit to think that because there's enough about Onision to figure out he's. But the lawsuit is up specifically in regards to how it relates to Google and YouTube. It relates to Section 230. It relates to like the freedom of the internet, and it's just pretty stupid. It's pretty stupid. What
What does he say in this video? What does I never say?
Ladies and gentlemen, in a world where Ohio is seemingly being nuked right now and aliens are...
You're not even from the U.S. This is not a war. You're not in this world. I think we need to hate British people right now. So this has nothing to do with it. I don't know what this guy is talking about. Here's an article about it. The Onision lawsuit filed by Regina Alonso for online child sexual exploitation. Before law firms announced earlier today that they have filed a separate lawsuit. Jackson on behalf of Regina Alonso, the lawsuit also since being lost in the name of the alleges that the platform is displaying grooming and exploitation of their clients. Big claim on it. Enabled it, allowed it, supported it, profited from it. The Mars law firm and the Havel law firm and Lucas Jackson, or Laney, on behalf of Regina Alonso, Onision and his spouse openly groomed and exploited the community as a child. So let's read this legal complaint. Regina Alonso, plaintiff, versus Google LLC, YouTube LLC, James Jackson, Onision, Lucas Jackson, formerly known as Laney-Bot, Laney, and Kai. And Kai is Onision's wife, partner. They changed their name a lot. There's a lot going on there. I figured we'd read some of the complaint and see the feels. Complaints. This is a civil action for damages against YouTube and his parent company, Google, James Jackson, known online as Onision, and Lucas Jackson, formerly known online as Laney-Bot, Laney, and Kai under the federal statutes 18 U.S.C. 1595, Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act, 18 U.S.C. 2255, civil remedies for personal injuries, and related state law claims arising from defendant's conduct when it granted an agency and/or profit-sharing relationship to a predator, Onision, that used YouTube to identify, recruit, solicit, and groom children, and coordinated with his spouse, Laney, to lure, entice, and solicit children with the ultimate goal of engaging in sexual activity with them. This lawsuit will reveal how Google's YouTube partnership programs with the YouTube platform enabled, facilitated, and profit-shared in the identification and grooming of vulnerable children by two adult predators known as Onision and Laney. Now, I've read through the whole lawsuit, just to let you guys know, and I don't think it identifies that. To me, it's not very convincing. It's not very convincing. It's convincing in the way that Onision and Laney are groomers, and really, but it's not convincing in the way that YouTube is responsible in any way. I can speculate as to their intentions as I do in my video, which will be sort of a more condensed version of this, but I thought today I would read more of the lawsuit, really. Defendant James Jackson, also known as Onision, is a predator who, faced with the allegations raised against him, began a series of attacks against the victims online in order to intimidate and threaten the victims into silence. Defendant Lucas Jackson, also known as Laney-Bot, Laney or Kai, is married to James Jackson, also known as Onision, and used new fame as Onision's spouse to lure and entice underage children to engage in sexual acts and exchange CP abuse material. Images were online. All predators must identify vulnerable individuals that can become the potential victims. Part of ensnaring is a process called grooming. Yada yada yada. Grooming stuff, you know what that is. Here they explain the sort of background of YouTube. They just explain sort of basic stuff behind it, what the YouTube partner program is. Pretty boilerplate stuff. Onision became a famous and popular YouTuber on the platform and became monetized. When a person becomes monetized, YouTube and that person sign off a YouTube partner program contract, which forms the agency into a profit-sharing relationship. Joining the YouTube partner program is optional, but if someone becomes a YouTube partner, Google handles all the advertising placement, revenue collection, and pays the YouTube partner their portion of the profits pursuant to the contract signed. As a member of the program, Google matches the YouTube partner
partners videos with advertisers, decides what ads will appear, and keeps track of all traffic, views, as well as ad responses. YouTube then pays the YouTube partner according for their participation in the YouTube Partner Program. YouTube partners agree to follow and abide by the YouTube Terms of Service and Community Guidelines. A YouTube partner that fails to comply with the YouTube Terms of Service and Community Guidelines can be demonetized or have their video removed, among other penalties. This is not so dense of a lawsuit, which I appreciate. Less extreme. Onision ran several YouTube channels to include but not limited to Onision, Onision Speaks, Uh-Oh Bro, Onision Encore, Onision Archive, LaneyBot, and Cool Guy Kai. Upon information and belief, all these channels were monetized under the YouTube Partner Program. Onision uses fame and platform to objectify children, form relationships with underage girls, to entice them, groom them, and to arrange transportation across state lines to facilitate further grooming and sexual activity. Onision began pursuing 17-year-old Taylor Anderson, Laney, or Kai, who went by the internet persona of LaneyBot. Taylor legally changed her name several times, currently goes by the name of Lucas Jackson. Here they go on to describe basically the course of Onision's time on YouTube and stuff like that. They say YouTube was put on notice many times that Onision was violating the YouTube Terms of Service and Community Guidelines, but YouTube took no action to deter or demonetize Onision based on the numerous complaints for violating content he posted. YouTube was receiving value and profit sharing with Onision on violent and harmful content, as well as content used to lure, entice, and recruit underage girls. YouTube continued to allow their partner Onision to post its content, which in turn recruited, lured, and enticed Regina to reach out to Laney through the Onision forums. And this is one of my main contentions with this lawsuit. They claim that YouTube was complicit in it, but the only thing YouTube was complicit in was Onision breaking their community guidelines. They weren't complicit in doing anything illegal. He actually couldn't even contact them on YouTube. He could only contact them off platform through his forums. On YouTube, he was just making bad videos. His videos were not about sex trafficking. His videos were not about using people. His videos were not about it was not about anything like that. You could say he made videos about what's her name? Shiloh, right? Where they had a bad relationship that was abusive. But I believe at that point, Shiloh was of age when those videos were made. And secondly, Onision hadn't been charged with anything legally. In fact, he hasn't, to this day, been charged with literally anything. He's never been charged with a crime. He's never been charged with grooming. He's never gone to jail. Literally none of that has happened. And so for that reason, it's like, I don't know what you can expect YouTube to do. You can claim that maybe they should delete him because of allegations, but that's kind of a dangerous precedent to set, because then when people have false allegations and they get their channels deleted, well, they're false allegations, so that's fucked up. You know, Onision was, you know, in my opinion, probably grooming people, but he was not doing it on YouTube. He was making YouTube videos that people liked, and he would then contact them on his forums, on Instagram, on Twitter, and stuff like that. But let's read more into the specifics of the YouTube stuff. Google's YouTube platform, business model, and content moderation, policies and practices. YouTube is an online global video sharing and social media platform, and was the second most visited site in the world in 2022, only second to Google search, yada yada yada. YouTube has an unprecedented social impact. Much of the activity on YouTube has been monetized, and YouTube and Google use most of the data and information YouTube has learned about its users and videos to raise revenue and drive profits. Google monetizes its YouTube platform through both advertising revenue as well as non-advertising. Advertising revenue is derived from YouTube ads and revenue generated on YouTube properties. They talk about how much profits YouTube has received. You can see here. In order to increase advertising revenue, YouTube has created a platform which allowed any person that wanted to create content on YouTube to have the ability to achieve fame, popularity, and monetization if they meet the eligibility criteria to join the YouTube Partner Program. They talk about becoming a YouTube partner. YouTube partners agree to follow and abide by the YouTube Terms of Service. A YouTube partner that fails to comply can have their video removed, among other penalties. YouTube also recommends content in their algorithm. Not all videos are recommended. Rather, the YouTube algorithm seeks to prioritize videos with high watch time and video performance. Google is, in part, an advertising broker, selling attention to companies that will pay for it, and the longer people stay on YouTube or access its recommended content, the more money YouTube and its parent companies make. Google has the ability to, and in fact has, demonetized some of the YouTube partners in the past for violating the YouTube Terms of Service and Community Guidelines. Platforms like YouTube have learned that outrageous, tortious, and divisive content drives users and profits. YouTube's recommendation system is responsible for generating the majority of all user viewing time on the platform, and much of the most interactive with materials involve controversial, intense, violent, and extreme views. So this is where they kind of get into the idea that YouTube promotes controversial content and benefits from it, which, I mean, YouTube benefits from all content, so obviously controversial content is one of the things that they would benefit from. Defendant YouTube pays its YouTube partners to create content because it's benefited from increased user activity. A former Google executive was quoted in the Wall Street Journal saying, "There's this idea that the search algorithm is all neutral, it comes to the web, it shows what it found, but it's total BS. More than 70% of the videos watched on YouTube are videos recommended by YouTube's non-neutral algorithm in an effort to drive user engagement and therefore advertising profits." This is where the actual damning allegations come in. And they say some things, but they don't, in my opinion, really validate them with anything. They say YouTube allows partners to monetize their platforms on its product to generate revenue for itself and its users, including YouTube partners that violate the community guidelines and laws prohibiting the sexual exploitation of children. The problem with this is that
alleging this, YouTube has no proof, you know, in the legal sense at least, that Onision did anything. They have screenshots on Twitter, they have allegations, they don't have proof of anything in a legal sense. And so I don't think that YouTube has any responsibility to have removed him from the platform at any point or stopped anything. YouTube's product was built to promote hateful, harmful, and controversial content as it's most engaging to users, including its minor users. And here they link a bunch of fucking stupid articles about how YouTube like promotes hate. Stuff about like the alt-right pipeline. Just like stupid, it doesn't matter. And the allegation here is basically that YouTube allowed Onision to exist, therefore they share in the responsibility of people being groomed by him, even if off-platform. And the thing you may bring up in response to this is, okay, well, what about Section 230? Section 230, for those of you guys who don't know, is basically a provision that a lot of people talk about in regards to free speech that basically says that websites are not responsible for the content posted by their users, right? Because how could you allege that? How could YouTube be responsible for all the content posted by its users, given the fact that so many people upload to YouTube, you know? Something like 20 or 30,000 hours of content are uploaded to YouTube per minute. How could anyone possibly review all of that? So it basically recognizes that you can't hold websites responsible, these huge websites. You can't hold these websites responsible for the content posted. It's impossible. It's totally unrealistic. The internet would not exist if that was the case. So the allegation is that YouTube was complicit for no reason other than the fact that they had Onision on their platform, which is stupid. YouTube has employed a tiered revenue sharing, yada yada yada. Some YouTube partners have used their YouTube platform in a profit sharing partnership to facilitate sex trafficking and build a pool of children from which to select from and groom their next victim within. YouTube actively monitors where it appears in the news and sends a daily email to its employees detailing its coverage. This has been referred to by the moniker the Nightmare Fuel. And for those of you guys who don't know, Onision is demonetized on YouTube, not removed. And the allegation here is basically alleging that because they didn't delete his channel, they allowed grooming to happen, they facilitated it, and therefore they should be held legally responsible. The plaintiff here is asking for 150 grand to recoup legal fees, in addition to whatever the court deems fair. It could be anything from now. Here they talk about just Onision becoming famous or whatever, yada yada. They talk about how he groomed her, which as far as I'm concerned is probably real. Where do they talk about Section 230? There we go. I just referenced this. Nearly 3 decades ago, Congress passed the Communications Decency Act of 1996, which included Section 230, or CDA 230. Congress intended the CDA of 1996 would accomplish several things, to include promoting the free exchange of information and ideas over the internet, to encourage voluntary monitoring for offensive or obscene material. Since its passage, the internet has grown and is no longer a fragile new means of communication. In 2018, Congress passed a bill known as Fight Online Sex Trafficking, in which Congress clarified the CDA 230 was never intended to offer an immunity or liability shield for criminal conduct such as sex trafficking, prostitution, or the exploitation of children that occurred through online platforms. So basically they're saying here that, you know, Section 230, which is what I said would give YouTube immunity, is not applicable here because of FOSTA. FOSTA being an act from 2018 designed to prevent online sex trafficking. FOSTA is basically an act to stop sex trafficking, child prostitution, stuff like that online, and it allows you to hold websites responsible if they allow that stuff. But one of the things that I read is important is intent. The bill amends the federal criminal code to define a phrase related to the prohibition on sex trafficking. Currently, it's a crime to knowingly benefit, and does say knowingly benefit from participation in a venture that engages in sex trafficking. This bill defines participation in a venture to mean knowingly assisting, supporting, or facilitating a sex trafficking violation, which would mean that YouTube would have to know, and that's key, know that sex trafficking or child exploitation is going on for them to be held legally responsible. This document alleges that they knew because a few journalists contacted YouTube employees, right? This legal complaint alleges that they knew because a few journalists messaged YouTube and were like, hey, look at this stuff that Onision is allegedly doing. The problem with this is that they are allegations. Once again, they are allegations. In my opinion, those allegations are valid, and Regina was groomed. But also, in my opinion, and I suspect in the opinion of the law, this lawsuit is fucking stupid. It's retarded because YouTube was not complicit in anything. Should they have deleted his channel like they did with someone like EDP445? EDP's never been charged. Should they have deleted him? Yes, I agree. They should have deleted Onision. But they have no legal responsibility to. The only thing they have a responsibility to do is run their own website how they see fit based on the community guidelines. They did demonetize him based on the community guidelines for allegations because there was much going on. They didn't delete him though because they didn't know what was going on. So I don't think Google or YouTube was even negligent. I don't think they did anything wrong. Onision did. He should be in this lawsuit. Yeah, I think this lawsuit's going to fail because they're trying to allege that Google or YouTube were complicit in this or helped in some way. And they also claim they profit shared, which they never accurately outline in my opinion. They basically just say like, oh, well, they made money from his videos and he groomed people, therefore they profited in grooming. But his content had nothing to do with grooming. If you go to the Onision channel, there's nothing. He didn't make videos like Mr. Girl does, being like, I'm a pedophile and here's why. It wasn't like that, you know what I mean? He just made videos on YouTube. You know, you need a really good case to sue someone like Google.
And this is kind of a conflicting thing for me because obviously I want Onision to be sued. I think he deserves it. But I don't want Google to be sued because they could have negative implications about the future of the internet. I don't think Google should be held responsible for things that people who use their platform do. Now, if Onision was on YouTube and he was grooming people on YouTube, that's one thing, right? If he was messaging them with like YouTube Messenger being like, I'm gonna fuck you because you're a kid, that would be fucked up. But even to that, I wouldn't say that YouTube should be responsible because YouTube is not the ones who groomed anyone. YouTube runs such a massive platform, there's no way they could police everything. There used to be a YouTube Messenger. They did remove that feature before any of this happened, I believe. I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to make the argument, playing, you know, devil's advocate, Regina's advocate, whatever you want to call it. You know, there's some compelling evidence in here against Onision and Laney, undoubtedly, for how they groom people. But YouTube is not responsible. YouTube had nothing to do with it. And for that reason, you know, I don't think this lawsuit's going to work out, honestly. I just don't.
The wind hit.
HVDES. Welcome to my channel.
Anything you need? You know where to find me.
You? What did you bring? We're finished here. if you need anything. Welcome back, son. Let me know if... Take care, sunshine. Ain't got nothing to go back to, stranger.
Hey there. Rest assured. Don't be a stranger. Hello again. What's on you? Keep your wits about you. Welcome back. Well, sure. I'll be seeing you then.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Tom Dark channel. I'm your host, Tom Dark. Welcome back to the internet drama news show. There's a lot going on right now. I have a whole goddamn list of stuff to talk about. I'm pretty excited to get into it. We've got some funny stories, we've got some gross ones, we've got some interesting ones, we've got some mildly boring ones that I'm going to cover anyway. So yeah, let's get right into the drama news of the weekday. Alright, so first of all, I'm going to start off with this tweet from Doe Jangles. It says, she walked so she could run. Here we have Whitney, Wisconsin. I bet a lot of you don't remember, but she was basically this girl from back in the day that, it was like 2016, 15, that Leafy would cover her, and it turns out that she was having intercourse with her dogs. And here we have Denise Fraser, who similarly recently was found out as someone who had intercourse with her dogs. And the reason I bring her up is because Denise Fraser is back on Twitter. You can see right here, I say girl who asked her dog, by the way. Click on the tweet. It says, the most annoying thing about getting out of jail is seeing how people are so judgmental. Yes, I did it in the church, but some of you don't even go to church. Some of you are judging me, but God didn't judge me. At the end of the day, I'm thick, cute, and very smart. And if we look up Denise Fraser on YouTube, we can see this woman was arrested for posting terrifying dog videos by Tamimi. She got arrested, finally, and even I did a video about this. If you go to the Tom Dark channel, we can see this video from a month ago with 98,000 views. She did what? We're basically just talking about the fact that basically basically this girl was recording herself, you know, having intercourse with dogs, one of which I think was in the parking lot of a church in her Jeep, and they were then posted online, and then the police obviously found them. The police in specific described it as like one of the more horrifying cases they've seen in a while. But anyhow, here she is apparently back on Twitter. Now, this isn't 100% confirmed. I'm not totally sure if this is actually her account, but a lot of people seem to think it is. If you click on the Instagram link, we have this account. That being said, this is not the original Denise Fraser account, I don't think. Why you delete your Telegram? So everyone I say she's fine AF. There's the content links. Are there people who want to see her dogs? I don't understand. There was an Instagram account she had. I'm not sure if it's the same account. Let me actually go to my video and see if I can find the account. Okay, so I think this was her real Instagram. I think this is the one that I remember seeing. Remember the car picture? Let me see. How recent are all these images? This one is, use this and you'll get good luck. This is from 8 weeks ago. I feel like this might be her real account. So it's possible that this other account is not even her. Maybe it's just a new account or something, but I think this is the real Denise Fraser's Instagram account, and the other ones we were looking at are phonies. I love my followers more than life itself. And my snap, Denise Crazy 22. Obviously, with someone as high profile as her, there's going to be a lot of impersonators, so this definitely could just not be her. There does seem to be, there are these like confirmation videos that she's doing. She's like, hey, this is me, it's this time, it's this day, this is my account, to like confirm that it's her. But at the same time, it almost seems like she's being held hostage or something, or someone's paying her to get these videos. Like, it seems like someone's sending it on Cameo or something, so she'll pay for it. It doesn't seem like a totally real video. Here we have verification, winky face, hashtag Denise Fraser.
Everything that remains of the Brazier lies within this chamber.
Today's date
The utility of these records is
2023 of May.
debatable.
It seems like she's just reading some script that someone paid her to say. It doesn't seem like a real video. Am I wrong to think that? Does this not seem really off? And meanwhile, like, she's tweeting things that are obvious, like, bait. Like, shut the f up, stop judging people, no one is perfect. I didn't do it, and they arrested me anyways. The things you read online aren't true about me. Men love persecuting women just so they can feel better. Just like they did with the Salem witch trials. Why don't men just make their own countries that only they live in? Like, this seems like such a bait tweet. Even the real Denise, I don't think would say something like this. And the way it's phrased is like, too funny, I feel like, to be real. This has to be some kind of troll account. And the picture of the baby dogs, like, once again, I feel like there's no reason for that to be here unless she's trying to bait. And then she's like very ratchet, by the way. But it just almost doesn't seem real, you know what I mean? I'm suing all these news people. I shouldn't be on their sites. They didn't have my permission. Obviously, the idea of suing people who use pictures of you when you were criminally charged, like, that's not gonna work. They don't need your permission. And that's part of why I'm thinking this account is a troll. It's trying to drum up as much attention as possible. The news people didn't ask for my permission to do their jobs. This looks like an actual news guy or something. And if you go to the account, let's see here. The account joined May 2023, so it joined just last month. Arrested unlawfully. I have a kink, but it doesn't hurt anyone. I won't be the first or last to have that kink. 19. She's interacting with Destiny of all people, trying to get his attention. And follow back. He says, lol, wait, why? Because you my man now. And if you go to Destiny's account, here he is saying, you go, girl. I'm pretty sure this account is a troll. There's no way this is the real Denise Fraser. If it is real, I mean, I guess I'm wrong. I'm curious how she got out so quick. I thought there was going to be a little bit of jail time associated, but yeah, if this really is her, then, you know, hopefully something terrible befalls her for being such a piece of dog. But if it's not her, then I don't know. GG, good troll, I guess, because a lot of people seem to have fallen for it. If you go to even the following list, it's like, first of all, you have Destiny. I feel like this account is like an OnlyFans account. I feel like they're like a account. A lot of it's like OnlyFans people. I feel like they're trying to get the attention of all these like OnlyFans people and like Destiny because they think it'll get them. Like Daily Loud, like following the hip hop news account. Women posting L's is one of the accounts they're following. I don't know. It seems kind of whack. But then again, I think that I did talk to James MK Ultra Money at one point who talked about this. I hate this. Wife loves the BBC, dude. We're in too deep. But I remember talking to James MK Ultra Money. He said that this other girl who I think was from dogs or claiming she from dogs was like paying him like thousands of dollars or something to retweet her stuff on the women posting L's account. So maybe that's part of it. I don't really know, but interesting kind of situation. I don't know if this is the real girl. It's hard to say. Some of the pictures do look new, but they could not be. And they're also doing like Telegram stuff. It says welcome to the show 12 hours ago.
Welcome to the Denise show. I've been f***ing dogs since I was 13 years old. My is probably better than your girls. June 4th, 2023.
This is just absolutely foul. But once again, it feels like he's just reading some kind of script or something. It doesn't seem to make sense that this would be a real video. But then you have all these replies. How did it start? You're hot. Nice. Let's see if it's better than other girls. Just love you. Woof woof. Hi Denise, how are you? Queen. This person said queen. Oh, this person follows me. They're a troll. But even so, you get what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't totally make sense. This is a real account. I guess we'll see what happens with it if there's more updates. I'm not clicking the Telegram link, to be honest with you. I'm good. The only people I've had tell me that I need to use Telegram are like to talk to them are Null of Kiwi Farms and a furry YouTuber. So you know, if you ask me if it's going on Telegram, it might not be good. In this case, it seems like it's not good. Anyway, that's about gonna wrap up that story, so let's get to the next one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, political hot takes. It tends to be a bad thing for YouTubers. It tends to be a bad idea to go out and talk about politics, especially social issues these days. You know, I feel like financial stuff, I feel like talking about wealth distribution, less controversial now, talking about taxes. People care way less about that. In my opinion, it's stuff that matters. And people these days care way more about social issues, about culture war. And on both sides, I think that's outrageous. But in this case, we have Roman Atwood, who you guys probably know. One of the French YouTubers, incredible family vlogger now. You see here, this is the Roman Twitter account. Roman Atwood is getting canceled for comparing transgender women to doing blackface. Elijah Daniel fits the footage and all that. I'm not sure. I feel like I know the name Elijah Daniel. I don't know who that is, but this is Roman Atwood on the podcast. Which is something he's doing for a while. I like his podcast. I haven't listened to every episode or anything. I listened to just a few selectively with people I wanted to see. I mean, he's got 500,000 subscribers on the podcast channel. The videos on the podcast channel seem to do pretty well. He did one with Tony Hawk. That's pretty cool. Surprised that one didn't do better, but I guess the internet is not super like into Tony Hawk stuff. You have George Janko, Howie Mandel. I'm a fan of Roman Atwood's content. I like some of the stuff he does, but apparently he's in some talking about trans people. So let's see what he has to say.
They used a man trying to be a female to promote beer, right?
An American, all-American.
If you're gonna use a female, why not use a female that was born a female, that's capable of birthing children and raising them? How about dealing with a period every single month? Why not just give a woman that position?
Right.
Why did they do that? What's the agenda? Why? I'm confused by that. Why is Woman of the Year biological woman?
Dude,
I was gonna say not a woman, but
when she was like not a she bro.
Not a been a woman
biological woman
forever.
Like if
I
I
was
was a
gonna say
woman,
not a woman,
if
but
I
yeah.
was a woman, I would be pissed. I would be so pissed. Like I've seen people comparing like some of the men, women, transgender men, women, to like doing blackface.
Right.
Is they're like literally making fun of women, and they're getting their parts, and they're getting their roles, and they're beating them in sports. And bro, that's a topic that just I can't figure out. I can't figure it out.
Yeah,
and again,
Okay, was this clip that bad? Was it that bad? Like if he was coming out and he was saying like, bring them all up, like okay, I would understand the concern, but in this case, like okay, he talked about how it's kind of a weird choice for Budweiser to use a trans person in their advertising, considering like Bud Light's demographic of people who drink Bud Light. You guys suspect that trans people every night are going home and cracking open a Bud Light? Is that their main demographic? No. And trans people aren't the main demographic for almost any product other than hormone replacement therapy because they're such a small amount of the population. So if you want to market products like that to your base, why would you market it to them? I think is what he's saying. And the other thing he says about how there are, trans people in sports and stuff like that for some of these spots. I mean, I basically agree with his opinion there. I think it's kind of crazy that you have people who were not, biologically born women competing with women, and they're, obviously much stronger, much bigger, much better. You can say that, hormone replacement therapy can lessen that stuff to a certain extent, but if you're 25 years old, if you're a 6'3" guy, you then transition into a woman, my position is that you should be allowed to do that. I think you should be, free of a bunch of shame from doing that. I'm totally cool with people doing what they want and having their own rights. In a literal sense, I am pro trans rights, but I'm not pro their right to do literally anything, including, compete with, cis women in women's sports, because sports are a big deal. Sports will get people scholarships to get into college. Sports can win people millions of dollars. Competition is obviously something we celebrate as a society in modern day, athletic competition in particular, and it seems unfair to a woman to have a trans person in there who, once again, I think should be given all respect, all rights. I think should be, afforded every opportunity that other people are. But in specific scenarios like that one, it just doesn't make sense to have them getting together a dozen doesn't. And so in that way, I think that, you know, Roman is basically right. I don't know. Was it that transphobic? You guys can let me know in the comment section. I know I have some trans viewers. I feel like he didn't say anything that extreme or insane, but you guys can let me know what you think. A lot of people, however, do feel that he said some crazy. This person named Elijah Daniel, once again. I feel like I should know who this is. I need to look it up. Elijah Daniel. Who is Elijah Daniel? Elijah Daniel is an American comedian, rapper, producer, songwriter, and author. He became popular online through his satirical social media posts. Daniel began rapping under the name Lil in 2017. Daniel rose to prominence as the erotic novel Temptations. Who is this? I feel like I should know who this is, or I do. Anyhow, he tweeted out, very bold words coming from Roman Atwood, who was 25 when he met his wife at the age of 17. He's been splitting their kids in his family channel for the past decade plus. Out of love, we protect our kids club at Roman Atwood and Grand Rapids. This last part seems to be what I would expect when someone who was talking about like child drag shows or something. You know, a lot of people indoctrinate children with a woke ideology. I don't know if that's what they talked about. I didn't see that clip. As far as I can tell, that wasn't in the drama alert thing. But as far as 25 meeting his wife at the age of 17, I mean, that's a little weird, I guess. I'd be curious to know more about that, but I haven't heard anything about that. And there's also, I mean, if you just look up Roman Atwood, so here's another tweet from Jake Weber 9. Also not sure who Jake Weber 9 is, but he says, Roman Atwood being transgender isn't a choice. Kind of like how you didn't choose to be a faced inbred. I don't know. I feel like nothing he said was that insane. Was it that insane? Let me see what people are saying. 17 quotes. They're adding in. I can't seem to find anyone. Is there like a reason? Like he said something? Like is there a reason he said something bad? Like I don't seem to see any reasoning. It's just like Roman Atwood. Learn to be a good human. I don't feel because he was critical of like the trans movement at all. Like do I have to watch the whole podcast? Maybe the whole podcast is pretty bad, and I'm just seeing like a small snippet of it. You know, I'm not gonna go and try to claim that I'm like a social activist because I'm not. But I do believe in people's rights first and foremost, and I think being able to do what you want with your own body is a right in that way. But as far as competing in women's sports, I don't think that's a right for trans women. I see that as maybe a privilege and not one that I think they should necessarily be afforded. There's a great podcast where people talk about this. It's a Joe Rogan episode. It's Joe Rogan versus Adam Conover. Adam ruins everything. And it made Adam look pretty silly, but I also think, to be honest, it was pretty reflective of how a lot of people on the left kind of feel about trans issues. I want to show you guys this. Joe Rogan, Adam Conover. There's a great video about this from Too Lazy to Try, where he talks about this, guys. The worst Joe Rogan experience guest of all time is what this is called. He's probably not the worst guest of all time, but there's some interesting clips in here of kind of the conversation around this. Let's see here.
All apart. In sports, one of the things, our assumption that men have an advantage over women, right? In sports. In sports, yeah. Our assumption? Yeah. Well, yeah. Let me expand on it. Our assumption that men have an advantage over women in sports is partially based on the fact that so many of the sports designed for male bodies, right? They're optimized for male bodies. Basketball, for example.
How is that optimized for male bodies?
It's like the height of the basket, you know, the way that the ball moves around, you know, like if
the way the ball moves around.
If we're gonna say that, if we're gonna say that,
I mean, did he really expect Joe not to question this? Honestly, somebody needed to. Clearly, the people around him are not doing the job, and they're just agreeing with all this nonsense because I mean, all it took was one question.
And yeah, of course, this sounds ridiculous. I mean, I think that some sports are optimized for male bodies, and if you need any evidence of that, it's just the fact that they were created by men and played by men almost exclusively for a long time. But the idea that you should change the rules of every sport to make it, you know, comfortable for 0.3% of the population, whatever the amount of trans people there are, is ridiculous. It is insane. And even beyond that, the idea that you should change the tradition of competition being split from, you know, men and women, we split that up because men simply shouldn't be competing with women because it's not a level playing field. Because we're born with different, you know, naturally because of being a man or being a woman. Sure, there's some men that are weaker than women. There's some women that are stronger than men. Statistically speaking, you can't deny that there are certain qualities that men have and certain qualities that women have. It's biological fact. And I think that the idea that they should be competing together in competition athletically is insane. And I don't think it's transphobic to say that. You know, I'm okay with trans people existing. I'm okay with trans people living their lives. I'm okay with them getting whatever surgery they want, whatever hormones they want, but I'm not cool with them competing in sports. And I'm not even a big sports person. It's not like I have a vested interest in this. It's not like I have a huge, you know, passion for the subject. But on paper, when you look at it, from every possible angle, it does not make sense that trans women, meaning, you know, someone who transitioned from male to female, should be competing with cis women, someone who was born a woman. The average height, I mean, just for example, of a woman is like, is it 5'4" or something like that nationwide? The average height of a man is like 5'8". That's a 4-inch difference. That's a life or death difference, you know, in sports. And sure, you can then say, okay, well, there's some women that are 5'8". That's true. That's very true. But even beyond that, height is not the only difference. It's bone density.
Take care of
it's
yourself,
the size of your muscles. It's the way your body is composed. It's hormones. It's reaction time. I mean, there's so many things that go into this. And in a lot of athletic scenarios, men are simply, you know, quote unquote, better than women. And I'm not trying to say that to be like a misogynist or be like men are better than women. Because I don't feel that way. I think women are important. I think they should be valued. I just think that you know, there's certain things that, you know, some of us are better at, and that's just biological determinism, right?
And his response was hilarious. The height of the hoop, any height that hoop is at, men are going to be dominating. And then also the way the ball moves around. I don't even know what he means by that. And
the way the
he
ball
clearly
moves
doesn't
around
either. He started laughing right after he said it. Hopefully he realized how ridiculous it sounded right after he said it. But
and Adam is like coping about this podcast now when he goes on like Hassan's show or whatever. And it's like, dude, just accept the fact that you've lost. You look bad. You look really bad. And then he tries and claims that like Joe Rogan is like falling down the alt-right pipeline. And he's like having all these alt-right guests on. Which is very silly to me because Joe, you know, endorsed Bernie Sanders, I think, for president. He had Bernie on the podcast. I think he said Andrew Yang on the podcast. He's very open to talking to people from all political perspectives, all sides. It's not like he's vying for some kind of like, you know, right-wing institution and using his podcast to platform that. He does have right-wingers on, but a lot of those people are the people that are willing to have conversations. See, he's made some right-wingers look really stupid, like Steven Crowder. He had a big argument with him over the weed issue. With Matt Walsh, he had a disagreement with him over the trans issue and how many trans people there actually are. So there's like two issues I have with his argument. First of all, the idea that Joe is obsessed with platforming right-wingers. It's not the case. Secondly, the idea that he never pushes back when he hears something he disagrees with. He does. When he feels he's knowledgeable about an issue, he always pushes back. And he, I would argue, has made right-wingers look way worse, like Steven Crowder, like Matt Walsh, than any of these leftists ever could, because leftists will never talk to them. They'll never actually call them out. They'll just tweet and cry, which is why people like Adam are so frustrating, because, you know, he's just a little coward, bro.
And even Hassan was pushing back on it a little bit in like the most polite way possible. You could tell he didn't really want to get into an argument, but I think he realized how ridiculous Adam sounded here.
The entire system of male versus female sports is prejudiced, and we should demolish the whole thing and come up with a system of sports that everybody can participate in, because sports are just a part of life.
People will say that it's like discriminatory towards women, though, because then it's like, because all men will always dominate.
Yes.
Men will always dominate.
Yes, they will.
Co-ed.
Based, Hassan?
Based? Because of the averages. Because of. I get it. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Take soccer, right? How would you adjust the rules of soccer very slightly in order to make it, you know, build more gender parity into soccer? You could feel it. You made the sports up.
I know, but there's no. I know, but there's so much. Like, there's so much tradition that people will refuse to do that. They'll say you're trying.
I hate the way he does that with his fingers in air quotes, like he's mocking it. Like, yeah, there is tradition. There's hundreds of years of tradition for some of these sports. There's billions of dollars at stake for some of these athletes. I mean, millions for the athletes themselves, or for the teams. There's billions at stake. There's a lot that goes into this. It's entertainment for like hundreds of thousands of, you know, millions of people. The idea of changing that because of like your specific need to, I don't know, play hockey or something for the Boston Bruins, ridiculous to me. It really is. You can't get everything you want, man. You just can't.
And to game the system in a way that like it's worse. The outcomes are worse overall because the co-ed automatically means worse. As it stands currently, co-ed is worse.
And he sounds like somebody that knows nothing about sports. If he honestly thinks you just change a rule slightly, and then all of a sudden men and women are going to be equal in soccer and basketball, and his reasoning for this is always just, we invented sports, and men invented sports, so that means they're better. That's the only reason they're better. I mean, who believes that?
And I try to get him to like look at it with a bigger picture and say like, hey man, sports are social constructions. We made them up. We designed sports such that the most popular ones are like designed for a male body. What if we didn't do that? What if like, okay, like women's gymnastics, like men can't do that, right? Because there's etc. What if we invented sports that we did not have a problem with this with, right? Because sports is just a fun thing to do. Sports are something that everyone should be able to participate in. So what if we invented some less gendered sports?
And this is some great like historical revisionism of this podcast, by the way, and I'll explain why in a moment. And we'll actually see the clips too of what he actually said.
I was not willing to entertain that conversation. He was like, I was like, is this not interesting? And he wouldn't go
there.
So this is not the case. Joe was willing to go there with you. Joe Rogan did go there with you. He just disagreed. Like, because someone disagrees with you doesn't mean they're not intellectually honest or not exploring the idea. Your idea is just stupid, Adam, okay? You're a fucking dumb. You don't know what the you're talking about. Even you admit yourself, you're like, the ball doesn't move around. And later on, when Joe was trying to press you on the trans issue, you were like, well, I just think, we need to ask my trans friends or whatever. And it's obvious that, like, your opinion on this is just informed by the fact that you have friends who are trans and think this way. And you never really question your beliefs around it. You never really question your beliefs over them. And that's fine, but just own up to it instead of trying to, pass the blame on to Joe Rogan as if he's like, being real pretty. Like, he totally was willing to engage you. He just thinks you're wrong. I think you're wrong. I think almost everyone thinks you're wrong.
And nobody's stopping you from creating a new sport. If you really think there's a sport out there where men and women could be equal and it'd be competitive and entertaining, then go ahead and start it. But it's insane to think that basketball and soccer, billion-dollar industries should start experimenting with their rules so they can try to make men and women equal and they can start playing together. Like, that will ever happen. And I don't think female athletes are even arguing for that. Obviously they want to get paid more, and some of them once in a while be like, yeah, I could be an NBA player. But in reality, if you're like, hey, you got to go out tomorrow night and guard LeBron James, I don't know if they're interested in that. And of course, one of the reasons Adam is making this argument is because he wants trans people, trans women in particular, to be able to compete with biological women. And of course, Joe is completely against that. And he goes on this whole rant about how unfair it is and why it's unfair. And then at the end of it, Adam's just like, yeah, I disagree with that. And Joe's like, what do you disagree with? He's like, well, listen, I'm not an expert on this subject.
Men to compete in women's division. And I think that distinction may be breaking down a bit, right? And I think it may be time to get that.
So you think that males should compete in the women's division of weightlifting?
No, I don't necessarily.
But they can't if they transition.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of stuff to break down, right? And I'm not an expert on the subject, right? So it's just sort of off the top of my head.
And once again, like this kind of mentality doesn't make sense. Like in every sport, even like within the men's and women's division, like there's a distinction. In boxing, there's like what is it? Featherweight. What actually is it? I need to look it up. Boxing, weight. Yeah, so you have like featherweight, middleweight, lightweight, welterweight, light middleweight, super middleweight, light flyweight, heavyweight, light heavyweight. Even within the men's and women's divisions, we divide these categories up because we acknowledge the fact that there's simply no way that someone who's 6'5" would have a fair fight against someone who's 5'6". It does not make sense. And in the same way, that's why we split up men and women, because they're just a different size and their bodies are just different. It would never be a fair competition. There's a lot you can do with your body. There's a lot you can do. As someone who's been working out for the past 5 months, I'm pretty passionate about the gym. I like it. There's a lot you can do with your body, but you also have to acknowledge the fact that there's certain physical limitations. I can weightlift as much as I want. I'm 5'10" and a half. I'm never gonna be 6 foot. I can weightlift as much as I want. Maybe I can get that surgery so my legs get longer, but then I'll never be able to walk or run again, or play hopscotch or whatever. And that's just the reality of the situation. There's certain things you can't change, and I think this is one of the realities that people, even who are progressives, are going to have to bite the bullet on, which is the fact that there's just no reason that male to female should be competing with cis women. You guys can check out the rest of this Too Lazy to Try video. I just find it very interesting to watch, in comparison with this debate around Roman Atwood and what he said.
I have a friend who has a trans kid. Don't know the kid's exact age, but we're in the age range that we're talking about. And he's explained that my child from a very young age consistently said, I am a girl, and
the whole trans kids conversation is a whole other topic, a whole other rabbit hole to get down that I'm not going to for the sake of time today. But yeah, I don't know. The Roman Atwood thing, I feel is a little overblown. Almost in the same way that I felt like the Sunny V2 stuff was kind of overblown, which I think I'll talk about eventually in a video. So I feel like he got more for that than he deserved. Not that Sunny seems to really care. He didn't respond. He just straight up ignored everyone. But I feel like a lot of this trans discourse is getting a little too heated, a little too spicy. It seems like anyone who disagrees with aspects of the sort of pro-trans agenda is getting kind of hit on and criticized and hated on the internet and called a piece of shit. They're calling Roman Atwood inbred. I don't think he looks that inbred. They're picking apart his relationship, which nobody seemed to care about until this very moment. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems kind of silly to me that he's getting shit for that take. Maybe there's more in that podcast, and I'll be corrected in the comment section below. But yeah. Anyway, moving on to the next topic. Alright, so this next topic is one that's pretty interesting. I found this in a news tab. This is about social media. See here, more than 2,000 families suing social media companies. Curious what this is about. There's happening here. I uses social media as part of my job. When I was in college, a big conversation with the effects of social media on mental health. When I was taking classes, we were writing about this a lot, we were researching about it a lot, and talking about this. So I'm curious what the kind of current consensus is from, a pretty mainstream media source. I'm curious how these families actually feel about this subject. When whistleblower Francis Hagen pulled back the curtain on Facebook in the fall of 2021, thousands of pages of internal documents showed troubling signs that the social media giant knew its platforms could be negatively impacting youth, and we're doing little to effectively change it. With around 21 million American adolescents on social media, parents took note. Now families are suing social media. Since we first reported this story last December, the number of families pursuing lawsuits has grown to over 2,000. More than 350 lawsuits are expected to move forward this year against TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, Roblox, and Meta, the parent company to Instagram and Facebook. Tonight, you'll hear from some of the families suing social media. We want to warn you that some of the content in the story is alarming. We thought it was important to include because parents say the post impacted their kids' mental health and in some cases helped lead to the death of their children. Kathleen Spence says they're holding our children hostage and they're seeking and preying on them. Sharon Alfonsi says preying on them. Kathleen Spence says yes. The Spence family is suing social media giant Meta. Meta is obviously the parent company. Kathleen and Jeff Spence say Instagram led their daughter Alexis into depression and into an eating disorder at the age of 12. They realized that we were slowly losing them. We really had no comprehension to how severe social media affected our daughter. She was being drawn into the big place in this article. And I do sympathize with them. Is well someone who might talk to girls, on social media. Even my girlfriend is getting this other stuff with her on Twitter. It's not like she's looking at people, but before it's being popular there. And I'm not sure it's necessarily Instagram or Twitter or Facebook intentionally pushing that content is just there, and maybe they haven't cracked down on it enough. And as a result, it gets promoted to people who maybe are more prone to it because, in any situation, dark stuff like that is going to permeate on social media because it's interesting, it's out of the norm, it's like taboo, it's weird, and people find that compelling for people who are, mentally ill, bring themselves away from it. So you're going to see a lot of stuff like that on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook. It began after the Spences, both middle school teachers from Long Island, New York, gave 11-year-old Alexis a cell phone to keep in touch with them after school. We had very strict rules from the moment she had the phone. The phone was never allowed in the room at night. We would keep the phone in the hall. We checked the phone. We put restrictions on the phone. And Alexis says I would wait for my parents to fall asleep, and then I would just sit in the hallway or I would sneak my phone in my room. I wasn't allowed to use a lot of apps, and they had a lot of the parental controls on. How quickly did you find your way around the restrictions? She says pretty quickly. Hoping to connect and keep up with friends, Alexis joined Instagram. Instagram policy mandates users are 13 years old. Alexis was 11. Sharon Alfonsi says, I thought you had to be 13. Alexis Spence says, it asked you, are you 13 years or older? I checked the box, yes, and then just kept going. There were never any checks, no verification, anything like that. And I feel like the direction they're going to go with here is that there needs to be greater checks on social media to verify that people using it are of age. And on one hand, I understand in this scenario why this family is upset because this girl, obviously suffered from mental illness that was exacerbated by social media. But at the same time, I don't think that age and ID verification on social media is good because that's the end of anonymity on the internet, which is already happening. We're seeing real ID stuff probably getting implemented in the next few years. I think you're gonna have to sign up with your fucking driver's license if you want to make a social media account in the future, which I don't like the idea of because I think you should be able to use the internet and websites without putting in your social security number and having everything linked back to the government for them to look at everything you do. I feel like that shouldn't be a requirement, but that is the way that we're going with a lot of these cases, right? Unintended consequence of wanting kids to be safe online. In this case, this girl admits to lying about her age or whatever, right? Unintended consequence of that could be that anonymity and what makes the internet fun and cool dies, and it's just a playground, right? If I had picked up your phone, would I have seen the Instagram app on there? No, there were apps that you could use to disguise it as another app. So you could download like a calculator, but it's really Instagram. There's always some workaround. She was outwitting you. She was outwitting us. She was addicted to social media. We couldn't stop it. It was much bigger than us. The thing is, you could stop it. Like, as a parent, you could take away her phone, right? You could do that. But obviously, then